Help me reach 5,000 subscribers. Support the video with a like and leave your thoughts in the comments. I read everyone. Thank you. It began with a moment that struck like a tire blowing out on I-25. Last summer, the Wilsons' backyard barbecue was alive, the air thick with the sizzle of burgers, charcoal smoke, and the sharp tang of sunscreen. Kids screeched, darting through a sprinkler, their sneakers squelching on wet grass. Adults clustered in knots, clutching beers and wine glasses, the hum of chatter blending with cicadas. Sarah, my wife of 8 years, stood by the picnic table, her laugh sharp, her wine glass catching the late afternoon sun. I was at the grill with Tom Wilson, flipping patties, debating whether the Broncos' new quarterback had a shot against Kansas City. Sarah's voice cut through the noise. "Mike, you're burning those burgers again. Can you focus for once?" The words stung, sharp, like I was a kid who'd spilled juice. Heads turned. Two women swapped tight smiles, their earrings glinting. Tom froze, tongs in hand, his brow creasing. I forced a grin, my face hot, and flipped the burgers, the spatula scraping the grill. "Got it handled, Sarah," I said, pulse hammering in my ears. Tom leaned in, voice low, his flannel sleeve brushing the grill. "She's just messing with you, man. Those patties look prime." He clapped my shoulder, awkward but solid, then glanced at Sarah. "Hey, remember when I torched that brisket last year? Took weeks to live it down." I nodded, jabbing a patty. "Yeah, Tom, but you didn't have a critic broadcasting it." My voice was light, but my gut churned. It was her third public jab that week. Tuesday, she'd mocked my parallel parking at a brewery, saying I drove like a grandpa learning stick shift. Thursday, at a co-worker's dinner, she'd rolled her eyes about the garage door, snapping, "Yeah, Mike's been fixing it forever." Always a joke, but it was disrespect in disguise. That night, in our dark bedroom, the ceiling fan buzzing, the mattress creaking under me, I tried to talk. "Sarah, what's with the shots at me? The barbecue thing. Why do that in front of everyone?" She rolled over, her back to me, sheets rustling, the faint glow of her phone flickering as she set it on the nightstand. "You're too sensitive, Mike." It was a joke. "Chill." I stared at the ceiling, jaw tight, the fan's hum filling the silence. "Didn't feel like one. Felt like you wanted me to look small." She sighed, loud, her fingers tapping the pillow. "Good grief, Mike, not everything's about you." The fridge is humming again. "Fix that if you want to be useful." The dismissal stung worse than the jab. I clenched my fists under the blanket, my knuckles brushing the rough cotton. "I'm trying to talk, Sarah. Why do you keep doing this?" She sat up, her hair falling over her shoulder, her phone's glow catching her glasses. "Maybe because you're always so serious, always at work, always missing the point. I'm having fun, and you can't deal." She flopped back down, the bed creaking, and turned away. I didn't answer. The fridge hummed through the wall, a low drone. If I'd known how far she'd push, I'd have been out the door. The next week, I took a stand. Sarah had been racking up charges on our joint credit card, wine bars, boutiques, stuff we didn't need. I was done subsidizing her games. I called the bank, canceled the card, and opened a new one in my name. When she found out, she stormed into the kitchen, waving her phone, the screen flashing with a declined transaction. "You cut me off? Are you freaking serious, Mike?" I leaned against the counter, sipping coffee, the mug warm in my hands, the coffee maker gurgling behind me. "Yes, Sarah. I'm done bankrolling your girls' nights. You want to spend? Use your own cash." Her eyes widened, her fingers tightening on her phone. "You're unbelievable." "Nah," I said, setting the mug down with a clink, the counter cool under my palm. "I'm just done playing ATM. Maybe sell some of those wine glasses you never use." I smirked, watching her face redden. She stormed out, the door slamming, the hinges rattling. It felt good to draw a line, like reclaiming a piece of myself. The weeks after were a slow unraveling, like a cable fraying under strain. Sarah's behavior sharpened, testing my limits. She'd always been strong-willed, part of what I loved 9 years ago at a Boulder dive bar, her quick wit matching my stubborn drive. We were grad school kids, me in engineering, her in marketing, dreaming over cheap beer about a big life. Now that strength was a blade, cutting deeper than I'd expected. She'd go cold for days, barely looking up when I dragged myself home from Lockheed. drained from satellite project deadlines that had me staring at schematics until my eyes burned. I'd ask about her day, hoping for a spark, and she'd mutter, "It's fine." Her thumb scrolling her phone, the screen's glow flickering. I suggested a weekend in Estes Park. Hiking, a cabin, just us, she scoffed, setting her wine glass down with a sharp clink. A forced vacation? Pass, Mike. I'm not into playing happy couple. I saw the signs, clipped replies, sarcasm like a verdict, the way she'd pause to text mid-conversation. But I thought we could fix it. I doubled down, like an engineer troubleshooting a fault. I cooked her favorite lemon herb chicken, the kitchen filling with the scent of garlic and thyme, took over the laundry, even suggested counseling. She'd brush it off, her voice sharp. "You're trying too hard." Or, "I don't need a shrink to tell me how to live." It wasn't just distance, it was control, making me feel like I had to audition for her respect. One evening, I came home late, carrying Thai takeout from Colfax. The bag crinkled, basil and lemongrass wafting through the kitchen, the linoleum cool under my boots. My eyes stung from work, but I'd driven across town to get her order right. "Got your basil chicken," I called, setting the bag down, the counter's edge digging into my palm. Sarah glanced up from her laptop on the couch, glasses flashing, her fingers pausing on the keys. "Not spicy noodles, right? You know I can't stand those." I checked the bag, the paper rustling, though I knew. "Basil chicken, like always," confirmed with the cashier. She nudged it away with her foot, her sock brushing the floor. "Whatever. Not hungry." She resumed typing, the clicks loud in the quiet. I stood there, the fridge humming softly, the counter cold. Something clicked, not loud, but deep, like a gear locking into place. This wasn't about food. It was her refusing to budge an inch. I grabbed a beer, the cap popping with a hiss, and said, "Suit yourself. I'm eating." Her head snapped up, her glasses slipping slightly. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I'm done begging for your approval." I sat at the table, the chair creaking, fork scraping the plate, and ate, the food heavy in my mouth. She stood, arms crossed, her shadow falling across the table. "You're making a scene over food? Eat or don't," I said, eyes on my plate, wiping my mouth with a napkin. "I'm not your delivery guy. Maybe call an Uber Eats for your ego." She leaned in, her fingers twitching. "You're blowing this up because I'm not hungry? Maybe if you were here more, I wouldn't eat alone." I set my fork down, the metal clinking, and leaned back, scratching my jaw. "I'm here, Sarah. I brought dinner. You're the one pushing it away. What's the real deal? You tired of me, or just playing games?" She froze, her mouth opening, then closing, her fingers tapping her arm. "You wouldn't get it," she snapped, storming off, the bedroom door slamming, the frame rattling. I ate in silence, the chicken tasting like ash, the fridge's hum filling the void. Another step toward freedom came when I turned the garage into my workshop. I'd always tinkered, but Sarah had claimed the space for her wine crates and old furniture. One weekend, I hauled her stuff to the attic, the stairs creaking under my boots, and set up a workbench, tools organized, a radio humming classic rock. When Sarah noticed, she stood in the doorway, hands on hips. "What's this, Mike? You're taking over the garage now." I wiped my hands on a rag, the smell of motor oil sharp. "Yup, need a space that's mine. You've got the house, figure this is fair." She scoffed, her earrings glinting. "You're so selfish." I tossed the rag on the bench, the wood creaking. "Nah, Sarah, just done letting you call all the shots." She walked away, the door clicking shut. The radio played on, and I felt steadier. Sarah's absences grew. One Thursday, I got home at 7, the house dark except for the porch light flickering through the blinds, casting stripes on the hardwood. Her car wasn't in the driveway. No note, no text. I called, got voicemail, the beep sharp in the quiet. At 8, she breezed in, purse swinging, smelling of gin and jasmine, her heels clicking as she kicked them off. "Where were you?" I asked, leaning on the counter, the coffee maker gurgling, its steam curling in the air. "Out with Lisa. New bar on Larimer." She avoided my eyes, tossing her purse on the couch, the leather creaking. A text would have been nice. I was worried. She laughed, sharp, her fingers brushing her hair back. "Worried? I'm not a kid, Mike." I set my mug down, the ceramic clinking, the counter cool. "It's called respect, Sarah. Marriage means something, or it's supposed to. She poured water, her movements jerky, the glass clinking against the sink. Don't lecture me. You're always at work, leaving me to deal with everything. Everything. I stepped closer, my voice rising, my boots heavy on the floor. I'm killing myself at Lockheed, 60-hour weeks to keep us afloat. You think I love staring at schematics till midnight? What's your excuse for freezing me out? She slammed the glass down, water splashing onto the counter, her fingers trembling. Maybe I'm just tired of you. She brushed past me, the faucet dripping, her perfume lingering. I nodded, slow, rubbing my neck. Noted. I headed to the garage, the door creaking, and tinkered with the lawnmower, the clank of metal steadying my pulse. The next morning, I saw Mrs. Carter watering her roses, her gray hair tied back, the hose hissing softly. Sarah's car was out late, she said, her eyes curious. You two okay? I shut the mailbox, its hinges squeaking, the metal cold. Working through some stuff, Mrs. Carter. She tilted her head, her watering can dripping. Marriage is work, Mike. Takes two. You're a good man, don't forget that. Her words stuck, like a quiet anchor. I took another step, signing up for a hiking group through a coworker. Saturday mornings, I hit the trails outside Denver, the air crisp with pine, the group's chatter a bomb against Sarah's silence. One guy, Jake, a welder with a scruffy beard, noticed me lagging behind, my boots crunching on gravel. Rough week, he asked, tossing me a water bottle, the plastic crinkling. Rough year, I said, catching it, wiping sweat from my brow. Marriage stuff. He nodded, kicking a pebble down the trail. Been there. Had an ex who made everything a fight. You'll figure it out, man. Keep hiking, it clears the head. His grin was easy, and it felt like a lifeline, a glimpse of a life I could have. The tension flared at a coffee shop on Colfax, a Sunday brunch with Lisa, Greg, and Sarah's coworkers. The place buzzed, espresso machines hissing, plates clinking, the air thick with roasted coffee and bacon. Sarah, sipping a mimosa, her earrings glinting, was in rare form, her laugh loud, drawing eyes. I was nursing a black coffee, the mug warm, when she leaned in, voice sugary. Mike's been so busy, he forgot to fix the dishwasher. We're living like cavemen. The table chuckled, forks pausing. Lisa smirked, stirring her latte. I set my mug down, the ceramic thudding, and leaned back, my chair creaking. Funny, Sarah. I fixed it last week. Maybe you forgot how to load it. Her smile froze, the table going quiet, a barista's shout cutting through. Lisa coughed into her napkin. Greg hid a grin, his glasses fogging slightly from his coffee. Sarah's eyes narrowed, her fingers tightening on her glass. You don't have to be a jerk, Mike. Nah, I said, scratching my jaw, just keeping it real. You want caveman, try washing dishes by hand. Bet you'd miss that dishwasher then. A coworker snorted, her spoon clinking her plate, and Sarah's face reddened. Another woman, Claire from Sarah's office, chimed in, her voice light. My husband broke ours last month. Hand washing's the worst. The table laughed, and Sarah's charm faltered, her fingers tapping her glass. I'd flipped the script, and it felt good. Another clash came at a Lockheed team happy hour, a crowded brewery with exposed brick walls, the air thick with hops and chatter. Sarah came along, her smile tight, her wine glass clutched like a shield. My coworker, Sam, was bragging about a project milestone, his tie loosened. When Sarah cut in, her voice sweet but sharp. Mike's always got work excuses. No wonder our porch light's been out for weeks. The team paused, pints halfway to mouths. Sam raised an eyebrow, setting his glass down with a clink. I leaned back, my stool creaking, and smirked. Yeah, Sarah, I'll fix that light. Right after I solve world hunger and get you a new audience for your stand-up routine. The table erupted, Sam chuckling, another coworker slapping the bar. Sarah's smile tightened, her fingers twitching on her glass. You're hilarious, Mike, she muttered, but her eyes were cold. Sam leaned in, voice low. Light looked fine when I dropped by. You good, man? I nodded, sipping my beer. I wasn't playing her game anymore. The tension peaked at Lisa and Greg's dinner in Aurora. Their patio glowed with fairy lights, the air warm with late summer, the table cluttered with wine bottles, lasagna plates, and crumpled napkins. Lisa, a realtor with a laugh like a megaphone, rambled about the housing market, her bracelets jangling. Greg, an IT guy with a slouch, sipped his beer, his glasses fogging slightly. Sarah, on her third Pinot, her cheeks flushed, smiled too brightly, her earrings catching the light. "Mike's so busy," she said, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. "No time to mow the lawn. Our yard's a jungle." Lisa cackled, tossing her hair, her wine sloshing. Greg's eyes met mine, apologetic, his fingers tapping his bottle. I sipped my IPA, the chair creaking under me, and set the bottle down with a clink. "Funny, Sarah, you haven't touched a rake in years. Want me to book you for yard work, or are you too busy practicing your one-liners?" Her smile stiffened, her fingers tightening on her glass. "It's embarrassing, Mike. The neighbors notice. Hire a landscaper," I said, calm, leaning back, my boots scuffing the patio. "I'm not your groundskeeper." Lisa laughed, too loud, her voice shrill. "It's just a lawn, you two. Let's not bicker over grass." Greg set his beer down, the glass clinking, and cleared his throat. "Yard looked fine when I drove by, Sarah. Mike's got a lot on his plate. Cut him some slack." He glanced at me, nodding slightly, his slouch straightening for a moment. Sarah ignored him, her eyes narrowing. "Don't be mean, Mike." I leaned forward, my elbows on the table, the wood creaking. "I'm not the one turning our marriage into a punchline for laughs." The words hung heavy, the fairy lights flickering above. Lisa pivoted, her voice shrill. "So, my new listing in Cherry Creek. Gorgeous place, 3 bedrooms." Greg gave me a nod, his fingers tapping his bottle. Sarah stared, cold, her wine untouched. I held her gaze, unflinching, the night air cool on my skin. Driving home, the car was silent, streetlights flashing across Sarah's face as she stared out the window, her fingers drumming the armrest. "You gonna keep this up?" I asked, gripping the wheel, the leather creaking. "Jabbing me in front of your friends." She didn't turn, her voice low. "Step up, Mike. Step up." I laughed, sharp, my knuckles whitening. "I'm working 60 hours, Sarah, killing myself to keep us afloat. I'm trying to hold us together. What are you doing besides cutting me down?" She whipped around, her eyes flashing. "Don't blame me. You're never here. You don't even see me. Then talk to me." I snapped, my voice echoing in the car, a horn blaring outside. "Stop the games and talk." She went silent, her jaw tight, her fingers still. At home, she locked the bedroom door, the click loud in the quiet. I slept on the couch, the TV flickering with a muted football game, my mind racing. That's when I stopped texting her my schedule. No updates on when I'd be home or what I was doing. I ate out, hit the gym, reclaimed my time. She noticed, and it threw her off. One night, she cornered me in the kitchen, the faucet dripping, the air smelling faintly of dish soap. "Where were you?" No heads up. Her hair was pulled back, her eyes sharp, her fingers tapping her phone. I poured water, the glass clinking against the pitcher, the counter cool. "Had stuff to do." "Stuff?" Her voice cut, her foot tapping the floor. "Yup," I said, taking a sip, the water cold. "Maybe I'm practicing for the world's worst husband award. Think I'm a shoo-in." I brushed past her, heading to the guest room, the door locking with a click. My rules now. At Dave's birthday party in Lakewood, the backyard was a lively mess of string lights, folding tables, and a fire pit spitting sparks into the night. Dave, a contractor with a laugh like a freight train, grilled steaks, the sizzle mixing with classic rock from a speaker. Karen, his wife, poured drinks with a nurse's efficiency, her ponytail swinging. The crowd was eclectic: friends, co-workers, clients in flannel and work boots. Sarah flitted between groups, her laugh carrying over the music, charming everyone. I knew her trick: shine bright, then strike when I wasn't looking. By the fire pit, I was talking to Dave about a new propulsion system at work, the flames casting shadows, when Sarah slid in, her wine glass glinting. "Mike's always got a big project," she said, smiling at Dave, her voice sweet. "Too bad he can't fix the sink at home." Dave chuckled, flipping a steak, the tongs clicking. "I didn't. Call a plumber, Sarah," I said, leaning back, my beer bottle cool in my hand. "I'm not your handyman. Or you want me to fix the sink and world hunger by dinner?" Her eyes glinted, her smile tightening, her fingers gripping her glass. "Priorities, Mike." "Yeah," I shot back, voice low, setting my beer down with a clink. "Like enjoying my night instead of playing your errand boy." Dave raised his beer, deflecting, his laugh booming. To priorities, am I right? Karen, wiping her hands on a dish towel, gave me a sharp look from across the fire pit, her eyes steady. Later, by the cooler, ice clinking as I grabbed a beer, she pulled me aside. Mike, you okay? She asked, her voice low, her hands still damp from washing dishes. Sarah's been rough on you lately. I've seen it at these things. She's not joking, is she? I cracked the beer, the cap hissing. Just navigating it. Karen, thanks for checking. She leaned closer, her voice firm. You're a good guy, Mike. You deserve better than being her punching bag. Don't let her dim what makes you you. Her words hit like a lifeline, grounding me. Sarah ignored me the rest of the night, her laughter sharper, her hand lingering on a client's arm, her earrings catching the firelight. I didn't bite. The next morning, I called Mark, my real estate buddy, to start looking for apartments, my coffee mug steaming on the counter. I also moved $12,000 of our savings to a new account, my fingers steady on the keyboard. Not to hurt her, just to protect what I'd earned. Sarah's phone buzzed constantly, her replies angled away from me, her fingers quick. One Saturday, in the garage, I was organizing tools, the air smelling of oil and sawdust, when I heard her on the deck, her voice low and conspiratorial. He's clueless, she laughed, her words carrying through the open window. Busy with his rockets, or whatever. Yeah, I'll be there. I froze, my hand on a wrench, the fluorescent light buzzing overhead, its flicker casting shadows. My chest tightened, not jealousy, but clarity, like a fog lifting. I didn't confront her. I watched closer. Late nights, vague excuses, the way she'd changed the subject when I asked who she was texting, her fingers twitching. It wasn't proof, but it was enough. That evening, I called Dave, needing air. We met at a brewery, the air thick with hops. The bars would grain cool under my elbows. Ever feel like you're losing the thread with someone? I asked, staring at my pint, the foam settling. Dave leaned back, his flannel creased, his boots scuffing the floor. Saw it at the party, man. Sarah's not herself. Or maybe you're just seeing her clear now. She's been off, throwing those jabs. You holding up? I nodded, the glass cold, my fingers tapping it. Getting there. Just figuring out what's next. He clapped my shoulder, his hand heavy. You're solid, Mike. Always have been. Whatever you choose, you got this. Hell, come by next weekend. Karen's making chili. No pressure, just good company. I smirked, setting my glass down. Chili sounds better than dodging Sarah's zingers. His laugh echoed, and for a moment, I felt lighter. A month later, I was sleeping in the guest room, the mattress lumpy but mine, the air smelling faintly of dust. Sarah's behavior worsened. She'd leave dishes piled in the sink, the plates crusted with food, knowing I'd clean them to avoid a fight. She'd make plans without telling me, then act like I was neglecting her, her voice sharp when I asked about her day. One night, I came home to her on the phone in the living room, her voice mocking, her laugh cutting. Mike? Probably at the office, living large. Her tone made my skin crawl, like I was a punchline in her private comedy show. I waited, leaning against the doorframe, until she hung up, her phone clattering on the coffee table. Sarah, can we talk? I asked, my boots heavy on the hardwood, the floor creaking. She sighed, tossing her phone onto the couch, the cushions puffing. What now, Mike? I stepped closer, the air thick with tension, and reached for her arm, desperate for a glimpse of the woman I'd married 9 years ago. I'm trying here. Can we just... She jerked away, her movement sharp, her earrings glinting. Don't touch me. I'm not playing wife tonight. I saw her smirk, like she thought she'd won. I nodded, slow, rubbing my neck, the silence heavy. You won't have to anymore. She laughed, sharp, thinking I was bluffing, her fingers tapping the couch. What's that supposed to mean? I didn't answer. I grabbed my keys, the jangle loud, and drove to Mark's office, the city lights blurring past. By morning, I'd signed divorce papers and hired a lawyer, my pen steady on the page. I didn't want a war, just out. The next day, I rented a U-Haul, its engine rumbling in the driveway, the exhaust faint in the crisp air. Sarah was at work, leaving me with the house's silence, the hardwood gleaming under morning light. I packed my tools, books, the 55-inch TV I'd bought with my bonus, the cords tangling as I stuffed them into a box. I left her furniture, clothes, her precious wine collection, the bottles glinting in the dining room. No pettiness, just a clean break. By the time Sarah got home, I was loading the last box, the sun low and orange, casting long shadows across the lawn. She stood in the driveway, hands on her hips, her blazer wrinkled, her hair falling loose. "What the heck, Mike?" she said, her voice shaking, her purse slipping off her shoulder. I closed the truck door, the metal clanging, and wiped my hands on my jeans, the denim rough. "I'm done, Sarah. Papers are on the counter." Her face paled, her fingers clutching her purse. "You're serious? Over what?" "Because I didn't want a hug." I stepped closer, my boots crunching gravel, my voice low. "No, because you decided I'm not worth respecting. Good luck with that." Mrs. Carter, watering her roses next door, paused, her hose dripping, her eyes wide. Sarah noticed, her voice rising, cracking. "You're just leaving? After 8 years? You can't walk away like this." "I'm not walking," I said, climbing into the truck, the seat creaking, the keys jangling. "I'm done chasing you." I drove off, her silhouette shrinking in the rear view. Mrs. Carter's hose hissing faintly. Her voicemail started that night, pleading, then angry, her voice breaking. "Mike, we can fix this. Don't throw away our life." I blocked her number after the third, my phone silent at last. My lawyer handled the rest. Colorado's no-fault laws made it clean. I kept my savings, car, for 01k. She got the house, mortgage in her name. She wanted control. She got it. 6 months later, I'm thriving. My downtown loft glows with light, the walls lined with photos from climbs in Rocky Mountain National Park, me grinning on a summit, my crew laughing around a campfire, and a vibrant painting from a local art fair, all bold reds and blues. I climb with a tight-knit crew, my weekends alive with trails, the crunch of gravel underfoot, and laughter over shared beers at dusk. At work, I'm leading a new propulsion project, my focus razor sharp, my confidence back, my desk cluttered with sketches and coffee cups. I met Elena, a graphic designer with a quick smile and sharp wit, at a brewery trivia night, her laugh cutting through the crowd. We're taking it slow, but her texts light up my phone, her humor matching mine, and for the first time in years, I feel seen, not judged. Dave and Karen had me over for ribs last weekend, their backyard warm with laughter, the grill sizzling, the air thick with smoke and spices. Karen pulled me aside, her voice low, her hands still damp from washing dishes. "Heard Sarah's struggling hard, Mike. Mortgage is crushing her, and she's been asking about you," voice all heavy. "She's realizing what she lost, says she didn't see it coming." I sipped my beer, the bottle cool, the mountain steady in the distance. She made her choice, Karen. Dave joined us, his flannel untucked, his laugh booming. "She's stuck in that house, man. Word is her friends are bailing. Guess her charm's wearing thin. You, though? You're killing it." He clapped my shoulder, the gesture heavy, warm. "Sarah's trapped in that house, drowning in mortgage debt, her social circle shrinking as her charm fades, her voice heavy with regret when she mentions me to mutual friends, wondering how it all fell apart. I don't wish her pain, but I don't carry it either. If I'd drawn the line sooner, I'd have saved years. But now, my life's full, climbing gear in the corner, jazz on the speakers, Elena's laughter in my texts, the mountains steady outside. No games, no jabs, no one rewriting my worth. Just me, thriving in a life I built from the ground up. I appreciate you being here. If the story made you feel something, drop a like, share your thoughts below, and subscribe for more. Every bit of support helps me keep going and bring you new stories. Help me reach 5,000 subscribers. Support the video with a like and leave your thoughts in the comments. I read everyone. Thank you. I'm at the kitchen table, coffee gone cold, staring at a stack of bills that could pass for a losing hand in poker. Mortgage, utilities, Emily's car payment. My name's on every one. It's Saturday, and I've been up since 6, juggling work calls while she's upstairs, probably glued to her phone, acting like I'm the live-in help. She walks in, doesn't even glance my way, grabs an apple from the counter, and says, "You didn't take out the trash again." No hello, no nothing. Just that tone, like I'm a kid who forgot his chores. I lean back, cross my arms. "Trash goes out tomorrow, Em. You know that." She bites into the apple, chewing loud enough to make it clear she's annoyed. "Whatever, Mike. It's always tomorrow with you." She turns to leave, like I'm dismissed. That hits like a cold splash of water. Not anger, not yet. Just a sharp, clear thought. This isn't a one-off. This is her. This is us now. I've been holding things together, thinking it's a rough patch. But that jab about the trash? It's not about the trash. It's about her thinking she can talk to me like I'm nothing. I'm done pretending it's okay. If I'd known how far she'd take this, I'd have started packing that morning. I've been married to Emily for 8 years. We met at a friend's barbecue in Denver, back when she was all smiles, and I was the guy who could fix anything. Her car, her bad day, her dream of a big house in the suburbs. I'm 42 now, a project manager for a construction firm, good at my job, steady. I don't yell, don't beg, don't chase. I handle things. Always have. Emily's 39, works part-time at a boutique, spends most of her time on Instagram and her book club. She used to laugh at my dumb jokes, but somewhere along the line, she decided I'm not worth the effort. That night, I try to talk. I'm calm, sitting on the couch while she's across from me, phone in hand. We've been off lately. Let's do something. Dinner, maybe a weekend trip. Just us. She doesn't look up. With you? Mike, it's dull. I'd rather stay home. Her voice is flat, like she's ordering takeout, not cutting me down. I feel the air shift, but I keep my face steady. Dull, huh? That's new. I grab my keys from the coffee table. I'm heading out for a bit. Let me know when you're ready to act like we're married. She just keeps scrolling. Doesn't say a word. I'm out the door, driving to nowhere, just to clear my head. If I'd known what she'd pull next, I'd have moved money that night. A week later, we're at Tom and Lisa's for a dinner party. Tom's a contractor, a solid guy with a quick laugh and a bad pun for every occasion. Lisa's a realtor, sharp, always scanning the room like she's sizing up a deal. The table's packed. 8 of us, including our neighbors, Karen and Steve, and a couple I don't know well, Dan and Rachel. Emily's across from me, laughing too loud at something Steve said about his golf swing. I'm sipping my beer, trying to follow the conversation, but her eyes skip over me every time she talks, like I'm invisible. Lisa passes the mashed potatoes, and Emily leans toward Karen, her voice carrying. Mike's been so busy with work, I barely see him. Might as well be living by myself. I snort, loud enough for Tom to glance over. You okay, man? Yeah, just enjoying the performance. I nod toward Emily, who's now telling the table how I never have time for fun anymore. Everyone laughs, except me. Karen, trying to shift gears, says, So, Mike, how's that downtown project going? Sounds like a big deal. It's fine. I say, eyes on Emily. Long hours, but it keeps the lights on. Emily smirks, swirling her wine. Keeps his half of everything paid, you mean? Another laugh from the table. Steve raises an eyebrow, stays quiet. I set my fork down, slow and deliberate. Half em. Last I checked, my name's on every bill that lands in our mailbox. Her smile tightens. Oh, come on, Mike. It's just a tease. You're so serious lately. Must be the long hours, I say, voice level. Makes a guy think about what's worth it. Dan, the new guy, shifts in his seat, looking uncomfortable. Maybe we change the subject? Lisa jumps in, smooth as ever. Good idea. Tom, tell them about that crazy client you had last week. Tom launches into a story, but Emily's not done. She leans toward Rachel, voice low but loud enough for me to hear. He's always like this now. No fun at all. I lean forward, cutting in. You want to talk fun, Em? How about the $500 you dropped on that spa day? My money's plenty fun for you. The table freezes. Rachel coughs, sets her glass down. Steve finally speaks up, voice cautious. Guys, maybe take this home. I look at him, calm but firm. Steve, no offense, but she started it. I'm just finishing it. Emily's face goes red. You're embarrassing me, Mike. Stop it. Embarrassing you? I say, raising an eyebrow. You're the one painting me as the bad guy while I pay for your whole life. Pick a lane. Tom clears his throat, starts talking football. Karen shoots me a look, part sympathy, part warning. I don't care. I'm done eating her jabs in public. Driving home, I take the initiative. I'm not doing this anymore. You want to play the dull Mike card in front of people, that's your call. But I'm not your punching bag. She rolls her eyes, staring out the window. God, Mike, it was a tease. Relax. Teases are funny, I say, pulling into the garage. That was you trying to look big by making me small. I'm not playing along. I get out, leave her sitting there. First move, I'm sleeping in the guest room tonight. No argument, no explanation. Just a locked door. A few days later, I'm in the home office, digging through our finances. Emily's been spending like we're rolling in cash. $300 on shoes, $200 on wine deliveries, $500 on a spa day with her book club. I'm not stingy, but this is my money, not ours. She hasn't contributed a dime in months. She walks in, sees the spreadsheets on my laptop. What's this? I don't look up. Our budget. Or, I guess, my budget, since I'm the one paying. She crosses her arms, voice sharp. You're seriously doing this now? What's your problem, Mike? My problem. I spin the laptop toward her. This. You're burning through cash like it's nothing, while telling everyone I'm the dull one. So let's fix it. I'm cutting you off the joint account. Her jaw drops. You can't do that. Already did. I lean back, folding my hands behind my head. Opened a new account this morning. My paycheck goes there now. You want something? Use your own card. She laughs, sharp and mean. What? You're punishing me now? Because I made a tease? It's not about the tease, I say, voice steady. It's about you thinking you can spend my money and talk down to me like I'm nobody. You want control? Pay for it. She steps closer, pointing a finger. You're being ridiculous. We're married, Mike. This is our money. I stand up, meeting her eyes. Our money? When's the last time you paid for anything, Em? The house, the cars, your little spa trips. It's all me. You don't get to treat me like garbage and keep cashing my checks. Her face goes red. You're making a big mistake. You'll regret this. I shrug, shutting the laptop. Maybe, but I'm done bankrolling your attitude. She storms out, slamming the door. I hear her on the phone with her friend Jen, whining about how I'm overreacting. She calls me twice that night, leaves voicemails about talking this out. I don't call back. I'm already planning my next move, separating our cell phone plans. She can pay her own bill from now on. 2 weeks later, Emily's doubled down. She's colder now, barely talks to me, leaves dishes in the sink like it's a power move. Her latest thing is hosting her book club at our house, turning it into a stage to show off how independent she is. I'm in the garage, working on my truck's oil change, when I hear her through the open window, her voice loud and smug. Mike's been so distant lately. I swear, I'm basically running this house on my own. I pause, wrench in hand. And listen, Jen, her book club friend, chimes in. God, Em, how do you deal with that? I'd be out the door. Emily laughs, sharp. Oh, I manage. He's just predictable. You know how men are. I wipe my hands on a rag, walk inside. The living room's full, 5 women, wine glasses everywhere, some book nobody's reading on the coffee table. Emily's holding court, doesn't notice me at first. I lean against the doorway, arms crossed. Predictable, huh? I say, loud enough to cut through their chatter. That's funny, Em. I thought paying for this house, your car, and that wine you're drinking was pretty reliable. The room goes silent. Jen looks at her glass like it's poisoned. Claire, another book club member, shifts uncomfortably. Emily's face tightens, but she forces a smile. Mike, we're in the middle of something. Can you not? Oh, I'm not interrupting. I say, stepping into the room. Just clarifying. Since I'm so distant, maybe I should stop funding your little parties. Let you manage on your own. Claire coughs, sets her glass down. Maybe we should wrap up early. Emily glares at me. You're embarrassing me, Mike. Stop it. Embarrassing you? I raise an eyebrow. You're the one telling everyone I'm useless while living off my paycheck. Pick a lane, Em. Jen tries to play peacemaker. Hey guys, let's not do this here. I turn to her, calm but firm. Jen, no offense, but this is my house. I'm done letting Emily rewrite the story. You want to talk about me? Do it somewhere else. Claire, usually quiet, speaks up, her voice hesitant. Mike, I get it, but maybe you two should talk privately? I nod at her, appreciating the effort. Tried that, Claire. She's not interested. I'm just setting the record straight. Emily stands up, hands on her hips. You're being a jerk. This is my space too. Not if you're trashing me in it. I say, grabbing my keys from the counter. I'm heading out. You ladies enjoy your book club. Em, don't expect me to clean up after. I walk out, leaving them stunned. Jen mutters something about drama, but Claire stays quiet, watching me go. I stay at a hotel that night, not because I'm running, but because I'm done sharing space with her disrespect. Emily texts me, demanding I come home and talk. I don't respond. I'm already looking at apartments online. A week later, I'm at a work lunch with my crew at a diner near the construction site. It's me, my foreman Joe, and a couple guys from the team, eating burgers and talking shop. Joe's a grizzled guy, been in the game 30 years, always got a story about some job gone wrong. The others, Pete and Carlos, are younger, joking about their weekend plans. I'm halfway through my fries when Emily walks in. Heads turn. She's dressed to impress, heels clicking, purse swinging like she owns the place. She spots me, marches over. Mike, we need to talk. I set my burger down, wipe my mouth. Here? Now. Joe raises an eyebrow, leans back in his chair. Pete and Carlos exchange looks, sensing trouble. Emily doesn't sit, just stands there, arms crossed. You're acting like a child, running off to hotels, changing accounts. What's wrong with you? I lean forward, voice calm. What's wrong with me? You've been treating me like a doormat for months, Em. I'm just done carrying you. Her eyes flash. Carrying me? I work, Mike. I contribute. I laugh, short and sharp. Contribute? Your part-time gig barely covers your coffee runs. I pay for everything. The house, the cars, your little book club parties. You don't get to play victim here. Joe clears his throat, tries to cut the tension. Maybe you guys take this outside. Emily ignores him, steps closer. You're making me look bad, Mike. Everyone thinks you're the good guy, but you're just controlling. I stand up, meeting her eyes. Controlling? That's rich, coming from you. You've been calling the shots for years, spending my money, trashing me to your friends, acting like I'm nothing. I'm done. Carlos, usually the quiet one, pipes up. Man, Mike, I had no idea it was like this. Pete nods, chewing his fries. Yes, sounds rough. Emily's face goes red. You're airing our business in front of your crew? Real classy, Mike. You walked in here. I say, shrugging. You wanted a scene, you got one. Now, I'm eating lunch. You can leave. She stands there, stunned, then turns and storms out, heels clicking louder than before. Joe claps my shoulder as I sit back down. You good, boss? Getting there. I say, picking up my burger. The guys go back to their food, but I can tell they're impressed. I'm not just talking tough, I'm backing it up. A month after the dinner party, things are worse. Emily's cold shoulder is permanent, barely talking, leaving passive-aggressive notes about chores, making snide comments about my mood swings to her friends over the phone. I'm done. I decide to take control again. Friday morning, I walk into the kitchen with a duffel bag. I'm heading to Tom's cabin for the weekend. Alone. She looks up from her coffee, surprised. What? What? I set the bag down, lean against the counter. Because I'm done with this, Em. You don't talk to me, you don't respect me, you don't even act like we're married anymore. I need a break. Her eyes flash. You're being ridiculous. Running away because I'm not your cheerleader? Grow up, Mike. I step closer, voice low. I'm not running. I'm done playing your game. You want to treat me like I don't matter? Fine. I'm taking myself out of the equation. She laughs, but it's shaky. You're going to leave me here alone? What am I supposed to do? Figure it out. I say, zipping the bag. You're so independent, right? Handle it. She follows me to the door, voice rising. This is pathetic, Mike. You can't just walk out. I turn, look her dead in the eyes. Watch me. I drive to Tom's cabin, spend the weekend fishing, clearing my head. Tom's there, doesn't pry, just hands me a beer and says, You look like you need this. I give him the short version. Emily's games, the money, the disrespect. He listens, nods, then says, Man, I saw it at the dinner party. She's got no right treating you like that. Thanks, I say, sipping the beer. I'm handling it. Emily blows up my phone, texts, calls, voicemails. We need to talk. You're overreacting. Come home. I don't answer. I'm done chasing her approval. Back home, Emily's gone full scorched earth. She's not just cold, she's provoking me. We're at a neighborhood barbecue, hosted by Steve and Karen. It's a sunny Saturday, kids running around, burgers on the grill. I'm talking to Steve about a new construction bid when Emily walks over, glass of rose in hand, and interrupts. Mike, you're not boring everyone with work talk again, are you? She laughs, loud enough to draw eyes. He's always working. No wonder we never do anything fun. Steve shifts, uncomfortable. I set my beer down, turn to her. Funny, Em. I thought paying for your fun was my job. You know, the car, the house, your little wine nights. Her smile falters, but she recovers. Oh, Mike, don't be so dramatic. I'm just saying you could loosen up. I step closer, voice calm but loud enough for the nearby crowd to hear. Loosen up? Like you? Spending my money while trashing me to anyone who'll listen? Nah, I'm good. Karen, standing nearby, chokes on her drink. Steve mutters, Jesus, guys. The crowd quiets, all eyes on us. Emily's face goes red. You're making a scene, Mike. Stop it. You started it. I say, shrugging. You want to air our laundry? Let's do it. Tell everyone how you've been treating me like a doormat while I pay for everything. Karen steps in, voice soft but firm. Emily, maybe you guys should talk privately. Emily snaps at her. Stay out of it, Karen. I raise a hand. No, Karen's right. But I'm done talking, Em. You've had months to act like my wife. You chose this. Steve, trying to defuse, says, Come on, man, let's grab another beer. I nod, follow him to the cooler, leaving Emily standing there, fuming. Karen catches my eye, gives a small nod of respect. The neighbors are whispering now, and Emily knows it. She's lost the crowd. That night, she tries to spin it. You humiliated me, she says, cornering me in the living room. I lean against the wall, arms crossed. You humiliated yourself, Em. You've been doing it for months. I'm just calling it what it is. She storms off, slams the bedroom door. I sleep in the guest room again. The next morning, I'm on the phone with a lawyer. It's been a month since the barbecue, and Emily's rewriting reality. I overhear her on the phone with her mom, saying I'm overbearing and impossible to live with. She stopped doing anything around the house, leaves notes like, buy more coffee or fix the sink, like I'm her errand boy. I'm done. That night, I try one last time. I sit her down at the dining table, keep my voice even. Em, we're at a breaking point. I've tried to make this work, but you're checked out. Let's figure out how to move forward. She laughs, cold and sharp. Move forward? Mike, you're the problem. You're so dull. I'd rather be alone. I nod, stand up, grab my coat. Then pay your own bills. Her eyes widen. What's that supposed to mean? I pause at the door, look back. It means I'm done, Em. You want to play queen? Do it on your own dime. I walk out, check into a hotel, and don't look back. The next day, I meet with my lawyer, file for divorce. Emily calls, leaves voicemails, first angry, then pleading. Mike, we can work this out. I didn't mean it. I don't answer. I'm done. Emily figures out quick that independent doesn't pay the mortgage. She shows up at my work site, where I'm overseeing a new build. I'm in a hard hat, talking to Joe, when she storms up, heels sinking in the dirt. Mike, this is insane, she says, voice shaking. You can't just walk away. I hand the clipboard to Joe, turn to her. I didn't walk away, Em. You pushed me out. You wanted to be alone. You got it. She steps closer, lowering her voice. I'm sorry, okay? Let's talk. I shake my head. Talk's done. Papers are filed. You'll get them tomorrow. Her face crumples, but I'm past caring. You'll regret this, she says, but it's weak. Doubt it, I say, turning back to my crew. Good luck, Em. Joe watches her go, then claps my shoulder. You good, boss? Better than ever, I say, and mean it. Pete and Carlos, working nearby, give me a nod. They've seen enough to know I'm not the bad guy here. 6 months later, I'm in a new apartment downtown, a one-bedroom with a view of the city. It's mine, paid for with my money. I've got a new project at work, a promotion on the horizon. Tom and I grab beers every Friday, talk about everything but Emily. Karen texts sometimes, checking in, says Emily's struggling to keep up with her car payments. I don't ask for details. I don't need to. Emily tried calling for weeks after the papers were served, left voicemails about starting over. I never picked up. She wanted control, thought she could keep me on a leash with her jabs and her games. She was wrong. I'm not angry anymore. I'm not even hurt. I'm just done. I built a life for us, and she tore it down. So I built a new one, better, cleaner mine. And I'm not looking back. I appreciate you being here. If the story made you feel something, drop a like, share your thoughts below, and subscribe for more. Every bit of support helps me keep going and bring you new stories. Help me reach 5,000 subscribers. Support the video with a like and leave your thoughts in the comments. I read everyone. Thank you. I'm sitting at the kitchen counter, nursing a black coffee that's gone cold, staring at the half-eaten toast Sarah left on her plate. She didn't even look at me this morning. Just grabbed her purse, muttered something about a meeting, and walked out. The door didn't slam. Sarah doesn't do that. She just lets it click shut, like she's sealing off a room I'm not allowed in anymore. That's how it's been for weeks. Cold. Distant. Like I'm a tenant who's late on rent, not her husband of 8 years. It started small. A missed dinner here, a sharp comment there. I'd come home from the office, dog-tired from dealing with clients who think they know my job better than I do. And she'd be on her phone, scrolling, not even glancing up. Rough day. I'd ask, trying to bridge the gap. Same as yours, probably, she'd say, her voice flat, eyes still on the screen. I'd wait for more, but it never came. I kept telling myself it was stress, her promotion at the ad agency, the long hours, the pressure. I figured I'd give her space. Be the good guy. Keep the peace. Big mistake. If I'd known then what this was building to, I'd have drawn a line in the sand right there. But I didn't. I let it slide, thinking we'd work it out. That's what you do when you've built a life together, right? You try. You show up. You don't just walk away. Look, if I'd known how far this would go, I'd have saved myself months of grief. I thought it was just a rough patch. I didn't see the storm coming. It's a Thursday night, maybe 3 weeks ago. I'm grilling steaks in the backyard, the charcoal hissing as fat drips onto the coals. The evening air carries a chill, the scent of cut grass mixing with smoke. I've got the radio on low, some classic rock station because Sarah hates my jazz playlists. I'm thinking, maybe this'll be the night we talk. Really talk. Like we used to, before she started treating me like background noise. She comes out, glass of wine in hand, her hair pulled back in that tight bun she wears when she's in work mode. Smells good, she says, but it's not a compliment. It's just words, tossed out like loose change. I nod, flip the steaks, the sizzle filling the silence. Thought we could eat out here tonight. Nice weather. She sips her wine, doesn't look at me. Sure. Whatever. I grit my teeth, but keep it light. You want the ribeye or the sirloin? I got both. She shrugs, leaning against the patio table, her glass catching the fading sunlight. Does it matter? You'll pick for me anyway. I stop, tongs in hand, and look at her. What's that supposed to mean? Her lips curl, just enough to sting. Oh, come on, Mike. You always decide everything. The food, the plans, the thermostat. Don't pretend you don't. I set the tongs down, slow, deliberate, the metal clinking against the grill. I'm asking you what you want, Sarah. Right now? Pick a steak. She rolls her eyes, her voice sharp. Fine. Ribeye. Happy. I don't answer. Just plate the ribeye, the juices pooling under it, and slide it over. We eat in silence, the radio crackling with an old Springsteen tune. Halfway through, she pushes her plate away, barely touched. I'm not hungry, she says, standing. Got an early call tomorrow. Sarah, hold up. I lean back in my chair, wiping my hands on a napkin, the cloth rough against my fingers. What's going on? You've been like this for weeks. If something's wrong, say it. She pauses, one hand on the sliding door, her reflection faint in the glass. Nothing's wrong, Mike. I'm just tired. You should try it sometime. Actually working for a living. The jab lands hard. I'm a financial advisor, pulling 60-hour weeks to keep our mortgage paid and her car leased. But I don't bite. Not yet. All right. I reply, keeping my voice even. Get some rest then. She doesn't look back. The door slides shut with a soft thud, and I'm alone with the crickets and a half-eaten steak. I sit there a while, the air growing colder, the grill ticking as it cools. My phone's in my pocket, and I pull it out, call Tom, my buddy who owns a storage unit downtown. Hey man, I tell him when he picks up. Got any space opening up soon? Tom's voice is gravelly, like he's just woken up. Mike? Yeah, think I got one freeing up next month. What's up? You moving or something? Not sure yet. I answer, staring at Sarah's plate. Just thinking ahead. All right, I'll check the books tomorrow, he says. Let me know if you need it. I hang up, clear the table, and scrape the uneaten steak into the trash. The act feels final, like I'm cleaning up more than just dinner. A week later, we're at a barbecue at our neighbor's place, the Wilsons. Dave Wilson's a good guy, runs a construction business, always has a beer and a story ready. His wife, Karen, is chatty, maybe too much, but she's kind. The backyard's packed. Kids chasing each other with water guns, music blasting from a Bluetooth speaker, the smell of burgers and sunscreen thick in the air. I'm trying to enjoy it, but Sarah's been on edge all day, snapping at me over nothing. How I loaded the dishwasher, how I parked the car too close to the curb. Small stuff, but it's piling up. We're standing by the cooler, and Dave hands me a beer, the bottle sweating in the summer heat. Mike, you gotta tell me about that fishing trip you took last month. Caught anything worth bragging about? I start to answer, but Sarah cuts in, her voice sharp enough to slice through the chatter. Oh, please. He caught a sunburn and a hangover. That's about it. A few people laugh, but it's awkward. A couple of neighbors glance at each other, their smiles faltering. Dave raises an eyebrow, tries to keep it light. Sounds like a good weekend to me. I take a sip of my beer, the cold bitterness grounding me. It was better than sitting at home scrolling Instagram. Her eyes narrow, but she doesn't miss a beat. At least I don't waste my weekends pretending I'm Hemingway. Karen, standing nearby, tries to defuse it, her voice bright but strained. Okay, you two, save the roast for the comedy club. She laughs, then lowers her voice, touching Sarah's arm. Sarah, you know Mike's just proud of his fishing stories. Let him have his moment. Sarah pulls her arm away, her smile tight. Sure, Karen. Let him have his glory. The crowd shifts uncomfortably. A guy by the grill pretends to focus on flipping burgers, but I catch him glancing our way. I set my beer down on the picnic table, slow and deliberate. Sarah, if you've got something to say, just say it. No need to put on a show. She crosses her arms, smirking. What? Can't take a joke. You're so sensitive lately. Funny. I reply, my voice steady. I thought jokes were supposed to be funny. Dave clears his throat, changes the subject to the Seahawks game, and the tension eases, but only slightly. The rest of the night, Sarah's glued to her phone or talking to Karen, acting like I'm not even there. I stick around, make small talk with a few neighbors, but my mind's elsewhere. Later, as the party winds down, Dave catches me by the garage, away from the crowd. You okay, man? He asks, his voice low. That got a little rough back there. I shrug, my jaw tight. Just another day. He nods, scratching the back of his neck. Look, I know it's not my place, but you and Sarah, you guys need to talk. For real. Yeah. I answer, but I'm not sure I mean it. Hey, you got a spare room at your place? Dave's eyes widen, but he doesn't push. Yeah, man, always. Why? You need a spot. Just planning ahead. I tell him, keeping it vague. He claps my shoulder, doesn't press further, but I can tell he's worried. That night, I don't sleep in our bed. I take the guest room. When Sarah notices, she doesn't say a word. Just gives me that look, like I'm the one being unreasonable. It's a Friday, and I'm in the garage, working on my old Mustang, a '67 that's been my refuge for years. The smell of oil and metal fills the air, the only thing keeping me sane these days. Sarah's been ramping it up, ignoring me at home, making plans without telling me, dropping comments that cut deeper each time. Last night, she told me I better not embarrass her at her work gala next week. No context, just a demand, like I'm some kid who needs a leash. I'm tightening a bolt when she walks in, her heels clicking on the concrete. We need to talk, she says, arms crossed. I don't look up, my hands steady on the wrench. Go ahead. I'm listening. She sighs, like I'm already wasting her time. I'm going out with the girls tomorrow night. Don't wait up. I set the wrench down, wipe my hands on a rag, the grease smearing into the cloth. You've been out every weekend this month. What's the deal? Her laugh is sharp, like glass breaking. The deal? I need a break, Mike, from this. She waves her hand, like the garage, the car, me. Everything's just one big inconvenience. I stand, leaning against the workbench, the wood cool under my palms. A break from what exactly? Me cooking dinner? Paying the bills? Or just existing in your space? She rolls her eyes. Don't make this about you. I'm allowed to have a life. I nod, slow, letting her words hang. Sure, you've got a life, and I've got mine. So here's the deal. I'm done playing waiter. You want to go out, fine. But don't expect me to sit here warming up your leftovers. Her face hardens. What's that supposed to mean? It means I'm done chasing you, Sarah. I tell her, my voice firm. You want space? You've got it. I'm taking the weekend for myself. She laughs again, but it's nervous now. Oh, really? What? You're gonna go fishing again? Or sit in a bar with your old pals? I pick up the wrench, turn back to the car, the metal cool in my hand. You'll find out when you get back. She stands there for a second, expecting me to back down. I don't. Finally, she hurries out, muttering something about me being impossible. I don't respond. Instead, I text Tom. That storage unit's still open? He replies quick. Yours if you want it, man. Just say the word. I tell him to hold it for me. That night, I pack a bag for myself. Not everything, just enough for a few days. I leave it in the trunk of my car, the zipper's rasp echoing in the quiet garage. I'm not leaving yet, but I'm ready. Sarah doesn't notice. She's too busy planning her night out. It's Saturday morning, and I'm at the coffee shop down the street, meeting my old friend Nate. He's a lawyer, sharp as a tack, always calls it like he sees it. The place smells of roasted beans and fresh pastries, and I'm stirring my coffee, watching the steam curl. I tell Nate what's been going on. Not the whole story, just the highlights. He listens, sipping his espresso, his eyes narrowing as I talk. When I finish, he leans back, setting his cup down with a clink. Sounds like she's testing you, man. Seeing how far she can push before you push back. But you gotta ask yourself, what's your line? You can't just keep taking hits. I nod, my spoon clinking against the mug. She's about to find out. He raises an eyebrow, leaning forward. You got a plan? Because walking away's one thing, but you've got 8 years tied up in this. House, cars, memories. You sure you're ready to cut that loose? Working on it. I reply, my voice steady but heavy. But I'm done waiting for her to figure out what respect looks like. Nate nods, his eyes locked on mine. Just don't let her drag you into a game you can't win. You're better than that. When I get home, Sarah's in the living room, folding clothes into a small suitcase. She doesn't look up. I'm heading out with the girls tonight, she says, like it's a done deal. Might stay over at Jen's. I lean against the doorframe, watching her pack with quick, sharp movements. I'm tired of this dance, but I try one last time. Sounds fun. How about tomorrow? Been a while since we did something together. Maybe a drive up the coast, just us. She snorts, zipping up the suitcase, the sound harsh in the quiet room. Us? Mike, come on. I've got better company lined up. Don't strain yourself. The words hit like a brick, raw and deliberate. I clench my fist, but my face stays calm. I've been waiting for something this blatant. Something I can't ignore. I cross my arms. Better company, huh? That's real clear, Sarah. She freezes, her hand on the suitcase handle, realizing she's crossed a line. It was a joke, Mike. Goodness, you're so serious. A joke. The word breaks something in me. I'm done. I step past her, up the stairs to our bedroom, and grab her larger suitcase from the closet. The wheels scrape the hardwood as I drag it down. She follows, her voice rising. What are you doing? I don't answer. I open her dresser, start pulling out clothes, her favorite sweaters, her work blouses, the scarf she wore on our first date. I stuff them in, not neatly, just enough to fill it. She's at the door now, her eyes wide. Mike, stop it. What's wrong with you? I zip the suitcase, haul it to the front door, and set it down with a thud. Then I grab her smaller bag from the living room, toss it next to it. I pull out my phone, call a taxi, pre-booked earlier, just in case. The clock on the wall says it's been less than 2 hours since I got home. I turn to her, my voice cold, steady. Don't strain yourself, Sarah. Your company's waiting. Better hurry. She stares at the suitcases, her face paling. Honey, it was just a joke, she pleads, her voice cracking, hands reaching for me. I didn't mean it. You don't have to do this. I step back, out of reach. Karen's on the porch, holding a bag of groceries for us, her eyes wide through the open door. The taxi pulls up, its engine rumbling, the driver glancing at the house. Sarah's voice breaks. Mike, please. Let's talk. I'm sorry. You've said enough. I cut her off, pointing to the suitcases. Your ride's here. Go. She hesitates, tears streaming, then grabs the suitcases, the wheels rattling as she drags them to the driveway. Karen steps back, her mouth half open, watching Sarah stumble toward the taxi. The driver loads her bags, his face neutral but his eyes flicking to the scene. Sarah turns back, her voice a sob. Mike, don't do this. I stand in the doorway, my heart pounding but my resolve iron. You made your choice, I tell her. The taxi door slams, and it pulls away, her silhouette shrinking in the rear window. Karen's still there, her groceries forgotten, staring at me. I nod to her, turn back inside, and lock the door. The house feels bigger, quieter. Mine. Sarah's blowing up my phone for days. Texts, voicemails. I didn't mean it. You're overreacting. Let's talk. I don't respond. I'm done talking to someone who only hears herself. I'm still in the house, sleeping in our bed, my bed now. Days at the office are long, crunching numbers, landing clients. Nights are at a friend's shop, working on the Mustang, the hum of tools drowning out the noise in my head. One evening, I'm at the shop, tweaking the carburetor when Karen stops by. She's dropping off tools for Dave, her bracelets jangling as she leans against the workbench. "You're still here," she says, her voice cautious. "That scene with Sarah? Mike, I've never seen anything like it. You okay?" I keep my eyes on the carburetor, the metal cool under my fingers. Getting there. She hesitates, then lowers her voice. "Sarah came by our place, a total wreck. Staying at Jen's now, I guess." She keeps saying the company comment was a joke, that you overreacted. But I saw her face when she dragged those suitcases out. She was humiliated. She had plenty to say before. I reply, setting the wrench down. Didn't care how it landed then. Karen sighs, crossing her arms. "I know she was tough on you. I was there, saw the taxi, the neighbors peeking out their windows. She's mortified, Mike. Said work's been crushing her, and she took it out on you. Maybe she didn't know how to handle it. Stress isn't an excuse for treating me like a doormat." I tell her, wiping my hands on a rag, the grease smearing. She wanted better company? She's got it now. Karen's eyes soften, but she's conflicted. "You're right to be mad. But 8 years, Mike. That's a lot to let go. Maybe give her a chance to make it right." "Some things don't get fixed," I answer, leaning back against the workbench. "Not when someone shows you who they are." The image of her suitcases rattling down the driveway flashes in my mind. She made her choice. She nods, pats my shoulder, and leaves, her footsteps fading into the shop's hum. Later that night, I meet Nate for a beer at a quiet bar. He's heard about the taxi scene. Word travels fast. "You called a cab and kicked her out?" he asks, half grinning, half concerned. "That's cold, man. Bold, but cold. You sure you're covered legally?" "Let her try." I shrug, sipping my beer. I'm done playing her game. Nate leans forward, his lawyer voice kicking in. "Just be smart. You've got the house, the assets. If she pushes, you need a plan." But that move? I'd have done the same after that better company line. The next day, Dave stops by the house, a toolbox in hand. "Heard about Saturday," he says, setting it down. "You sticking around here? I can help change the locks if you want. Make it official." I nod, grateful. "Yeah, let's do it. This place is mine now." We spend the afternoon swapping out the locks. The click of the new deadbolt a quiet victory. Alone that night, the house feels different. Empty, but not heavy. I'm free, but it's a strange freedom, like a room stripped bare. It's a Tuesday, 2 weeks after the taxi scene. I'm at the house, grabbing some paperwork from my office desk. The place is mine now, new locks, my Mustang tools moved to the shop, my clothes spread out in the closet. Sarah shows up, her key useless against the new deadbolt. She knocks, her face pale through the window, her hair loose and messy, not the tight bun she used to wear. I open the door, and she steps in, her eyes darting to the boxes by the door, her remaining clothes, books, and trinkets, packed and ready to go. "Mike, can we talk?" she asks, her voice shaky, hands twisting together. I grab the files, my movements quick. 5 minutes, I reply, keeping my voice flat. Her voice cracks. "I messed up. I know that. I said things I didn't mean. Remember our trip to the coast? We stayed up all night, laughing, burning marshmallows. I want that back. I want our home back. Please, can we start over?" I set the files down, my chest tight with the memory, her smile in the firelight, the salt air on our skin. It's another life. Start over. I remind her, my tone hard. "You spent months telling me I'm not enough. You wanted better company. I gave you what you asked for." Her face crumples, but she pushes on, her voice rising. "It was a joke, Mike. You're blowing this out of proportion. I didn't mean it. The company comment, any of it." I laugh, short and sharp, the sound echoing in the quiet kitchen. "Joking," I cut her off. "Like when you called me a glorified accountant who can't take a hint. Real comedy gold." She steps closer, reaching for my arm, her fingers trembling. "Mike, please. I'm sorry. I was drowning at work, and I took it out on you." I'll do better. Therapy, anything. I can't lose this house, our life. You already did. I tell her, stepping back, her touch falling away. You don't get to keep the life you mocked. Karen knocks on the open door, holding a casserole dish, her face awkward. Just dropping this off, she says, but her eyes flick to the boxes, Sarah's red face. She knows. Sarah's cheeks flush deeper, her control slipping in front of her friend. Sarah grabs my sleeve, desperate. You're throwing away 8 years? Just like that. I pull free, look her dead in the eye. You threw it away. I left it there, pointing to the boxes. Take your stuff. You don't live here anymore. She sobs, grabbing a box, her hands shaking. Karen steps back, her casserole dish clutched tight, watching Sarah stumble to her car with the first box. I close the door, the lock clicking shut. I drive to the realtor's office later, a small place downtown with flickering fluorescent lights. The realtor, Greg, hands me papers to put the house up for sale. Good market, he says, tapping the forms. You sure about this? I nod, signing my name, the pen scratching against the page. Yeah, it's time. I'm staying in the house for now, but it's temporary. I'll find a new place soon, something smaller, mine alone. No echoes of her voice, no half-eaten plates, no cold shoulders. That night, I sit on the couch, crack open a beer. The silence isn't heavy anymore. It's just mine. It's been 3 months. I'm still in the house while it's on the market, but I've got a new apartment lined up, a 1-bedroom downtown, close to the office. The Mustang's running smoother than ever. I've been putting in hours at the shop, and it shows. Works good, too. I landed a big client last week, the commission enough for a vacation. Maybe I'll go fishing again. No sunburn this time. Sarah's calls have stopped. Last I heard, she's in a cheap rental downtown, a cramped studio she can barely afford. The house payments were too much without me, and she had to let it go. Dave says she's been asking about me, but I don't care. She wanted control, wanted to call the shots, wanted to make me feel small. She got none of it. The house, the comfort, the life she took for granted, it's gone, and the neighbors know it. Karen says Sarah's been quiet at socials. No more flashy Instagram posts. Just her, alone, starting over. I'm not angry anymore. I'm not sad. I'm just free. And that's more than enough. I appreciate you being here. If the story made you feel something, drop a like, share your thoughts below, and subscribe for more. Every bit of support helps me keep going and bring you new stories. Help me reach 5,000 subscribers. Support the video with a like and leave your thoughts in the comments. I read everyone. Thank you. Before we start, if you believe respect in marriage isn't negotiable, hit that like button right now. Let's see how many of us agree. The first sign wasn't loud. It was Tuesday night, late, kitchen light on, takeout containers lined up like failed plans. She slid past me at the sink, shoulder angled just enough to avoid contact. I held a plate under the faucet and tried small talk. Friday's wide open. We could drive out past the lake, walk the trail, grab a late dinner. She didn't look up. Don't turn a walk into a production. It's not a production. It's us getting out of the house. She set the sponge down and dried her hands with slow, careful strokes. You plan, I end up executing. Then you act upset when the world fails to match your outline. I asked for a walk and a meal. You asked to manage my weekend. I leaned against the counter. You've been distant for a while. I'm trying to meet you halfway. You always think it's distance. Sometimes it's me not wanting to perform. Perform what? She opened the cabinet, took a glass, then changed her mind and put it back. The role, she said, smiling, hand-holding, nodding at your stories. The whole supportive act. It's our life, not a play. Depends who's watching. I watched the faucet drip, one slow tap after another. Who's supposed to be watching us at the lake? Your reflection, she said, wiping a non-existent spot on the counter. It's your favorite audience. You've got jokes tonight. I've got clarity. I reached for the fork she'd set aside and slid it into the dishwasher. My clarity is simple. I want time with my wife without attitude. Then adjust the time or the wife. I held her stare. You really want to go there? She held it right back, dead calm. I already did. A long silence parked between us. The refrigerator hummed. A car passed outside. I set the last plate in the rack and shut the door gently. All right, I said. I'll adjust. Friday's off my list. She looked satisfied for a second and then masked it. Good. Good. I answered, not raising my voice, not pushing for a hug, not smoothing it over. I dried my hands and left the kitchen. If I'd understood where that tone was headed, I would have changed more than Friday. I would have changed the whole map, but back then I still thought a solid man with steady hands could fix a house by tightening the hinges. Wednesday, she came home late. No heads up. Shoes in the entryway, bag tossed on a chair. Long day, I asked. She toed off one heel and nudged it under the bench. Normal day. You don't have to take notes. I like to know if I'm heating dinner at 7 or 9. You like control. I like hot food. You could have eaten, she said, crossing to the sink. You don't need to wait. I wasn't waiting. I was planning to share a meal. Share your schedule. Share your expectations. Share your mood, she said, twisting the faucet open. Always sharing. Okay, I said. I hear it. I'll stop waiting on you to eat. You should stop waiting on me for more than that. I set my fork down gently. Such as, she turned the water off and leaned on the counter. Such as applause. That earned a thin smile from me. If I wanted applause, I'd buy a sign and plug it in. You already did, she said, picking up her phone. It's your face. I let that one pass. That was my first mistake that week. Not the silence itself. Silence can be strong, but the kind of silence that leaves a door open she has no business walking through. Thursday brought a small test in the form of a group text. Her friend Kelsey was throwing a casual drinks night at her place. I saw my name added, then removed, then added again. The little bubbles rolled like drumbeats. My wife finally sent me a separate message. You can come if you behave. I called instead of typing. She answered on the second ring. Behave? I asked. It's a figure of speech, she said. Don't overreact. Define it. Don't sound wounded. Don't take over the conversation. Don't get sensitive if someone teases you. Be cool. I'm always cool. You mean quiet. I mean not making it about you. I walked to the window and looked out at the street, the same cracked curb I should have fixed last fall. Here's my rule, I told her. If I'm invited as scenery, I'm a no. It's not that deep. It is for me. I'm not a prop. If they want me there, I'll come. If you want decor, pick a plant. That attitude is exactly what I meant, she said. You can be exhausting. Then I'll save you the energy. I'm skipping tonight. You go. Bring your best lines. Of course, she said, and hung up without a goodbye. I put my phone down and started clearing out the entry bench. I pulled my old keys off the hook, found a second set I hadn't used in years, and dropped them into a small tray. Belt. Work badge. Charger. I made a row of things I owned and would keep owning whether or not anyone applauded. Action beats don't have to be loud. Sometimes they're 3 items lined up on an entry table to remind a man of his spine. Around 8, I drove out to the shop to pick up a part I'd forgotten earlier. Nate, my coworker, was still there, leaning over a clipboard. You look like a guy who decided something, he said without looking up. I decided to eat when I'm hungry, I said, flipping on a work light. Small, adult decision. That time of year, he said. Storm season. Either the gutters clog or they flow. No middle. No metaphors, Nate. Fine, he said. Plain talk. You all right? I'm steady, I told him. Just shifting how I spend my evening. You want company or silence? Silence, I said. But thanks. He nodded, signed his sheet, and left. The shop settled. I pulled the box I needed and stood there a minute longer than necessary, because standing in a quiet place where everything has a purpose can reset a man faster than any long speech. That night, around 10, she came back from Kelsey's with that bright, performative cheer that always shows up when she's been center stage. How was it? I asked, keeping my voice neutral. Fun, she said, dropping her bag. People had stories, not schedules. Glad you enjoyed it. She looked at the clock and then at me. You didn't come. That says a lot. It says I don't attend events where I'm told to behave. That was a joke. Those are the jokes that aren't. God, you're stiff. I leaned on the back of a chair. I'm steady. There's a difference. She rolled her eyes. Don't start. I already started, I said. Just not with you in the room. Friday morning, I made coffee and put 2 mugs on the counter. She walked in scrolling her phone. Want one? I offered. I'm cutting back. On coffee or on me? I asked. Her thumb paused. Is this going to be the tone all day? No, I said. Only while we're honest. She put the phone down and took the mug anyway. So honest. You've been fixated on us lately. Because it's been slowly replaced with you. That's dramatic. It's arithmetic, I said. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Lately it's been 1 plus 1 equals that same 1. She sipped, made a face. Too strong. Adjust it, I said. Milk's in the fridge. Could you? No, I said. You're capable. She set the mug down a little too hard. Can you not be petty about pouring milk? I'm not being petty. I'm ending a small pattern. I don't play waiter for someone who calls my company a performance. This kitchen is open, not staffed. So now you're making house rules. I'm setting my own boundaries, I answered. They don't control you. They govern me. How convenient. If it sounds like convenience, you might be used to comfort. She laughed once, sharp. You love the sound of your lines. I like lines that hold. She took her mug, added milk herself, and stirred with slow circles. We're going to Kelsey's birthday Saturday, she said as if we hadn't just reset anything. No, you're going, I said. I'm working on the truck in the morning, meeting Nate for lunch, and taking the afternoon for myself. If I have any social energy left, I might stop by my parents. We agreed weeks ago. We didn't agree. You told me, and I didn't push back. That was my mistake. So you're canceling last minute? That makes me look bad. Your image is your project, I said. Use any of your lines to fix it. She stared like she couldn't decide whether to raise her voice or her chin. She went with the chin. You're being stubborn. I'm being final. Punishing me because I didn't clap at your lake day? I'm removing myself from rooms where I'm framed as the problem while funding the party. Funding. Time and energy, I said. You burn both and send me the bill. She picked up the mug again. You should come. It will be easier for everyone. I don't organize my life to make it easy for everyone. I organize it to keep my respect intact. Her mouth tightened. I hate when you use that word like a weapon. It's not a weapon, I said. It's a measurement. She held my eyes for a long second, then softened her face like someone flipping a dimmer. I hear you, she said, voice quiet. I've been tense. Work's been a lot. The last thing I want is to fight you. Take Saturday. Do your thing. We can regroup Sunday. A curveball. First softening. She stepped around the island and touched the edge of my sleeve with 2 fingers, light and calculated. Thanks, I said. I'll take Sunday slow if you're up for it. She nodded. I'll make pancakes, she said, smiling like a magazine cover. You love those. Pancakes are good, I said. Consistency is better. I'm trying, she said. Keep trying. She pulled her hand back and carried her mug out of the kitchen. The air felt lighter. It wasn't. It was a pause. Good men are vulnerable to pauses. We mistake them for progress. I didn't. Not anymore. I just marked the moment and went on with my day. Saturday afternoon, Nate and I ran into each other at the supply yard. He tossed a strap into his truck bed and looked at me. Change in your shoulders, he said. I changed the load, I told him. Lighter. He grinned. Simple math, man. Simple rules, I said. I'm skipping a party. Let me guess, he said. You stopped applying for the job of being tolerated in public. That's the one. Good. He pointed with his chin. What comes next? Next, I said. I stop explaining decisions that protect my peace. Good step, he said. Stop by my place if you want a beer later. Maybe, I said, keeping the day open. When I got home, she was getting ready for Kelsey's party. Hair done, dress chosen, perfume sprayed once more than necessary. She watched me drop a small duffel by the closet. What's that? She asked. Tools and a change of clothes, I said. I'm working in the garage a while. If I get greasy, I don't want to track it in. She had the bag. That looks like a weekend bag. It's a bag with a zipper, I said. Don't read fiction into luggage. She clipped on earrings. You sure you won't come? It would settle things. Things aren't a glass of water. They don't settle if you stop stirring. They settle when you stop touching the glass. I don't do riddles. I know, I said. That's why I'm speaking plain. She turned to the mirror and adjusted one earring, then centralized a necklace. If people ask where you are, tell the truth, I said. I made other plans. They'll think I can't keep my husband interested. That's not your job. It's mine. And you don't get to use my presence as proof that your theater is a home. She held my eyes in the mirror. You're so dramatic when you pull away. I'm plain when I pull away, I said. You just finally hear me. Her lips pressed. Then she switched to another register. Soft, lighter, artificial warm. All right, she said. Be with your tools. Be happy. I'll see you later. I'll bring you cake. Bring yourself, I said. Keep the cake. She left with that feigned ease people wear like a borrowed jacket. I spent 2 hours in the garage. Not because the truck needed that much work, because I did. Turning bolts to torque specs is meditation. When you do something right, it stays tight. People are looser. Evening came. She returned later than planned. Laugh still stuck to her cheekbones. She tried to slide it off when she saw me on the couch. "How was your day?" she asked. "Productive," I said. She kicked off her shoes. "People asked about you." "I'm sure. I said you were busy and that we're good." "Are we?" "We're communicating," she said. "That's good." "Talking isn't always communicating," I told her. "Sometimes it's just moving air." Her shoulders stiffened. "I can't compliment you without you turning it into a line. I can accept compliments from people who treat me like a partner." "I do. You treat me like a resource and a reputation buffer." "Wow," she said, voice flat now. "You read a quote and decided to live it." "No quotes. Just observations." She exhaled through her nose and went to shower. Another pause. Another small reset. 2 soft patches in 2 days. I marked both. Pauses always precede the swing. Sunday, we actually made pancakes. We stood side by side at the stove like any normal couple. She poured batter. I flipped when bubbles formed. For a few minutes, it felt like how strangers think marriage looks on a good day. "Maple syrup?" she asked, sliding a plate toward me. "Sure." She set the bottle down. "I meant it, you know. I don't want to fight you. I'm just tired." "We can be tired and respectful at the same time," I said. "They aren't opposites." "I know. We lost that balance." "I know," she said again, softer. "I'll do better." "I appreciate the words," I said. "I respond to patterns." "Fair." We ate. We even watched a show. She tucked her feet under her and leaned against the arm of the couch. We didn't cuddle. We didn't need to force it. The day landed neutral. I counted that as a win. That's the trap. Neutral is not a win when it follows a loss. It's a ceasefire. There's always a clause at the bottom of a ceasefire, tiny print, filed under. Until Monday morning, she paused by the door with her bag. "Can you handle the dry cleaning?" she asked. "I can handle my own," I said. "Yours is on your list." She blinked. "We always drop it together." "We used to," I said. "New week, new split." "So we're back to ledger marriage?" "I'm back to not doing chores for someone who treats me like an assistant in public. If you speak to me like a partner, I'll act like one." She opened the door and turned back. "Then tell me you'll take it today." "No," I said. "That's the point." She left. I picked up my notepad and wrote 3 lines. 1. Budget, separate. 2. Events, opt-in only. That afternoon, I opened a new checking account for my pay. I set our shared expenses on autopay from a limited, shared pod and moved the rest to my private account. Clean. Adult. Not petty. I set a calendar rule too. No obligations with her friends unless I chose them for my reasons. I didn't announce any of this with a speech. I left a printed copy of the new budget plan on the fridge, simple columns, equal amounts, no commentary. When she came home, she scanned it and looked up slowly. "You made a spreadsheet." I made a boundary. "You're turning our house into a business." "No," I said. "I'm giving our house a chance to feel like a place where both people pull their weight without sarcasm." "You think you're so noble." "I think I'm done handing out blank checks for disrespect." She laughed without humor. "Write a book. Live a life," I said. She shook her head and walked past me. An hour later, she came back from the bedroom with a new face on. Bright, concerned, sweet. She touched my shoulder. "I overreacted," she said. "The chart is fair. I just felt blindsided." "You weren't blindsided," I said. "I've been saying the same thing all week. I just put numbers next to it." "I know," she said. "I'm sorry." "Thank you." She sat beside me. "Can we have dinner together tonight?" "No agenda. Just us." "Sure," I said. "Let's keep it simple." We ate. We talked about neutral topics. She laughed at something I said. It almost felt right. Second softening completed. That's usually the last warm front before the storm. Tuesday night, Kelsey hosted another gathering. A small one this time. Just 4 people from their circle. I didn't plan to go. Then I decided to make a point in public without making a scene. A public boundary is a clean tool if you treat it like a level, not a hammer. I arrived exactly on time, brought a basic dessert, and set it on the counter. My wife was surprised to see me. "Look who's behaving," she said, immediately performing for her friend. I kept my smile small. Look who invited me, without conditions. Kelsey jumped in with a grin. We're all friends here. No conditions. Just fun. Fun's good, I said. So is being decent. We ate. We talked. I stayed light. I took my time answering questions and didn't tell long stories. My wife watched me like a ref looking for fouls. Toward the end, Kelsey mentioned a weekend trip she was planning. You guys should come, Kelsey said. It'll be nice. Air, grill, games. No pressure. I opened my mouth to decline, but my wife jumped in. We'll see, she said. Depends if he can keep things light and not make it about the respect project. Kelsey laughed out of reflex and then looked uneasy. The room tightened. I sipped water. We don't need to perform conflicts, I said calmly. Not here. My wife smirked at the table. He loves a thesis. I set my glass down gently. We all have our hobbies. Mine is holding a line. Kelsey checked her phone like she wanted to disappear into it. Her boyfriend studied his plate. My wife made a show of easing off. Kidding, she said. Calm down. I'm calm, I said. I'm just not a prop. No one called you a prop. You did last week. Different words, same idea. I heard it. That's not what I raised a hand a half inch. We don't need to relitigate it here. I'm saying one thing for the room. If jokes land on my back, I leave. No hard feelings. I just leave. Wow, she said, half laugh, half dare. Clear and adult, I said. Carry on. I finished my water, thanked Kelsey for the dessert, and went to the door. I didn't slam anything. I didn't make speeches. I made space. On the way home, my phone buzzed with a message from Kelsey. Sorry. That got awkward. I replied, we're fine. Appreciate the invite. Kelsey sent back, you were right to set the line. A small witness changes a lot. I got home before my wife. When she walked in, I was cleaning the counter. You embarrassed me, she said. No, I said. I prevented you from using me to amuse your friend group. You left. I promised I would if the jokes returned. I kept my word. You're punishing me socially. I'm protecting myself socially. You're impossible. I'm consistent. She threw her coat on a chair. This is why I don't want to play close with you. Everything is rules. Everything is gravity, too, I said. You can pretend it's optional, but the floor will remind you. Wednesday evening, the temperature dropped behind her eyes. She didn't talk. No, how was your day? No, what's for dinner? The house went silent in that heavy way that makes even clocks tick louder. I made a sandwich and ate it standing up at the counter. She scrolled her phone on the couch. At 9, I walked over and stood between her and the screen. I'm talking now, I said, short and clear. She sighed loudly and locked the phone like a teenager. What? 2 things. 1, I'm not going to be your joke in any room. 2, if you want a partner, you talk to me, not at me. You're so dramatic, she said. It's a sandwich. It's a text. It's a joke. Everything becomes this symposium. It becomes a decision, I said. Yours and then mine. She looked bored on purpose. Go on then. Decide. I already did, I said. We are separate on budget, calendar, and events. Next step, if this tone stays, we'll be separate on address. I won't announce it twice. She sat up a little. You're threatening to leave? I'm promising to leave a climate that corrodes me. So yes. Call it what you like. I call it sizing the beam correctly. Save your handyman poetry. That's not poetry. It's load-bearing. She rolled her eyes so hard it could have warned ships. Are we done? I am, I said. You'll let me know if you want to return to plain partnership. She leaned back again. Phone already unlocking. I'll let you know if I want to watch another one-man show. I left the room. I didn't slam the door. I didn't even close it. Thursday morning, I woke before dawn and went for a long drive along the river road. No music, just tires on pavement and the kind of quiet that lets a man hear the tone he's become used to. When I got back, I moved 2 more boxes from the closet to the garage, winter gear and spare parts. I wasn't leaving. I was practicing leaving. There's a difference. She came out in a robe, eyebrows lifting when she saw the boxes. Really? Organizing, I said. She poked one boot with her toe. Spare parts for what? Your dramatic exit. For a life that's mine to run. She shook her head. You've made a hobby of pretending you're above emotion. I'm full of emotion, I said. I just don't let it drive. I can tell, she said dryly. You've turned into a program. You've turned into a critic with a permanent seat, I said. We can trade back. You get a seat at my table when you act like you want to eat with me. Are you done? Not yet, I said. There's one more thing. She looked like she regretted asking. What? If you push, I'll go. If you pull, I'll separate. Either way, I'm not staying in fog. She laughed once. Fog. You rehearsed that. No, I said. I wrote it on the way home in my head and decided it was accurate. She poured cereal into a bowl like she was punishing the box. You're not moving out. Stop. Nothing to stop, I said. It's all motion now. Friday, the day the line finally snapped. Work ran late. I texted at 6, running an hour behind. Want me to pick up dinner? No reply. I called at 7. Straight to voicemail. I picked up groceries anyway. Plain stuff, nothing fancy. When I got home, the living room lamp was on and the rest of the house was dark. She was on the couch, legs tucked under her, watching something on her laptop with headphones on. The air felt cool and staged. I set the bag on the counter, took a breath that didn't ask for anything, and walked over. She didn't look up. I waited until the scene on her screen ended. No rush, no begging attention. When she lifted the headphones to adjust them, I leaned down to hug her, calm and simple, the kind of solid contact that says, we, without any pretty words. She put a hand on my chest and pushed back, not hard, not soft, just enough to make the point. Her eyes locked on mine with that flat, measured look she saves for lines she's rehearsed in the mirror. Do you really think you've earned that after your behavior? The volume on the word, earned, wasn't loud. It was precise. It wasn't about the hug. It was about the frame. I didn't argue. I didn't ask what my behavior meant. I didn't negotiate for a different version of me in a different room. I straightened up, nodded once, and stepped back. Got it. She slid the headphones on like we'd concluded a meeting. I went to the bedroom. I took the small black duffel from the closet, the one she'd mocked 2 days earlier. I folded shirts, socks, 2 pairs of jeans. I added a notebook, a pen, my toothbrush, a phone charger, and the coin my father gave me when I got my first real job. I didn't pack to run. I packed to be honest. In the kitchen, I tore a page from the notepad by the phone and wrote 5 words. I didn't add a lecture. I didn't underline anything. I put the note on the table where the light hit it clean. Earn my return. I set my house key on top of the paper, not because I was done forever, but because I was done proving I belonged in a room I paid for with a straight back and steady work. She didn't look up when I walked to the door. She didn't ask where I was going. She probably thought I'd cool off in the garage and come back to apologize for being made of lines. I drove to my parents' place on the south side. The road was clear. The old elm by their mailbox looked the same way it had when I was a kid, patient. I parked, grabbed the bag, and knocked even though I had a key. Dad opened the door before the second knock. He took one look at the bag, then at my face, and moved aside. Coffee or water? He asked. Water. He poured it without a speech, handed me the glass, and waited. Mom was out of town visiting my aunt. The house smelled like old wood and something simple in the oven. Bad? He asked. Done, I said. He nodded. You moving out for good? I'm moving out of a tone, I said. Where I land is up to both of us. But I'm done begging for normal. He sat at the table and motioned to the chair across. I could say a lot. I won't. I'll say a little. You don't need to be right. You need to be proud of the man who brushes his teeth in the morning. I am, I said. Then you're on track, he said. We've got the spare room made up. Sheets are clean. Shower's hot. Thanks. He tapped the table once. You tell her anything? I left a note. She'll call. I'm sure. You picking up? Not tonight. He nodded again. Eat something. Then sleep. I ate. Then I slept like someone who put something heavy down. Morning brought messages. 5 missed calls. 3 texts. The first, where are you? Second, seriously? Third, this is childish. Fourth, we need to talk. Fifth, come home. I put the phone face down and joined Dad for eggs and toast. He didn't ask to see the messages. That alone lowered my blood pressure. At 9, I sent one reply. I'm at my parents'. I'll talk Sunday at 3. If you want to talk sooner, text in one message what you want to say. I'm not doing circles. She wrote back. So now I have to schedule a conversation with you like I'm an employee? I didn't respond. A minute later, fine. 3. Then, bring the key. I wrote. It's on the table. Dad and I ran a couple of errands. I grabbed a few more clothes from a store near their place. Back at the house, I called the landlord. Not to cause trouble, not to escalate, just to let him know I'd be transferring my half of the auto pays to the shared expense account we'd set up. Clean lines prevent chaos later. Adult. No noise. At 2:55, I drove back to the house. I didn't let my stomach get involved. I walked in, saw her standing in the kitchen with her arms folded hard enough to impress herself, and set my phone on the counter where I could see the time. 3 o'clock, I said. You made a scene. No scene, I said. I left after a sentence that told me exactly where I stand. You walked out because I asked if you earned a hug. You answered a hug with a ledger, I said. I'm not a loyalty program. That line took you all night. It took me 5 seconds and the rest of the night to act on it. She snapped back. You're punishing me. I'm showing you what happens when the meter flips from respect to scorekeeping. I'm not staying in a house where basic closeness gets treated like a merit badge. She opened her hands like she was presenting the evidence. Do you have any idea how you've behaved for months? The lectures? The lines? The constant tone? Yes, I said. I have an exact idea. I measured it. I carried my weight. I asked for normal. You handed me conditions. You made a sport of public digs and then called me dramatic when I refused to be the target. Last night you made what should be the simplest contact into a test I had to pass. You act like you're blameless. I act like I'm done performing. She took a breath that tried to be steady and wasn't. You left a note like you're the judge here. I left a note that tells the truth of how I'm living, I said. Earn my return. Not with theater. With respect that doesn't depend on an audience. You love that word. It's the only one I won't compromise. So what? You move back in if I memorize your rules. You talk to me like a partner. You stop using me as a punchline. You stop turning goodwill into currency, and you'll find me in the same room again. Not because you passed, because the room makes sense. And if I don't, then enjoy the quiet, I said. She stared, waiting for me to blink first. I didn't. She tried a new tactic, warmth again. Heavier this time, like syrup on cold pancakes. I'm sorry, she said. I am. I miss us. This has been off. I want to fix it. I believe you want to feel better today, I said. I don't believe you've changed. You're impossible, she whispered. You want me to be perfect. I want you to be decent without a witness. You're cruel. I'm clear. She leaned on the island and rubbed her forehead like she was tired of holding it together. So what now? Now, I said, we take a month. We live separate. We each cover our half like adults. We stop performing at parties. We meet once a week, 1 hour, public place, neutral conversation. If your tone changes and stays changed, I'll consider moving back. If not, I won't. She scoffed. You're putting our marriage on a timesheet. I'm taking it off the stage. She picked up her phone and put it down and picked it up again. And if I say no? You don't have to say anything, I said. I'll handle my life either way. Of course you will, she said. That's what you love about yourself. I love living with my own respect, I said. I'd love living with yours too. But I don't rent it by the night. Her eyes went wet. Not a flood, not a trickle, just a guarded shine. I want you home. I want to be home, I said. Not in a house where a hug is a test. The clock hit 4. I picked up my phone. She swallowed. You're leaving again. For now, I said. If you change the atmosphere, you'll see me without being warned. Don't do this, she said, softer. I already did, I said. I walked to the door. She didn't follow. Weeks don't heal people. Choices do. I kept mine simple. I stayed at my parents' place. I got up early, worked hard, kept my head clean. I met her once a week in a quiet diner, sat across from the person I'd promised my life to, and listened. The first week, she was reasonable. The second, she was kind. The third, she was sweet in a way that used to melt me. Touches on the forearm, stories from when we were good, old jokes retold like talismans. I smiled, stayed steady, answered when questions were real, and ignored any bait. Every time she angled toward scorekeeping, I looked at the salt shaker instead of arguing. Every time I felt the old urge to fix for both of us, I counted to 10 and let silence do work instead of my voice. Meanwhile, I shifted my life into lines I owned. I moved my clothes to my parents' house. I set an end date for the shared lease. Clean, agreed in writing, not an ambush. I divided the last of our bills evenly and sent her a plain summary. Here's what I cover. Here's what you cover. If you need an extension, tell me once and in exact numbers. She never asked for one. Pride can be useful. It can also be fatal to a pattern. At the fourth meeting, in that same diner, she tried a new tone, sincere, low, almost a whisper. I was harsh, she said. I thought pushing would make you try harder. I thought teasing would make you tougher. I thought keeping score would make me safe. It made us strangers, I said. I know, she said. I want to stop. I want normal closeness again. Closeness without a ledger, I said. Yes, she said. No ledger. Then you'll never say the earned line again. Not to me. Not to anyone. She nodded, eyes on the table. I won't. I believed she believed herself. I did not believe the pattern was gone. People don't change because they make mouth promises over coffee. They change when they stop enjoying the benefits of their worst habits. 2 days later, she sent me a photo of the kitchen table back home. The note I'd left, earn my return, was still there, flattened under a small glass paperweight. Her text, I read it every morning. I replied, then read it for meaning, not as a romantic quote. Her dots blinked. I get it. We'll see, I wrote. The test arrived by itself. Saturday night, her circle held another small get-together. She invited me, no conditions this time. I accepted on purpose. You don't check the strength of a beam by staring at it. You walk under it and see if the roof holds. We arrived together. I brought a bottle of sparkling water and left it on the counter. People made small talk. My wife was bright and warm, offering snacks, touching elbows, laughing at someone's story without trying to outshine it. She left me to talk to Kelsey's boyfriend about fishing. Good signs. Halfway through, a guy none of us knew well, friend of a friend, made a lazy joke about husbands. That kind of joke. The room waited to see which way my wife would smile. She glanced at me and then at the guy and said, he's steady. Don't confuse steady with simple. That line didn't flatter me. It respected me. It also told me she understood the difference. The roof didn't creak. On the way home, in the car, she stayed careful. Thanks for coming, she said. Thanks for respecting me publicly, I said. That shouldn't be an achievement, she said. It shouldn't, but I'm counting it anyway. We drove in quiet. The good kind. Outside our house. She looked at the front steps like they were a hill. Do you want to come in? She asked. Not yet, I said. I'm not crossing the threshold because of one decent night. I need a season of decent nights. I can be decent for a lifetime, she said. 6 weeks first, I said. Then we'll see. Deal, she said. We shook on it like two people who meant it. 6 weeks passed. No scorekeeping. No public digs. No conditions attached to closeness. The earned word never left her mouth again. She did slip once, small, at the sink, when she started to say, if you just, and then stopped herself and changed it to, could we? That tiny edit meant more than any apology. I moved back in quietly, not with a parade. I carried my bag in. I set it down. I put my shirts in the drawer I'd emptied months before. The note was still on the table, under the glass weight. I lifted the glass and looked at the ink. I didn't move the paper. I wanted it there. Not as a threat. As a principle. That night, we sat on the couch with the lamp on. No television, just air. She leaned closer. I didn't reach for her first. I didn't ask if I'd earned anything. I didn't hand out a report card. I just let us sit. I want to say something, she said after a while. Go ahead. I thought rules were a prison, she said. Turns out they're a map. Maps don't force anyone to drive, I said. They just show you where the cliffs are. I drove toward one, she said. You pulled the wheel. I let go of the wheel, I said. I stepped out. You pulled it. She nodded. Either way, I see it. Another week passed. Then another. We were careful, and then less careful. We were two people who stopped using each other as props and started asking each other direct questions without preloaded answers. We cut our circle down to people who didn't clap at cruelty. We used our kitchen for food and not for fights. You want a big cinematic ending? There isn't one. There's the lamplight and the notes still on the table and the quiet knowledge that if that sentence ever stops being honored, I'm out the door without a speech. Not as punishment, as alignment. That's the difference between leaving and quitting. One is cowardice. The other is clarity. I tell you this like I'd tell a friend across the table with the ice melting in our glasses. I didn't win by saying the sharpest line. I won by refusing to live in a house where lines were sharper than kindness. I didn't demand to be adored. I demanded we not keep score. And when she pushed me away with a ledger in her mouth, I put my hands in my pockets, picked up my bag, and left a 5-word truth under a lamp. Earn my return. She did. And if she ever stops, I won't. I appreciate you being here. If the story made you feel something, drop a like, share your thoughts below, and subscribe for more. Every bit of support helps me keep going and bring you new stories. Help me reach 5,000 subscribers. Support the video with a like and leave your thoughts in the comments. I read everyone. Thank you. Before we start, if you believe respect in marriage isn't negotiable, hit that like button right now. Let's see how many of us agree. I'm sprawled on the leather couch in our living room, the one Sarah picked because it made a statement. Cost more than my first car, but sure, it's a statement. It's Friday night in our suburban Chicago home. Manicured lawn, mailbox screaming middle-class pride. I'm holding a beer, the bottle sweating in my hand, staring at a TV that's been off for an hour. Sarah's in the kitchen, her face lit up by her phone, fingers flying like she's negotiating world peace. I try something simple. Hey, Sarah, you want to hit that Italian place tomorrow? Been a while. Nothing. Just the tap-tap of her phone. I lean forward, elbows on my knees. Sarah, dinner. Tomorrow. You in or what? She doesn't look up. She mutters, like I'm a radio ad she's tuning out. I set the bottle down, the glass clinking on the coffee table. You gonna answer me? Or is that phone your new husband? She sighs, loud and deliberate, and puts the phone down like it's a favor. Her eyes meet mine, cold, like I'm a coworker who forgot to file a report. Mark, don't yell. I heard you the first time. Yell. I raise an eyebrow. I'm talking. You're the one treating me like I'm not here. She rolls her eyes, grabs her phone again. I'm busy. Can we do this later? It's not a question. It's a dismissal. I take a swig, the beer sharp and cold. This isn't new. For months, Sarah's been like this. Short answers, cold shoulders, acting like I'm some guy she's stuck with, not her husband of 12 years. I've tried everything. Date nights, flowers, doing the dishes before she asks. Nothing lands. She's checked out, and I'm starting to wonder why I'm still trying. If I'd known that night how bad this was going to get, I'd have packed a bag and saved myself a year of this mess. The next weekend, we're at a barbecue at Tom and Lisa's across the street. They're solid neighbors, extra burgers, cold drinks, the kind of people who don't make you feel like you owe them. The backyard's alive, kids running wild, classic rock humming from a speaker, charcoal smoke thick in the air. I'm by the grill with Tom, a wiry guy in a Cubs cap who keeps things light. We're flipping burgers, talking about the Sox's losing streak, when Sarah calls me over. She's with Lisa and a couple of their friends, wine glasses in hand, laughing like they're in on a secret. Mark, come here. Sarah's voice is bright, but there's a razor in it. Tell them that story from work. You know, the one about your coworker's presentation. So funny. I pause, spatula in hand. The story's nothing. Jeff at the office botched a PowerPoint, mixed up slides, tanked a client pitch. I told Sarah last week, thought she'd laugh. Her smile's too sharp now, like she's setting a trap. I shrug and walk over. All right, so Jeff's giving this pitch to a big client, right? Halfway through, his slides are all wrong. He's sweating, clicking like a madman. Sarah cuts me off, her laugh louder than it needs to be. Oh my God, Mark, no? That was so awkward. You should have just stayed quiet. She waves her hand, like she's swatting a fly, and turns to Lisa. He's always trying to be the funny guy. It's painful. The group laughs, but it's uneasy. Lisa sips her wine, avoiding my eyes. A woman in a sundress, Claire, I think, smirks and adds, yeah, some guys should stick to their day jobs. Lisa shifts, uncomfortable, and mutters, Sarah, come on, it wasn't that bad. The group goes quiet, unsure where to land. Tom, back at the grill, shoots me a look, you good? My neck's hot, not from the grill. I could play it off, be the good sport, but I'm done swallowing her jabs. I set my beer on the picnic table, slow and deliberate. Awkward's when you're stuck with a wife who thinks she's the only one allowed to talk. I say, loud enough for the group to hear. Sarah's smile freezes, her wine glass stuck midair. Lisa stares into her drink like it's a crystal ball. Claire's smirk vanishes, her eyes darting to Sarah. I don't wait for a comeback. I walk back to the grill, grab the spatula, flip a burger. Tom leans in, muttering, man, that was a shot. He's grinning, but his eyes say he's watching my back. That night, Sarah's silent, glaring from across the kitchen, arms crossed, phone forgotten. I don't care. I'm done eating her bait. But if I'd known what she'd pull next, I'd have called a lawyer that night and saved myself a month of this mess. Monday, I'm at the office, a mid-sized accounting firm where I've been grinding for years. My desk's a war zone, spreadsheets, coffee cups, a stapler jammed since 2019. Dave, my coworker, swings by, leaning on the cubicle wall. Big guy, loud laugh. Always yapping about fishing or his kids' soccer games. Word about the barbecue spread, small town, people talk. Man, Sarah tore into you at Tom's, he says, shaking his head. That was rough. You okay? I tap a pen on the desk, leaning back. She's been pulling that for months. I'm done letting it slide. Dave scratches his beard, nods. My ex used to do that, make me the punchline. Gets old fast. You talked to her yet? I tossed the pen down. Tried. It's like talking to a brick wall that texts back. He chuckles, no judgment. Been there. You need to vent, I'm around. Or, a beer at Murphy's. I nod, appreciating it. Might take you up on that. That evening, I'm home before Sarah. She's at her book club, some obsession where she pretends to read novels. I'd bet she schemes. I'm in the garage, working on my '67 Chevy Impala, the one thing in this house that's mine. Springsteen's on the radio, low and gritty. Sarah walks in, heels clicking on the concrete, arms crossed, eyes narrowed like she's about to deliver a verdict. Mike's there too, dropping off a torque wrench I borrowed. He's a contractor, broad-shouldered, the kind of guy who says what he thinks and doesn't linger. You embarrassed me at the barbecue, Sarah says, her voice sharp. In front of everyone. What was that, Mark? I wiped my hands on a rag, not looking up. You embarrassed yourself, Sarah. I just called it like I saw it. She scoffs, stepping closer. Oh, please. You can't take a joke. You're so sensitive. I set the rag down, turned to face her. A joke's when two people laugh. You were the only one smiling. Her jaw tightens. You don't get to talk to me like that. You made me look like an idiot in front of my friends. Lisa's still texting me about it. Mike glances up from the workbench, raising an eyebrow but staying quiet. I hold Sarah's gaze. Then stop acting like I'm your punching bag. I'm not here for your entertainment. She shifts, her tone softening, like she's flipping a switch. Mark, come on. I didn't mean it like that. I thought we were having fun. You used to laugh with me. Her voice drops, almost pleading, but her eyes are calculating. I lean against the Chevy. Fun's a two-way street, Sarah. You're driving solo. Mike clears his throat, setting the wrench down. I'm gonna head out. You need me, Mark? You know where to find me. He nods, giving Sarah a quick glance before leaving. She doesn't respond, just spins and walks out, the door slamming behind her. I go back to the Chevy, tightening a bolt. I'm done reacting. I call Mike later, tell him I might need his spare room soon. It's yours, he says, no questions. I also book a spot at a car show next weekend, no discussion with Sarah. If she wants to play games, I'm setting my own rules. A week later, we're supposed to have dinner with Sarah's parents. It's a monthly ritual, 2-hour drive to their place in the suburbs, where her mom, Diane, picks apart my job, my car, the way I hold a fork. Sarah either piles on or sits there, letting it happen. I've always gone, played the good son-in-law. Not this time. That morning, I'm in the kitchen, pouring coffee, when Sarah brings it up. You ready for tonight? She asks, stirring cream into her mug. Mom's making that roast you like. I take a sip, leaning against the counter. I'm not going. Her spoon freezes mid-stir. What do you mean, you're not going? I've got plans, I say, setting the mug down. You can handle it. Her eyes narrow. Mug clinking hard on the counter. Plans? What plans? You know how important this is to my parents. I shrug, grabbing my keys. I'm sure you'll explain it fine. Tell them I'm busy. Her face reddens. You're doing this to punish me, aren't you? Because of the barbecue? That's petty, Mark. I turn, voice steady. I'm doing this because I'm tired of your mom grilling me while you act like it's normal. I'm not your prop, Sarah. I'm done. You're being ridiculous, she snaps. It's one dinner. One night. Then go. I say, heading for the door. I'm not stopping you. She stares, waiting for me to cave. I don't. I spend the day in the garage, the Chevy's engine spread out on a tarp, Springsteen on the radio. It feels good, like I'm carving out space she can't touch. Sarah leaves for her parents without a word. When she gets back that night, she's different. Not icy, but soft, almost careful. She walks into the garage, holding a glass of wine, her voice quieter than usual. "Hey," she says, leaning against the workbench. "I'm sorry about earlier. I know Mom can be tough. I should have stood up for you more. You okay?" I pause, wrench in hand. For a second, I almost buy it. Her tone's gentle, like she's trying to bridge the gap. But I know her. This isn't change, it's a pivot. "I'm fine," I say, turning back to the engine. "You don't need to check on me." She lingers, sipping her wine. I don't want us fighting like this. Can we talk tomorrow? Maybe plan a night out, just us?" I miss that. I keep my eyes on the Chevy. "I'm not fighting, Sarah. I'm just done playing along. No more plans until we're on the same page." Her smile tightens, but she nods. "Okay, I hear you. Let's work on it." She steps closer, her hand grazing my shoulder. I step back, picking up a socket. She stands there a moment, then walks out, the door closing softly. I get a text from Lisa later. "Diane was pissed you skipped dinner." Sarah made excuses, but it was awkward. I don't reply. Sarah's softening is a tactic, and I'm not biting. I book a solo fishing trip with Dave for next weekend. No discussion. My time, my rules. Things get worse over the next month. Sarah's done pretending to care. She ignores me when I talk, walks out mid-sentence, or buries her face in her phone. Last week, she forgot to tell me about a dinner with her work friends. I sat at home, waiting like a chump, until she texted at 9 p.m., "Out with the girls." Don't wait up. When I called her on it, she shrugged. "You wouldn't have enjoyed it anyway." Like she gets to decide what I'd like. I start moving. I open a separate bank account, shift some savings, keep it quiet. No announcement, no drama, just done. I stop asking about her plans, stop trying to sync our schedules. If she wants to play solo, I'm not chasing her. I spend more time in the garage or grabbing beers with Dave and Mike at Murphy's, a dive bar near the office. Mike's blunt, calls things as he sees them. Dave's been through a divorce, doesn't sugarcoat it. "You're doing the right thing," Dave says one night, cracking a bottle. "Once they start treating you like furniture, it's over." Mike leans in, setting his beer down. "She's testing you, man. Push back, or she'll walk all over you." I stare at the bar's neon sign. "I'm not furniture." "Damn straight," Dave says, raising his bottle. "To not being furniture." I clink my bottle against theirs, but I'm already planning. I confirm Mike's spare room is open. I pack a duffel, clothes, tools, a few books, and stash it in the Chevy's trunk. Small moves, no theatrics. Just setting the board. A few days later, I'm moving more stuff to Mike's. I'm in the garage, boxing up wrenches, when Sarah walks in with Mike, who's helping me load a toolbox. She's all smiles, carrying a plate of cookies like she's auditioning for a baking show. Her voice is syrupy, eyes wide, like she's selling something. "Hey, I made these for you," she says, setting the plate on the workbench. "I know you've been stressed, Mark. I thought, maybe we could take a weekend, just us? Get away, reset." I stop, socket wrench in hand. For a second, I'm thrown. She hasn't been this warm in years. Her hand brushes my arm, and I almost believe she means it. Almost. But I see the play. I've just pulled my tools, my books, half my life out of her reach. She's scrambling. "Thanks for the cookies," I say, setting the wrench down. "But I'm good. Got plans." Her smile wavers. "Plans? What's going on, Mark? You're acting distant." I look at her, steady. "I'm matching your energy, Sarah. You've been distant for months." Mike shifts, leaning against the workbench. "He's got a life, Sarah. Let him live it." His tone's light, but it lands. Sarah's eyes flicker to him, then back to me. She opens her mouth, closes it, grabs the plate, and walks out. The door clicks shut. Mike shakes his head. "She's trying too hard, man. Watch her back." I nod, boxing up another wrench. She's not winning me back with cookies and fake concern. I'm already gone. Sarah doubles down over the next few weeks. She stops ignoring me and starts pushing. One night, she forgets to tell me about a neighborhood block party until an hour before. "You can still come," she says, like it's a favor. I don't go? I drive to a car show an hour away, spend the day talking engines with guys who don't care about drama. When I get back, Sarah's in the kitchen, arms crossed, fuming. Tom's there, dropping off a cooler he borrowed. He must have been at the party. "You ditched me," Sarah says, her voice sharp. "Everyone was asking where you were. Do you know how that looked?" I pour a coffee, not looking at her. I'm sure you handled it. You're good at talking. Her voice rises. What's wrong with you? You're acting like a child. People noticed, Mark. They're talking. Tom sets the cooler down, glancing between us. Yeah, folks were wondering where you were, Mark. Sarah said you were sick or something. Didn't sound right. I sip my coffee, turn to Sarah. Sick, huh? A child would have shown up to get laughed at again. I'm done with your stage. She glares, her face reddening. You're making this harder than it needs to be. Why can't you just show up for once? I set the mug down. Because I'm not your prop, Sarah. I've got better things to do. I look at Tom. Thanks for the cooler. I'm heading out this weekend, fishing with Dave. You in? Tom nods, catching my drift. Yeah, man, count me in. Sarah storms off, slamming the bedroom door. I call Jim, the lawyer, tell him to push the paperwork. I also find a condo near the office. 1 bedroom, small balcony, close enough to walk to work. I put in an offer, no word to Sarah. She doesn't need to know. The real kicker comes at a work event, a charity gala at a downtown hotel. Black tie, chandeliers, the kind of place where my suit feels borrowed. I'm there because the firm expects it, trying to impress big clients. Sarah's in a red dress, working the room like she's campaigning, chatting up my boss, Greg, a guy who cares about numbers, not chit-chat. I'm across the room with Dave and his wife, Karen, a quiet high school teacher. We're talking about her school's football team, Dave's latest fishing trip, when Sarah waves me over. Mark, tell Greg about that project you're working on, she says, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. You know, the one you've been slaving over? I know the trap. I nod to Greg. New client account. I start, keeping it tight. Big retailer, messy books, but we're streamlining their tax structure. Sarah cuts in, laughing, her hand on Greg's arm. Oh, honey, don't bore him with the details. It's just spreadsheets and coffee stains, right? Greg raises an eyebrow, glancing at me. Actually, I'd like to hear this. Sounds like a tough account. Karen shifts, muttering. That's not fair, Sarah. Dave snorts, leaning back. Yeah, let the man talk. The room shrinks, eyes on me. I could let it slide, keep the peace. But I'm done. I turn to Sarah, voice calm but clear, carrying across the group. If it's so boring, Sarah, why don't you tell Greg what you do all day? Oh, wait, you don't actually do anything. The air stills. Sarah's smile drops, her hand falling from Greg's arm. Greg clears his throat. I'm gonna grab a drink. Good work, Mark. He walks off. Karen stares at the floor, whispering to Dave. That was harsh. Dave nods at me, like, finally. I head to the bar, order a whiskey, and let Sarah deal with the silence she made. The next morning, I'm at a diner with Jim, the lawyer Mike recommended. Gray hair, desk piled with legal pads and coffee mugs. I lay it out, Sarah's coldness, her public jabs, the gala. He listens, pin scratching. You want to move forward? He asks, looking up. Yeah, I say, leaning back. I'm done. He walks me through it. Division of assets, no fault divorce. No kids, so it's cleaner. The house is in both our names, but I've got enough saved to walk away. I tell him to start the paperwork, make it quick. He nods, says he'll have drafts by next week. When I get home, Sarah's on the couch, arms crossed, her face a mix of anger and panic. She knows something's up. Where were you? She asks, voice sharp. Out, I say, hanging my jacket. She stands, stepping closer. Mark, we need to talk. You can't just humiliate me at your work event and act like nothing happened. I turn, voice flat. I'm not the one humiliating anyone, Sarah. You've been doing that for years. I'm done playing along. Her eyes widen, and she shifts, voice softening. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I was stressed. Can we just talk about this? I don't want to lose us. I grab a glass, fill it with water. Nothing to talk about. You've had your say. Now it's my turn. She follows me to the kitchen, tone sharper. What's that supposed to mean? You're just gonna walk away? After everything we've built? I set the glass down, look her in the eye. You didn't build anything, Sarah. You tore it down. I'm not sticking around to watch you finish. Sarah's desperate now. A week later, I'm at a car show, showing off the Chevy. I've moved most of my stuff to Mike's, and Sarah knows it. She shows up, all smiles, carrying a coffee like it's a peace offering. She's dressed nicer than usual, her voice warm, almost flirty. Hey, Mark, this is amazing, she says, gesturing to the Chevy. I didn't realize how much work you put into this. I'm proud of you. The crowd's buzzing, but I feel the act. She's never cared about the Chevy before. A guy nearby, a car enthusiast named Steve, overhears and nods. Nice ride, man. Your wife's got good taste. I almost laugh. Sarah's playing to the crowd, trying to pull me back. For a second, I soften. She looks like the woman I married. But I know better. Thanks, I say, sipping the coffee she brought. But I'm good here. You don't need to play cheerleader. Her smile falters. I'm not playing, Mark. I want to support you. Can't we try again? I set the coffee down, look her in the eye. Support's earned, Sarah. You're a little late. Steve glances over, sensing the tension, but stays quiet. Sarah's face tightens, and she leaves without a word. I go back to talking shop with Steve. Her act's crumbling, and I'm not catching the pieces. The final straw comes at a dinner with her work friends, marketing types who laugh too loud at their own jokes. Sarah insists I come, says it's important for us. I go, against my gut, hoping there's something left to save. We're at a trendy downtown restaurant. Exposed brick, overpriced cocktails. I'm next to Sarah, across from her co-worker Jen, a loud woman with a fake laugh, and her husband, Paul, a quiet guy who looks like he'd rather be home. Sarah's in her element, tossing her hair, spinning tales about her latest campaign. Jen asks about our weekend plans. I start to answer, something about taking the Chevy for a drive, when Sarah cuts in. Oh, Mark's always tinkering with that old car, she says, laughing, waving her hand. It's his little hobby. Keeps him out of trouble. Jen laughs, too loud. Paul sips his drink, eyes down. I could let it go. Yeah, it's a hobby, I say, leaning back. Better than spending all day on my phone, pretending I'm busy. Sarah's laugh falters, but she recovers. Oh, come on, Mark, don't be so serious. Tell them that story from work. You know, the one you thought was so funny. I know the setup. She's done this before, teeing me up to knock me down. I play along to see how far she'll go. All right, I say, keeping it light. So, Jeff's giving this presentation, gets his slides mixed up, starts panicking. Sarah cuts in, her laugh like a blade. Oh my God, Mark, that was so awkward. You should have just stayed quiet. She turns to Jen, rolling her eyes. He's always trying to be the funny guy. It's painful. The table goes silent. Jen tries to recover, laughing nervously. Oh, come on, it's not that bad. Paul mutters, rough night, his eyes flicking to me. I feel the heat, but it's not embarrassment, it's clarity. I'm done. I set my napkin down, slow and deliberate. Awkward's when you're stuck with a wife who thinks she's the only one allowed to talk. I say, voice steady, loud enough for the table to hear. Sarah's face goes white. Jen coughs, grabbing her water. Paul looks up, his eyes meeting mine, like he gets it. I stand, grab my jacket. Enjoy your dinner, I say, and walk out. Sarah doesn't follow. The next morning, I'm at Jim's office before he opens. I tell him to file the papers. No waiting. Sarah calls that afternoon, voice shaking. Mark, what are you doing? You can't just walk out like that. I didn't walk out, I say, packing my last tools into a box. I'm done playing your game. She tries everything that week. Tears, apologies, showing up at Mike's one night, banging on the door. Mark, we need to talk, she yells through the intercom. You're being ridiculous. I lean into the speaker, voice calm. Go home, Sarah. We're done talking. She screams about regret, then leaves. I don't open the door. The divorce moves fast. Jim's a pro, cuts through the red tape. Sarah fights it, texts, voicemails, guilt trips. We can work this out, she says in one, voice cracking. Don't throw away 12 years. Then threats. I'll take the house. You'll have nothing. She doesn't get it. I don't care about the house. I've got my condo, my Chevy, my tools, my life. The house goes on the market, split 50-50. She keeps her furniture, her granite countertops, her statement couch. I take what's mine and walk. The day the papers are signed, I'm at Tom and Lisa's, cracking a beer. Tom claps my shoulder. You did good, man. Took guts. Lisa smiles, softer than usual. You deserve better, Mark. She was playing games the whole time. Dave's there, raising his bottle. To freedom, he says, grinning. I clink mine against his. It feels right. Sarah's still in the house, last I heard, trying to keep up her perfect life. Neighbors talk. Her book club's down to a couple stragglers. Her work friends don't call much. She built her world on control. Every jab, every sorry, every cookie, every coffee was a move to keep me in line. It was never real. Her tears, her smiles, her apologies, they were tools, and I saw through them. I didn't yell or fight. I walked away. That was enough. Now I'm in a house out on the edge of town, 2 stories, wide porch, a yard big enough for weekend games, and a garage that actually fits the tools I've collected over the years. The kitchen finally feels alive. No more bear counters. It smells of fresh bread or coffee most mornings. There's laughter in the rooms, not silence. I still work on the cars, still meet the guys, but now it's different. Barbecues that turn into long evenings, neighbors dropping by, music playing. And I'm not alone. I've got someone beside me who doesn't compete, doesn't tear down. She builds with me. She respects me, and that's all I ever wanted. Sarah? She's a chapter closed. From what I hear, she's still circling the wreckage she created, trying to piece it together. That's her problem. Mine is simple. I built a life that finally feels like mine, and I'm not giving it up. I appreciate you being here. If the story made you feel something, drop a like, share your thoughts below, and subscribe for more. Every bit of support helps me keep going and bring you new stories. Help me reach 5,000 subscribers. Support the video with a like and leave your thoughts in the comments. I read everyone. Thank you. She came in at 1:23 in the morning, loud at the door like she forgot how keys work. I was on the couch, sports muttering on mute, a half-drunk glass of water sweating a ring into the coffee table I built back when home meant something. She looked at me with that amused face she saved for when I did something loyal. "Ah," she sang, dropping her heels by the door. My faithful little porch dog kept watch. "Did you wag?" "Doors open," I answered, remote still in my hand. "Clock's not. We had a 9:30. We had me time." She tossed back, fishing her phone from her tiny bag. "Relax. You're fine. Not what fine looks like." She clicked on the lamp, flooding the room in cheap yellow. "You're doing that thing again. The worried husband routine. It's clingy. It's called being married," I said. 9:30 means 9:30. If it's midnight, I want a heads up. If it's 1, I want a reason. She smirked, scrolling. "And I want a husband who doesn't pace by the window." "You waiting like this?" "Kinda embarrassing." I stood. "Then don't make me wait." She laughed low. "You're adorable when you pretend you have rules." I killed the lamp. "New rule," I said in the dark. "I don't wait up again." If I'd known where this was headed, I'd have started packing that night. In the morning I made eggs because I always made eggs. The house smelled like butter and coffee, and she drifted in with that fresh salon scent she wore when she wasn't sleeping here. She sat, took a fork, barely touched anything. "You're quiet," she said. "I told you the rule." I slid a plate her way. "Sundown means check-in or change of plan. If you want your own schedule, you can have it. But I'm not the porch light." She stabbed a yolk and watched it run. "So now I need permission to live." "You need respect to share a life?" I replied. I pulled my phone and opened the shared calendar. "I removed myself from your after-work events. Don't sync me unless it involves both of us. I'm done covering the gaps." She tilted her head. "Covering? Like what?" "Like calling your sister when you go missing. Like telling your boss you were sick when you weren't. Like explaining to my friends why you didn't show." "That's dramatic." She elbowed the plate away. "Also, stop talking to my family. Boundaries, remember? You like boundaries?" I took a sip of coffee. "Great. Tonight, I'm at the shop late. Tomorrow, I'm hiking with Carl. Saturday, I've got the garage. If you need me, text. If I'm not available, you'll adapt." She blew a breath through her nose, the tiniest laugh. "So independent. You still doing date night tomorrow, or am I penciled out?" "We can still go," I said, "if you're there at 7. Or." She tapped her mug, nails soft on ceramic. "Or I eat, and you enjoy your night." She stared a beat. "You're weird lately." "Lately has reasons," I said. "You know the reasons. Or you made them up," she countered. "Either way, stop hovering. It's not attractive." I cleared the dishes. "Then stop giving me a reason to hover." She stood. "You can't manage me, Mark." "I won't try," I replied, drying my hands. "Management's for employees. I'll manage myself." At lunch, she texted a photo of a latte on her desk, a little hard in the foam. "Miss you. Dinner?" For a second, I allowed myself the old pattern. Problem, gesture, reset. I answered fine. 7. She sent a thumbs up and a smile. Then nothing until 5:58. Running a little behind. 15? I was at the place on Maple, the one with the wood booths and the chalkboard menu. 7:15. 7:30. 7:42. She breezed in at 7:50 with a finally tone, kissed my cheek like we were fine, and ordered something complicated off menu. You look grumpy, she teased. You're late, I said. Traffic. And I had to change. I don't show up looking like I've been at a desk. She leaned back. So, vacation. I've been thinking. We do the coast next month. 10 days. You pay lodging, I'll handle food. Fair. I'm already booked, I said. Took extra shifts. The shop's buried until fall. Her smile pinched. You never told me. I just did. So we're not going, she concluded. Because you made plans. Because I made choices, I corrected. We can do a long weekend. Something local. She gave a soft laugh at nothing. Local. You're so practical. Better than being a porch dog, I said. She glanced at the server, then at me. You're still on that. I'm on the pattern, I said. Late. Smirk. Lean on me when bills hit. Disappear when it's real. Bills, she repeated, smiling bigger. Right. Since we're being practical, can you bump the joint? Just this month. The studio membership's due, and I'm stretched. How stretched? I asked. Stretchy enough. She reached across, rested her fingers on mine, light and persuasive. I'm good for it next month. The server slid plates in. I pulled my hand back to make room. The joint stays for utilities. I'm not funding extras. If you need a different budget, we adjust. Together. Together? She forked a salad leaf with something like disdain. Please don't say together while you're telling me no. I'm telling you the rule, I said. No more surprises with money. No more pressure. If you want a studio, you pay for it. She chewed slow, eyes on my face like she was testing for a flinch. And if I don't, then you don't. She smiled kindly, like I was a toddler holding a plastic sword. You know how this makes you look, right? Like a man with a backbone. I wiped my mouth and set the napkin on the table. We good for a quick walk after? Or you need to run? She watched me a long beat and then softened. Let's walk, she said, bright all over, as if I'd passed some exam. I miss those. We used to be good at them. We walked around the block. She slid her hand through my arm. She told me about a new project at her studio, a younger group she was mentoring, nights that ran long. Every other sentence had a pronoun with no name behind it. They invited. They stayed after. They all went out. I listened and filed the details. When we got home, she was warm for a night, the way a couple is warm when they are trying to pretend everything is still in place. I didn't hate it. I just kept my distance inside my own head. Friday I left early for the shop. Dave had a carburetor on the bench and a radio bumping an old game. Gina from the next bay leaned on the toolbox and asked about the house. Good, she said. You look tired. Learning new rules, I said, tightening a clamp. You ever see someone change the locks without touching the door? It's that. Dave smirked. You finally telling her no? I'm telling me yes, I said. Baby steps. That night, she texted at 9, girls' night. Home late. No requests. No emoji. No location. I didn't reply. I went to bed at 10, guest room, door cracked. At 1, the front door opened quiet, like a cat joke. I heard heels on the mat. I didn't bother. The next morning, she found me in the garage resizing a shelf. You didn't wait up, she said. You got the memo, I answered. You're being weird. She crossed her arms. Also, I need your truck Monday. My car's in for tires. I'm using it, I said. Parts pickup. Ask Dave for a ride or rent one. She smiled small. You're really making it hard to like you. I set the level on the wood. You don't have to like me to respect me. She hovered a second, then lowered her voice like we were in on a secret. Okay, listen. I might have pushed. Sorry. It's been a week. The girls are doing a weekend in the mountains next month. I'm going because if I don't, I'll go crazy. I need you to fix the schedule and cover the house stuff. Cool. That's not an apology, I said. That's a request dressed as one. Fine, she said. I'm requesting. Happy. No. Here's what I can do. I took a pencil and wrote on the wood, a dumb impulse to make it visual. You're gone. You handle your own expenses. I'll cover the lights and water. When you're back, we sit down and put numbers in a spreadsheet. Every dollar, every date. Then we live by it. She stared at the pencil marks. You're like a school principal. Then don't cut class. She sighed. This is sad, Mark. What's sad is that this is new, I said. We ended it there. I stuck to my day. She stuck to hers. Sunday we had brunch at Tara and Logan's place. Their yard was full of dogs and folding chairs and people in sunglasses who talk about mortgage rates like their football scores. I brought ribs. She brought her best performance. Tara poured drinks. Where were you last night, Queen? She asked with a grin. Around. My wife said, shrugging like life was a shrug. I've been busy. He doesn't mind. She gestured at me like I was a coffee table somebody had to dust. Logan clapped me on the back. You alive, man? I was born alive, I said. The rest is optional. Tara laughed. He's so stoic. I love it. She looked at my wife. If I had one like that, I'd keep him on the porch too. Already tried, my wife said. He sits and waits. So loyal. A couple people laughed. I set down the tongs and wiped my hands. Since we're doing open mic, I said at a normal volume, here's mine. Don't talk about me like I'm a rescue animal. I'm your husband or I'm a guest, not a prop. Second, I'm not waiting for anyone again. If you're not where we agreed, I go. If bills are due, I pay my half. If plans change, I change mine. Clear. The backyard quieted. Logan raised his eyebrows. Tara looked at her drink. My wife smiled once tight. Relax, she said. We're joking. Then pick a different joke, I said. I handed the tongs to Logan. I'm out. You handle the food, man. It's all seasoned. Mark, she called as I moved past her. Oh, come on. I'll be home by 6, I said. If you're there, we talk. If not, we don't. I left through the side gate because I wanted the gate's rattle to be the punctuation. In the truck, I stared at my own hands on the wheel and did the math. Every time she pushed, she wanted something bigger on the other side. Money, freedom from responsibility, applause. The jabs weren't random, they were tools. At home, I took the shared debit off autopay for anything that wasn't basic. I printed a list of what I'd cover and taped it inside the pantry where I kept nails and batteries. I changed my phone to Do Not Disturb after 10. Then I packed a duffel with 3 days of clothes and stuck it behind the tool chest. Insurance, not drama. At 6:20, she came in with the smell of other people's patio smoke in her hair. You're ridiculous, she said by way of hello. I'm consistent, I answered. We said 6. It's 6:20. Let's keep it short. She tossed her bag on the chair. Fine. I don't like ultimatums. There are boundaries with clocks, I said. Same difference. She paced to the window, then back. You've turned cold. I've turned off, I corrected. Different thing. She rubbed her arms like she was chilly even though the air wasn't. I'm trying, she said suddenly, flipping tone like a coin. I cooked for us last night. I text you. I went to brunch. I show up. You cooked because you needed a favor, I said. You text because I stopped chasing. You went to brunch to perform. I'm not grading you. I'm pointing out the pattern. She stared at me with that patient look people use on kids throwing fits. You'll feel better after some time. Let it pass. Listen to yourself, I said. You're not in this. The problem is you're obsessed with respect, she said. You make it a job. It's exhausting. The problem is you think it's optional, I answered. It's the floor. She went quiet, then shifted again, soft voice, careful eyes. Okay, I hear you. I'll try to be home more. I'll let you know if I'm late. Happy. She stepped close and touched my chest like that solved things. I glanced at her hand and then at her face. I'm not looking for sweet moods, I said. I'm looking for a partner. She pulled back. Don't push it, she said, color rising. I offered peace. Peace without truth is just quiet, I said. I don't need quiet that bad. She let out a short sound and walked away, phone already up, attention already elsewhere. That night she slept in the main room. I stayed in the guest room and slept fine. On Wednesday, I had a presentation at the shop's client night. She came in late and made a show of cheering from the back, overly supportive, hugging me in front of people I manage. This guy, she told Gina, he's the best. Took me years to train him. Laughter scattered around like crumbs. I smiled, shook hands, and used my clipboard as a shield. After, she wrapped both arms around my neck. See, she said, I can be sweet. You were sweet like a billboard, I said. You trying to sell something? She tilted her head. As a matter of fact, my car insurance guy says if my name's on the truck, rates drop for both of us. Win-win. We should do it. Paperwork's easy. No, I said. She blinked. Just like that. Just like that. You're unbelievable. Somebody has to be, I said. The next week, Kara hosted a wine night. I had two friends I respected, both in town for a job, and she insisted they come. You need community, she said like a coach passing out water bottles. I didn't want to go, but I didn't want to hide either. We showed up, me with a six-pack of sparkling water, her with a story already formed. Kara's living room was soft furniture and loud voices. Music was background noise. Women did the talking that night. The men formed an island near the bookshelf pretending to care about hardwood. Kara pointed at me with her glass. How's married life, Mark? You keeping our girl in line? I chipped the edge off my smile. She's not a fence post. My wife slid in front of me like a presenter stepping to the mic. He tries, she told the room, grin bright. He waits at the window, keeps track, does the chores. Such a good boy. Nervous laughter. Not just from them, from me, too. Habit. Then I clocked my two friends' faces. One raised eyebrow, one flat line. That was my mirror. Enough, I said steady. That stops. What stops? She asked, even though she heard me the first time. Talking about me like I'm your project, I said. Or your pet. Last warning. You're overreacting, she laughed. Then I'll do it quietly, I said. I set the waters on the table. I'm leaving. You can stay. Don't be dramatic, Kara said gently. She's teasing. You can call it what you want, I told her. Words have a price. I'm done subsidizing it. My two friends stepped closer without making a scene. Matt lowered his voice. You want a ride? I drove, I said. I looked at my wife. You've got the house tonight. Lock up. I'll be back at sunrise. Why sunrise? She asked automatically. Because dawn is when people who actually live there show up. I left with my keys. On the drive home, I called Dave and told him I'd be out of pocket for a couple days. I stopped for gas and thought about the phrase she kept using, good boy, and how quickly a woman can turn a man into furniture when the room claps for it. I pictured the porch again. Not a memory, a posture. At home, I cleaned the guest room out like I was leaving for a week. Then I sat at the dining table and printed 3 sheets. One with a budget split, one with a list of boundaries we'd already discussed, one with what I would and would not do from here on out. I wasn't handing her a contract. I was leaving myself a map. I folded the sheets and put them with my duffel by the garage door. She came in late. The house was dark. She shuffled around, made noise in the kitchen, opened and closed the fridge like the light inside it had answers. After a while, she stood in the doorway of the guest room. You're actually doing this? She asked. Doing what? Punishing me. I turned a page in the manual I wasn't reading. I'm done with that kind of language. I'm managing my life. You manage yours. So that's it, she said. No conversation? There is one, if you want it, I said. A real one. She hesitated. Now. We sat at the kitchen table. Streetlight pushed through the blinds and put lines on everything. She folded her arms and started with the script. You've been distant, she said. I matched you, I said. You don't trust, she went on. I watch patterns, I replied. You're making me feel policed. You're making me feel irrelevant. She looked down at the table, then at me with a face I didn't recognize. Tired, maybe, or just finally unmasked. What do you want from me? She asked. Truth, I said, so I can make decisions. Truth about what? I let a long second stand. What don't you like about our marriage? She didn't blink. She just chose a switch and flipped it. That it's with you. There was no echo after that. Just an empty space I could walk through. I nodded once. Because that's what you do when the doctor gives you a test result you suspected anyway. You just said that to the last person who respected you. I answered. I'll get out of your way. She rolled her eyes, then laughed, then didn't. You're so dramatic, she tried, reaching for the old rhythm. But there was nothing for it to hook onto. I'll be gone before sunrise, I said. You'll be fine. Where are you even going? She demanded, a flick of panic finally showing through. Forward, I said. Out of range. She stood suddenly. You can't just leave. The house. The house is yours to handle, I said. Utilities are split starting this month. My auto pays are off. The joint is for the lights and water only. You'll be fine. She opened her mouth, closed it, and looked at the fridge like maybe the light inside it had answers after all. So you're what? Leaving me with everything. You wanted everything, I said. Now you can have it. She swallowed, rage building under the skin the way a storm builds over a flat field. You're cruel. I'm accurate. You'll come back tomorrow, she declared, defaulting to prophecy. You'll calm down. Dawn is in 2 hours, I said. If I'm not back by then, that's the future. She slept in the main room. I didn't sleep. I showered, shaved, packed the rest of what mattered. Tools, documents, a few shirts, the watch my father gave me. At 5:40, the horizon turned light. I carried the duffel to the truck. I wrote a note and left it on the table because I wanted to leave a sentence behind in a house full of noise. It said, "You care about comfort. I care about respect. We're both about to get what we want." At dawn, I left for good. I didn't slam a door. I didn't check the mirror. The sun was barely up and the road was clean. I drove to the little place by the river I'd found online 2 weeks earlier when I pretended I was searching for fishing spots. The landlord met me with keys and a form. First month, last month, end of story. I moved the duffel in and hung my shirts on 2 nails. No ceremony. At 8, I texted Logan, "I'm out. Don't pick sides." Then Dave, "Won't be in today. Tell Gina she's got point." Then my sister, "I'm fine. Don't call her." I turned my phone face down and let the quiet happen. At noon, she called. I didn't answer. She texted a paragraph. "We need to talk. This is insane. You can't do this. Think of the house. Think of all we built. Be an adult." At 2, she sent a photo of the pantry papers with a caption, "You really printed rules?" At 3, a short clip of our living room, neat and empty, with the sound off. The digital equivalent of standing at a window waiting for headlights. By evening, she tried soft again. "I made dinner," it read. "Come home." I left it unread. I took a walk by the river, watched a kid ride a bike too fast, watched a man in a suit toss a sandwich crust to the water and miss. The ordinary world kept going like I hadn't just moved out of my life. The next day, I called the utility companies and split accounts formally. No drama on the phone, just email addresses and numbers. I canceled the 2 subscriptions I paid that she used more than I did. Grown-up decisions. I took my name off the delivery services. I took the spare key from Tara's junk drawer when I stopped by after work for a box I'd left there, told her I was done playing house in her living room too. "Is this really happening?" she asked low. "It already happened," I said. "Don't be stubborn," she tried. "Stubborn is staying," I told her. "You're hurting her," she said. She made her statements. I said, "I'm making mine." At work, they asked a lot of quiet questions they didn't say out loud. I gave them what they needed. I'm good. Focused. We have deadlines. My productivity jumped because there was nothing to go home to except a small clean room and a bed that didn't judge me. She kept calling. Day 3 was angry. Day 4 was bargaining. Day 5 was sugar. "I get it," she wrote. I pushed. I made jokes. I stayed out. "But we can fix this. Come home. We'll start over. I'll put my schedule in the calendar. I'll stop with the girls' nights for a while. We'll do therapy like you wanted. Let me show you." I read it twice. Then I typed exactly what I meant. "I believe you're capable of doing all of that with someone. It won't be me." That night, I slept like a person who had finally stopped putting his own future on hold. The fallout wasn't cinematic. It was bills at first. She texted a photo of the electric statement with "You're paying half" underlined like a threat. I sent my half and the receipt. The gas came due. I sent my portion exactly. She didn't get to bait me with money. She tried to get me to sign off on adding her name to the truck. I answered with a one-liner, "Not happening." She asked, no, instructed, that I let her keep my shop membership because she liked the classes they offered in the back room. I canceled it for me and told her to open her own. She called me childish. I offered silence. Tara ran into me at the hardware store aisle, where grown men pretend they know things about plumbing. She looked careful, like she was approaching a wild animal. "She's not doing great," Tara said. "She has what she wanted," I replied. "She wanted you to chase," Tara said quietly. "You always did." "I retired," I said. "She misses you," she tried. "She misses control," I corrected. "Different product." "She told me you left at dawn," Tara added, like that time mattered. "Best light of the day," I said. Word got around our little circle that we were taking space. I didn't correct anyone because I didn't care. I showed up where I said I'd show up. I skipped what I didn't. When people asked dumb prying questions, I smiled and redirected. When someone cracked a joke about porch dogs in my hearing, I looked at them long enough to make the point and then kept moving. About 3 weeks in, she asked if I could come by to get the last of your stuff. It was a test and an ambush, I knew from the text cadence. I went anyway because leaving things behind is how you get called back to pick them up for months. I parked on the street and walked in like a contractor doing a final inspection. She'd done the place up like a set. Candles, music, a bottle open on the counter. She wore something she knew used to work on me. "You look good," she said carefully. "So do you?" I answered neutral. "Where's my gear?" "In the bedroom," she said. "But can we talk first?" "We can walk and talk," I said. "I'm not staying." She inhaled like she might argue, and then switched to honey. "Okay, I hear you. I want to say sorry." "For what?" I asked without moving. "For being dismissive," she said. "For the jokes. For staying out. For making you feel small." "You did more than make me feel," I said. "You performed it. You trained a room. That takes practice." She held my eyes. "I know. It's ugly. I'm embarrassed." "Embarrassment is an audience emotion," I said. "There's no audience here." "I love you," she pushed. "I love the man I am when I'm respected," I said. "I don't love this version." So I left him behind too. "So there's nothing?" she asked softly. "There's a door behind me," I said. "And your life in front of you. Can we at least sell the house and—" "No," I cut in. "You want it, you keep it. All of it. That includes upkeep, the roof you wanted, the payment you said was easy. That's the price. You can always sell later." Her jaw set. "You're trying to punish me with comfort responsibility. That's twisted. I'm saying you chased freedom like it was a sale item," I said. "Now own it at full price." She looked past me to the hall. "Maybe to buy time." "People will think you're cruel," she said. "People can think," I said. "I can live." I took my last boxes and left her with the candles and the music and a picture in a frame where we were laughing at something that wasn't funny anymore. 3 months later, I had a rhythm. Mornings at the shop, afternoons that ended when the work ended, not when a text told me how late I'd be waiting. I bought a used boat motor from a guy who didn't need it anymore. I got a little place further upriver with a garage big enough for the bench I built with Dave. I kept the truck and traded it in for nothing. It was mine. I put food in my own fridge, and it stayed there until I ate it. Simple victories matter more than movies tell you they do. I didn't badmouth her. I didn't keep a burned book of what she did. I kept one sentence in my head like a compass. I am not furniture. I am not a porch dog. The calendar synced with no one's life but mine. When I went hiking with Carl, I came home when I said I would, only because I said I would. On Sundays, I sat at a diner counter and read a paper instead of scanning rooms for her mood. When I dated, a woman named Nora who asked direct questions and didn't use them as weapons, I told her on the first night, "I don't chase. I show up or I don't." She said, "Good," and meant it. News trickled back in believable fragments. She listed the house, and it sat. She tried to rent it and couldn't keep up with the maintenance. The studio cut her hours when the summer slowed. The girls' nights got fewer because there was no show to sell anymore. Tara ran into me at the river trail and lifted a hand in a gray wave. "She's in a smaller place now," Tara said, like she was reading an obituary out loud. "Less to clean," I answered. "You're harsh," she said, but there wasn't heat in it. "No," I said. "I'm done." I saw my wife exactly once more, months later, in a grocery store parking lot. She was loading a bag into a small hatchback that wasn't ours. She looked the same and completely different. Lighter, somehow, like a balloon after a party, drifting half deflated, still technically there. She caught my eye for a second. No wave, no move. Just the calculus two former spouses do in a public place. Am I going to ruin my day or walk away? We both walked. If you want a moral, that's your business. I didn't learn grand lessons. I learned small ones that matter more. Don't sit by windows waiting for a car that doesn't belong to you. Don't let anyone train a room to laugh at you. Don't teach someone you'll stick around when they tell you who they are. The last night I spent in the old house, she told me the truth with a precision I couldn't argue. That it's with you. That's not cruelty. That's information. My answer wasn't anger. It was a line. "You just said that to the last person who respected you." At dawn, I walked out. She figured out later what that meant. By then, my other life had already started, quieter, cleaner, run by respect instead of apology. If there's anything like justice in this world, it's not dramatic. It's just a man deciding he won't be managed and then living like that, day after day, until the porch is just a porch again, and the only dog there is the neighbor's, and he barks because he's happy to see you, not because he learned it from desperation. Help me reach 5,000 subscribers. Support the video with a like and leave your thoughts in the comments. I read everyone. Thank you. You do everything wrong, Megan tells me over the sink. Even the way you rinse a glass. Tilt it. Not like that. Honestly, how did you make it to 45? I set the tumbler upside down on the rack, let the water run a second longer than needed, and look at her. She's standing in one of my shirts like it's a lab coat, hands on hips, correcting my life by the square inch. The timer on the oven blinks 6:10 a.m. Coffee's gone lukewarm. The house smells like burned toast because she rejected the first slice as too brown to eat. You want the glass done your way? I tell her. Do it your way. You want me to do it? I'll do it mine. That's the problem, she says, pointing at the cup like it's evidence. Your way is wrong. Your shirts, your schedule, your diet, all of it. You're sloppy. It makes me look like I live with a teenager. I take a breath. Not for calm, for clarity. You finished. For now. Great. New rule. I say, picking up my keys. I'm done with the Sunday planning meetings and the nightly debriefs. Not doing performance reviews at home. Her mouth opens. We need structure. You drift. I run a shop with 8 employees, Meg. The drifting guy signs paychecks. From today, we're splitting expenses down the middle: mortgage, utilities, groceries. I'll transfer my half on the first. My account stays mine. Your account stays yours. She folds her arms. So you can spend on toys and leave me with the real things? Real things like your 3 subscription boxes and weekly salon visits? You handle yours. I'll handle mine. If you need help with something big, ask. Don't assign. She smirks. You really think you'll keep that up? You can't even keep a glass straight. It's a glass, I say, grabbing my jacket. Not a referendum. If I'd known where it would go from there, I'd have filed papers that morning and spared us both the next 2 months. At work, Marcos lobs a wrench into the parts bin and grins at me across the bay. He's got that look he saves for when my face says more than my words. So the kitchen tribunal met again. She promoted herself to quality control for my entire existence. I tell him, checking the schedule on the shop tablet. I made a new policy. Separate accounts. No more nightly briefings. Marcos whistles. That'll play well. It'll play however it plays. I'm not negotiating being micromanaged at home after 12 hours here. He wipes his hands. You want to crash at my place if it gets loud? Not loud. Cold, I say. She's gone from a person to an audit. That night, she tries version 2. Not yelling. Ice. She eats at the counter and texts while I plate my dinner. When I ask about her day, she answers with blanks filled by sighs. You want to talk? I ask. It's late. It's 6:30. I'm mentally late, she says, and leaves her plate in the sink for me to see. I rinse it, tilt it, set it the way she likes. Not a concession, just data. 2 days later, she tries humor that isn't humor. You're seriously wearing that? She asks by the front door, flicking a piece of lint from my jacket. The jacket with the shoulders that make you look tender? Good news. I tell her, I don't dress for the committee. People notice. Then they'll survive. At the neighborhood cookout, the jokes sharpen. She's got an audience, several couples, a grill, a half-dozen lawn chairs. Our neighbor Shannon leans in with the smile that means she's storing things for later. Megan taps my beer bottle. Show them your new organization system. It's adorable. He has little labeled bins like he's in kindergarten. I consider it once, let it go once. Second time, I answer. Careful, Meg. You're wandering into talking about me like I'm not here. She laughs without looking at my face. It's cute. He gets sensitive. I set the bottle on the table. Last warning. I don't do public teasing. If you want to talk about me, talk to me. Shannon lowers her fork. Tyler, my friend who runs a metal shop, nods slowly like he's watching a weld cool. Megan rolls her eyes. I give it air. No scene. Just the new border drawn where everyone can see it. Back home, she comes quiet. No slam, no fire. She slides into the kitchen like a cat and places a plate with a folded omelet in front of me while I'm checking the calendar on my phone. I was off earlier, she says. The cookout. I didn't mean to make you feel small. You're good at what you do. I cut into the omelet. Perfect fold. Thanks. We should get back to our Sunday meetings, she adds, hooking a hair behind her ear. That keeps us strong. That keeps you assigning tasks and me nodding. I say, finishing the bite. We're not doing it. We can try something leaner. 15-minute check-ins twice a week. Bullet points only. No judging, no scorecards. Her smile sticks like tape losing its grip. You think you can handle that kind of discipline? Let's find out. She's soft for a day. She sends me a photo of a grocery list she cleaned up, color-coded. She messages me, "Hey, thinking about you." The kindness feels like an apology with a price tag dangling. On Thursday, the price tag swings. I'm under a truck at Tyler's shop swapping a transmission cooler when she appears in the doorway with her hands full of shopping bags. "Wrap it up," she says. "We're meeting Lila and Grant at the Bancroft at 7. Tyler looks at me, then at her, then goes back to sorting washers. He doesn't do domestic politics. I slide out on the creeper. "I told you I've got 2 after-hours jobs this week. I'm not dropping paying work for a dinner where I get explained." "It's not about the dinner," she says. "It's about showing up. They think you're careful," I say, wiping my hands. "Say it and own it." She straightens. "They think you're rough around the edges, okay? You could use polishing. That's what partners do. They shape." Tyler coughs like a laugh he kept in a pocket too long. I stand, wipe my palms again, and address the room like it's a staff meeting. "New policy," I say. "I'm not attending any event where I'm the project. If I hear a 'let me fix you' line, I'm out. If the invite is about presentation, I'm out. Not angry, not dramatic, just out." Megan blinks. "You're overreacting." I'm correcting. "And I'm making one more change." I pull out my phone, open the shared calendar we use, and block Tuesday and Thursday nights as shop, recurring, indefinite. I show her the screen. "If you plan something for those slots, I won't be there. Don't double book me without asking." You can't just mark your life like that." "I just did," I say, and put the phone away. "You want to go to dinner? Take your car." I go back under the truck. She stands without moving for a full minute, then spins on her heel and leaves fast enough to make the door shudder. Tyler slides a box of bolts with his boot. "Not subtle," he says. "Had to be loud enough to hear." The next morning, she does version 2 of the soft return. She shows up at my shop with sandwiches and kisses me in front of Marcos and the guys. "I brought lunch," she says. "I want to watch you work. It's attractive when you're in charge." Marcos raises his eyebrows so high they're in a different zip code. I unwrap the sandwich, nod, and keep directing the crew. "Thanks," I tell her. "You can sit over there. Don't give notes." She actually laughs. Fair. For 2 days, the correction campaign pauses. Then it comes back in higher definition. "Why are your tools arranged like a hardware store and not like a person lives here?" she asks on Saturday. "Because people put them back in the same place. Normal people don't need a map to their own stuff." "I do. It saves time." "Your time isn't the only time that matters," she says. "You should stop your early workout. It makes you crabby. We'll do yoga instead." "No. No? You don't want to try something new with me?" "Not when new means me doing what you tell me." She exhales. "You're impossible. And you're persistent," I say. "So let's get precise. I'm moving to the guest room for 2 weeks. I want to reset." We talk at the check-ins, not in every doorway. "If you criticize me publicly again, I leave the event. If you bring me a list, it better be about bills or groceries, not my personality." Her eyes narrow. "You're punishing me." I'm setting a new format. If you want to keep pushing, the format gets tighter. Your call. At work Monday, my supervisor Denise, 52, sonar for nonsense, leans on my office door and watches me update the board. "You look like a man who just put down a bag he carried too long," she says. "I moved rooms," I tell her. "At home." "You board or boundary?" "Boundary," I say. "Good," she says, and taps the door frame twice like punctuation. Men your age die from swallowing words. That night, Megan tries an audit. She slides a piece of paper across the island with categories. My spending last month, my meals, even my time on my phone. "We should review and pick targets," she says. "This is how high-functioning couples operate." I push it back. "Pick targets for yourself. I'm not a project. Don't be dramatic. I'm being dull." Dull is repeatable. I'm not reading that. She laughs a little. "Of course you're not. Reading is hard. Insults are easy," I say, and grab my gym bag. "I'm going to the gym. You want to join? Send me a text saying, I'll be there in 10. No, we need to talk." 2 days later, she escalates to the silent treatment. "No good mornings." "No, do you need anything from the store?" Just clipped movements and the heavy air of a household where every step is watched. I keep my plan. Guest room. Check-ins. No committee meetings disguised as love. Shannon corners me by the mailbox. You okay? She asks in a tone designed to earn gossip points. I'm restructuring, I answer. Sounds corporate. Better than chaotic, I say. She smiles like it's disappointing that I didn't crumble in her hands. If you need a pie, I can drop one off. I'm good on pie. The first check-in is fast and clean. Bills paid. Appointments covered. Groceries split. She pushes 2 out-of-scope items. I redirect both without heat. She ends the meeting with, "You're not easy. You've told me. And you're not as impressive as you think you are." Not trying to impress, I tell her. Trying to be respected. What if I don't? Then we don't, I say. 2 weekends in, she suggests a couples workshop. She sends me a link and a heart. I reply, we're not a tech project. We need basic respect, not modules. She sends a thumbs up and a message. I just want better. I don't answer. I don't reward soft words when they're attached to control. Pressure builds toward the family dinner. It's a Sunday. Her mother, Linda, likes to build plates like altars. Her father, Frank, is retired law enforcement, a man who watches everything and says a third of what he's thinking. Megan has always been louder around them, like she's auditioning for a part she already has. Before we go, I lay out rules in the car. 1. I say, pulling into their driveway. No public corrections. 2. No lists. 3. If I say I'm done, I'm done. She stares out the window. You have rules for your wife now. I have rules for myself. You can respect them or not. And I'll act accordingly. Inside, the house smells like pot roast and sanitizer. Linda hugs Megan like she's saving her from a boat. Frank shakes my hand with a pressure that says he clocks grip strength. At the table, Megan opens with safe ground. How's business, Jack? Steady, I tell her. We hired a new tech. Liam. Good kid. Sharp. She nods like she was hoping for a weak answer. Still doing that early workout? It's not flattering. Frank's fork pauses, barely. It keeps me sane, I reply. And it's not for flattering. Linda's eyes move between us like she's watching a tennis match. We prayed for your marriage this week, she says, earnest and heavy. Thanks, Megan says, and pats her mom's hand. We need it. He's stubborn. He thinks everything's fine. We're doing fine, I say. We're recalibrating. Recalibrating like when a car wobbles, she says and laughs. You know, when the wheels aren't aligned. I cut a piece of meat and let it sit on the fork. If you want to talk about me, talk to me, Meg. I am, she says brightly. I just think it's helpful to get feedback. From your parents about my workout and my job? From people who care, she answers. Frank clears his throat. He doesn't reach for a speech. Megan sets down her glass like she's ringing a bell and makes a show of pulling out her phone. It might be easier if I just read it, she says. I put together some notes. Don't, I tell her. It's constructive, she says, tapping the screen. Okay. Item 1, his food choices. He eats like a college kid. Item 2, communication. He's curt, not emotionally literate. Item 3, appearance. He dresses like a mechanic even when we go out. Item 4, social skills. He's blunt, which reads as rude. Item 5, I set my fork down and let the silence hold for a beat. Linda stares like she wants to stop it, but doesn't know how to interrupt her own daughter. Frank's jaw works once and then settles. I push back my chair. The legs scratch the floor. I stand, and the room changes shape around me. The biggest mistake, I say, meeting Megan's eyes and then Frank's. Marrying you. The words drop and sit there like a tool on concrete. No echo, no apology attached. Frank's mouth flickers into something that isn't a smile, but isn't disapproval. He gives me a small, almost imperceptible nod. Linda gasps, hand to her chest. Megan's face goes glassy, the kind of stillness that comes when control slips and nothing replaces it. I pick up my jacket. I'm done for tonight, I add calm. Eat well. I walk out without speed, just direction. In the car, I sit long enough to feel the engine idle under my hand, then drive home, pack a duffel with tools, clothes, and my passport, and put it in the bed of my truck. I sleep in the guest room with the door locked, not for fear, for privacy. The next morning, I take a personal day and go to the county office. I sign what needs signing. No speeches, no ceremony. The clerk stamps papers, and the sound is the cleanest sound I've heard in months. On the way back, I stop at the bank and remove my name from the joint card I opened last spring for convenience. The manager offers me coffee. I decline. I close the account we used for vacations and split the balance according to the notes I prepared years ago and never thought I'd use. In my email drafts already sits a list: utilities, subscriptions, keys. I forward it to her with a short note. Effective today, separate finances per our agreement. Please transfer your half of September's mortgage by the 1st. I'll shut off autopay on anything not in my name. I drive to a storage unit near the shop and fill it with the things that are mine and mine alone: tools, records, photo albums from my parents, a set of family dishes that I don't want donated in a fury. Logistics is love, I think. Logistics is also exit. When I get back to the house, Megan is in the kitchen with her arms folded and her phone face down like it's a weapon she's set on safe. You filed, she says. Not a question. I did. You humiliated me in front of my parents, and then you filed. You humiliated me in front of your parents and tried to call it help. I answer. I corrected both. You could have talked to me. I did. For weeks. I set rules. You turned them into jokes. She steps closer. We can fix this. We could have, I say. We don't. You love me, she says. It's half sentence, half command. I loved us, I reply. You love control. She flinches like the word is a light she didn't expect. I can be different. I've seen you're different, I say. It lasts 48 hours and comes with a receipt. She shakes her head. That's not fair. It's accurate. She points at the guest room door. You think moving into that room made you strong. It made you petty. Strong is giving an adult a boundary and holding it. Petty is emptying a man by an inch and calling it love. I don't do inches. You're making a mistake. I corrected one last night. I say, this is me correcting the rest. That week, I change my hours at the shop. Early start, early finish. And tell Denise I'll take 2 weeks of the vacation time I've banked in case of emergencies. This qualifies, I tell her. It does, she says, and signs the form. If she shows up here to lobby, I'll handle it. She already tried sweet. I say, lunch with kisses. Next she'll try grand. Don't make me throw her out, she says with a cracked smile. Wouldn't ask you to. Megan storms, then softens, then storms. She sends an avalanche of messages the first day, then a picture of the sunset with, remember when we said we're a team? I don't respond. On the 3rd day, she leaves a bag on my porch with a hoodie and a note. I washed this. It smells like home. Call me. I carry it to the storage unit and set it on a shelf. At Tyler's shop on Saturday, she comes in hot because she can't get traction at home. You think you're better than me now? She asks, voice low enough to be public without being loud. You think because you filed you win? Tyler wipes his hands and goes into the office without being asked. My crew knows when to give me a room. This isn't a contest, I tell her. I'm just not playing your game. My game? My game. You're the one with rules and checklists and storage units. The storage unit is so you don't throw my things out of anger, I say. The rules are so I can go to a barbecue without being made into a joke. She glances at the bay, at the guys, at the door, weighing whether to cause a scene on my turf. She tries a pivot. I miss you, she says, and this time the softness sounds like an actor hitting a mark. I haven't slept. Sleep is good for the voice, I answer. It makes it less sharp. You're cruel. I'm clear. She steps closer. Come home. I live there until the sale, I say. I don't come home to be managed. Sale. I have a realtor coming Tuesday, I tell her. We'll take the equity and split it. Cleanest path. I already moved my stuff we don't share. You don't have the right. Both names, Meg. Both signatures. You're doing this to hurt me. No, I say. I'm doing this to end it without dragging it. Hurting you would be staying and letting you keep shaping a man until he looks like a startled shadow. She tilts her head. You practice that line? I live my lines, I say, and walk past her to the office. Tyler hands me a bottle of water like it's paperwork. He doesn't say a word. He doesn't need to. By the time the realtor's SUV pulls up on Tuesday, Megan has decided to act like grace itself. She offers coffee to the agent, smiles at me like we're teammates, nods at comments about staging. It's a performance for the signed papers she knows will come. I don't interrupt. Performances end. Contracts stay. That night, Her last big move arrives like a scene change. She lights candles, cooks a steak, sets the table like the early days when we were not arguing about plates. She even puts on music low enough to mean I'm supposed to feel cared for. When I sit, she begins without throat clearing. I made a list, she says, and my eyebrow rises on reflex. Not that kind. A list of things I appreciate about you. Save it, I say, cutting into the steak. It won't change what I did. Can you just hear it? You've delivered enough lists for a lifetime. I'm trying, she says, and her voice wobbles. I am. I get scared. I try to shape things so they don't fall apart. I push you because when you drift, I feel alone. I know I'm hard sometimes. Hard isn't the problem, I say. Contempt is. That's a strong word. It's the right one. So what? You walk away from our history over tone. Over a dinner where I got carried away. It wasn't a dinner. It was the pattern boiled down, I say. You wanted me smaller, then you wanted applause. I wanted you better. You wanted me yours. I reply. And not in the married way. In the inventory way. I'm not inventory. She stares at the candle for a full 30 seconds. If you leave, I'll be the one who has to explain it to everyone. Do you even care what that does to me? You'll explain it however you explain it, I say. I won't be there to be your illustration. She throws the napkin down. You're cold. I'm finished, I answer, and that's the whole thing. We move fast after that because fast is clean. The house goes under contract in 4 days over asking, because this neighborhood sells itself. I rent a small, bright place near the shop with a garage big enough for a workbench. I make 3 trips with my truck and a dolly. The last trip, Megan waits by the door like a checkpoint. I want to keep the dining table, she says. It was my grandmother's. It stays with you, I tell her. It always was your anchor. And the big mirror? Take it, I say. I don't need to schedule my face. She crosses her arms tight, then lets them drop. Last chance, she says. Don't do this. I set my key on the counter. I take nothing else that doesn't belong to me. I look around the living room where we planned holidays and argued about lamps and realize it's a set, not a home, when every conversation is a note. She waits for a speech. I give her a sentence. Find someone who wants coaching, I say. I want respect. She swallows whatever she was going to say next. I pick up my last box. I don't slam the door. I don't look back. The move is the line. In the weeks after, the attempts come like weather systems. A text, I drove by your shop. Proud of you. A voicemail, I told Mom I messed up. We can fix it. A photo, remember this lake? We were happy there. I don't respond to bait that looks like memory. Shannon corners me near the driveway again. Heard you're selling. Sold, I correct. Quick, she says, like I cheated at cards. She's a handful, huh? She's a person who likes control, I say, and I'm a person who doesn't need it. Shannon laughs, but it's soneless. You're blunt. I'm free, I answer and walk away. Denise pulls me into her office one afternoon and shuts the door. You look 5 years younger, she says. I sleep, I tell her. I have a niece, she says with mock seriousness. She likes tools and terrible movies. I'm not shopping, I say. Good, she replies. Healthy men find women without shopping. Tyler comes by my new place on a Friday with a box of screws and no comment about the furniture. We put up shelves, drink cold soda, and look at the clean lines of a garage where nobody has a clipboard with my name on it. You good, he asks. I'm steady, I say. Steady is good. If I'd filed that first week, I say, I would have saved time. But you doubt it, he says. Now you don't. He's right. I don't. I spend Saturdays on the water with an old friend who runs a small boat. No brand logos, no competition, just air and the rhythm of a line cutting and pulling. I start going to breakfast with Marcos and his wife on Sundays. They tease each other in ways that land like a pat on the back, not a slap. A month out, I'm at a community fundraiser my shop sponsors. I hear a laugh I used to know and turn to see Megan across the room. She looks smaller, not in body, in posture. Her mother stands too close. Her father stands too far. She catches my eye, starts to move, then doesn't. Later, Frank finds me near the coffee urn. You all right, he asks. Better than that, I say. He nods. I saw the table. Hard move. Necessary. You said what needed saying, he tells me. Not many do. Appreciate you, I say. Keep going, he answers, and that's it. He's a man who knows when his words are enough. 6 months later, The shop is busier than I can staff. We take on fleet accounts. I promote Liam to lead tech. I buy a small, older house with a wide porch, a real fireplace, and a detached garage I can turn into a personal workshop. It's not a showplace. It's mine. I pay it off faster than math says I should because I'm not subsidizing a lifestyle that eats respect like snacks. On a snowy Tuesday, I meet Claire at a community center where I'm fixing a busted treadmill. She's a nurse with dry humor and steady eyes. We talk like adults about schedules and silence. When I mention the Sunday check-ins, she laughs. That sounds like a job, she says. It was, I reply. I quit. We go slow. Slow doesn't mean indecisive. Slow means choices you can defend with your name on them. She asks blunt questions. I answer them. She doesn't treat me like a kit to assemble. When she shows up at my place with soup after a long day, and I tell her I don't do lists, she grins. I brought soup, not a spreadsheet, she says. Good. I have bowls. We sit at my table, an old oak I found at an estate sale, and talk about ordinary things. The sound in the room is easy. The air doesn't sting. Nobody reaches for a phone to record a flaw. The last I hear about Megan is from Shannon, of course, who can't stand to let a piece of news go without a spin. She's renting downtown with 2 roommates, Shannon says at the mailbox, like she's reporting a headline. The market's insane. She says men are disappointing. Tell her I agree, I say. Shannon laughs. You're something else. I'm finished being something for someone else. I answer and walk back to my truck. People ask me sometimes if I regret the line at that dinner. They want me to say I could have softened it or shaped it or stacked it between cushions to make it land easier. That line wasn't anger. It was diagnosis. The biggest mistake, marrying you. Not because she's a monster. Because I shrank and called it love. I let a sharp tongue draft my days. I let a person with a clipboard run an inspection on a life I built with my hands. Now I wake up early because I like the quiet before the world starts asking for things. I make coffee the wrong way, which is my way. I lift. I shower. I drive to the shop in a truck that smells like work, not panic. I come home to a house where every object has a place, and none of those places are labeled Jack. You're almost good enough. Friends stop by. We grill when the weather's right. We fix things when they break. If you want the lesson, here it is without decoration. Respect is not a negotiation. You don't earn it by passing tests someone keeps writing midterm. You set your line. You hold it. You move when your line gets crossed. Not with fury. Fury burns out and looks good on video. With facts. With calendars. With keys on counters and messages that say only what they need to say. When I moved the last box and left that key, Megan lost what she was building. She didn't lose me. She lost the control she used to call love, the comfort of a house that ran on her checklists, the status that comes from telling people you're the foreman of a man. I didn't take it from her. She set it down when it stopped working. My life now isn't fireworks. It's better. It's steady. It's mine. And if a man at a barbecue starts making jokes at my expense, I do exactly what I did in that backyard. I say, careful. If he doesn't hear it, I leave. It's not dramatic. It's dull. And dull is repeatable. I can live with that. Help me reach 5,000 subscribers. Support the video with a like and leave your thoughts in the comments. I read everyone. Thank you. The skillet popped, coffee steamed, the kitchen smelled like butter and toasted edges. She came in, scrolling with one hand, sat without a word. Last night's "Don't touch me. I'm tired" still hung in the air like a note taped to the fridge. Give me your card. I've got plans. She stretched her palm across the table like a cashier waiting for change. I slid the wallet back into my pocket. Tired of work too? Go earn it. Her eyes flashed. She held the stare a beat longer than usual, then rolled them like I was a clerk who misscanned her coupon. Unbelievable, she said. Believable, I replied. New rule. I cover the house. You cover your fun. Bills are shared. Extras are private. She gave one sharp laugh. You're not serious. I am. Tonight, I'm locking up at 11. If you're late, text the time. I'm done guessing. She snatched her bag from the chair. The strap scraped the wood. You think you're in charge now? I think I'm done paying for disrespect. If I had known what that morning would turn into, I would have signed papers the same day and saved 2 months of slow nonsense. I didn't. Not yet. And that gap cost more than money. It showed me exactly who wanted comfort and who built it. I rinsed the pan, wiped the counter, set the mug to dry. Laptop open at the corner of the table. Bank tabs, joint bills, my account, a blank list. I moved the miscellaneous pile into a pocket with only my name, trimmed auto pays to roof, lights, water. Everything else went manual. 3 lines on a sticky note. House funded. Extras private. Door at 11. I pinned it to the corkboard with a dull brass tack. Not a speech. A map. At work, the office had its usual hum. Printers, a squeaky chair that no one fixed, air vents that always overshot the season. Damon leaned on my doorframe, spinning a pen. "You're reorganizing your life," he said. "Or pretending to." "Which?" "First one." He nodded at my screen. "Budgets. Boundaries. Same family." At 11 the door locks, I said. No more lobby plant on the couch. Strong line. Clear line. By 8:30 a text blinked on my phone. "Card?" I typed no. "Budget talk tonight at 7. Reply busy. Me. Then read the corkboard. At 7:20, I laid envelopes on the table. Rent, power, water, groceries, savings. I drew a thin pencil line under each number and circled the total. When she came in at 7:50, she didn't take off her jacket. She slid into the chair like a guest late to a show. "You made a game," she said, tapping the rent envelope. "Games have prizes," I said. "This is a house. This is what it costs to run. Extras stay with the person who wants them." Meaning me. Meaning whoever wants them. She drummed 2 nails on the table. "You love holding the chalk." "I love sleeping," I said. "This buys sleep." She stood. The chair feet squeaked. "I'm going to Kelsey's." "Have a good time," I said. "Text a time." She smirked. "You're not my parent." "Correct," I said. "I'm the person done pretending unknown late is normal." Monday through Wednesday, I changed my rhythm on purpose. Early run before dawn. Empty sidewalks, streetlights humming, the same old sedan parked crooked at the corner. I cooked eggs, answered early emails, got to my desk before the noise. Evenings I stayed out in useful places. Mike's porch, the hardware aisle with the quiet buzz of ballast lights, my truck bed like a mobile workbench. No loitering at home waiting for a door to open like weather. Thursday, Sarah waved me over at the mailboxes. She had a dish towel over her shoulder like she'd forgotten to take it off when she left her kitchen. "Everything okay?" she asked. "Depends what you call okay." "She's been out late," Sarah said, lowering her voice. 3 times this week. I noticed. "I'm not saying." "You don't have to," I said. "Time tells on time." She nodded, the slow kind that says she tried to stay out of it and then couldn't. Friday night, 10:20. Text, "Running late, don't lock up." Me, "Door locks at 11. Send an ETA." No reply. At 10:55 I slid the deadbolt and turned off the lamp by the couch. The hallway ticked with pipe noise. At 11:40 the bell rang. I opened. She slipped past with the practiced smile she saves for outside and the half shrug she saves for home. "You're overdoing it," she said, dropping keys into the bowl with a clatter. "I'm enforcing it. You like rules. I like respect." She rolled a shoulder, walked down the hall, shut the guest room door like punctuation. Saturday morning, she changed tone. The house smelled like cinnamon and butter. A candle burned on the counter. Label peeled off. Match head smudged on the rim. "I made pancakes," she said. "I see that. I booked us a spa thing for the afternoon." Reset. "I've got a standing plan," I said. "Run at the park, then downspouts with Mike." She cut a pancake and left it on the edge of her plate. "Do we ever do anything fun?" "Keeping rain out of a living room is fun to me." Her smile turned thin. "Your romance language is gutters." "Roof stays dry," I said. "Everyone sleeps better." She nudged the candle half an inch. "Fine. I'll use your slot. You can use your funds." Her jaw shifted, then she nodded like she was agreeing with someone else behind me. At Mike's place the porch boards were old pine, soft along the edges. We pried bad screws, set new hangers, ran a bead where the seam had pulled. The sun kept ducking behind clouds like it was late for a different job. Kelsey arrived halfway through with a to-go cup and commentary ready. "Manual labor," she said, tilting her head. "How vintage." "Roofs leak in every decade," I said. My wife leaned a hip on the railing. "He's in a rules phase." Kelsey grinned. "Is that like intermittent fasting, but with fun?" "Standards," I said. "Simple ones." She cut off cards. My wife told the air. "Correction," I said. I ended open tabs. Kelsey clicked her tongue. You're going to lose her if you keep policing her. I set the drill on the step. Public joke, public line, I said. My name isn't going on tabs I didn't open or nights I wasn't invited to. House funds house. Private plans, private pay. Sarah, standing with a tray of cups, shifted her weight. Sounds like boundaries, not police. Kelsey rolled her eyes. Ugh, adults. Exactly, I said, and finished the run along the edge. We washed our hands with the hose. The water ran rusty at first, then cleared. Walking home, she kept a half step ahead of me. The keys on her finger cut a small circle every third swing. Did you have to make that speech? She asked. Yes. In front of people? That's where the disrespect happened. You love an audience. I love a boundary that sticks. Sunday the apartment was too quiet. I could hear the elevator door thud through two walls. I printed a one-page budget and taped it to the corkboard. She peeled it down and tossed it on the table like a flyer for a band she didn't like. You really think this will make me fall in line? I think this will make me sleep, I said. You love control. I love clarity. You're suffocating. The door's open, I said, for anyone who wants a different life. That night she moved into the guest room on purpose, with noise and lights, like a stage change. Hangers knocking, drawer slides slamming short, a small hum under her breath that didn't match any song. Comfortable? I asked from the hall. Much more than you. We'll see, I said, and shut my door steady. Wednesday brought a new mask. Roast in the oven, lights dimmed, her voice a notch lower. Plate set even, napkins squared. I've been stressed, she said. I said ugly things. I don't want to fight. Neither do I. I miss us. Show me. She nodded, squeezed my hand once, asked about my day, and waited through the answer. Saturday, she said, stacking plates carefully. Breakfast and a long walk. No phone. Works, I said. Saturday she got ready like it was a photo shoot. 10 became 11:30. We settled for coffee instead of the diner, and when her phone buzzed, she looked at me and then at the screen. I need to swing by a thing, she said. What thing? It's nothing. Back by noon, I said. I'm meeting Ben at 1. She gave me a kiss that missed and said, I'll be quick. 3:30 the door swung, bags in both hands, a smell on her that wasn't our soap. Reschedule, she said. No, I said. Reroute. I didn't argue the calendar. I changed the map. Storage unit on Monday. Rows of metal doors, the chalky smell of concrete, the clack of the lock you can feel in your wrist. I labeled boxes with a black marker, block letters, tools, winter gear, records, desk parts. Direct deposit rerouted by Friday. Joint miscellaneous down to 0. Internet plan in my name only with a new password I didn't say out loud. Not petty. Practical. The pipes got rerouted. Pressure found leaks. Her office threw a rooftop birthday the next week. Loud music, string lights zigzagged overhead. City view that looks better in a picture than it feels in wind. I had a folder to drop to Ben and planned to leave. When I stepped out of the elevator, she clocked me and pasted on a grin good enough for a photograph. Oh, good, she said, loud enough for her circle. Everyone, this is Andrew. Not husband, not partner. Andrew, like a delivery arrived. A guy in a blazer tilted his glass. Heard you don't like places like this. I don't like disrespect, I said. She laughed for them. He's in a rule phase. Standard, I said. I'm dropping this and I'm out. Also, keep my name out of stories where I play the boring villain. I'm not in your script. She made a face like I'd spilled mustard. You're making a scene. You drew a line, I said. I marked it. Ben took the folder, nodded once. I left. The elevator hummed down. In the garage, the air smelled like warm rubber and old dust. Quiet is not silence. Quiet is the absence of noise you pretended was music. The next afternoon, Sarah knocked with a small bag of lemons, like she needed a reason to stand there. I'm not trying to, you know, she said. I know. I saw her late Saturday, she said. Not alone. Side entrance. I didn't ask for details. Thank you. You okay? I will be. At the front desk, Ricardo looked up from his toolbox. He's the type who fixes everything with 2 tools and a short prayer. You got a second? I asked. For you? Yeah. He pulled up the entry log. Midnight, he said, tapping the screen. Then 2:08. Side door camera hit. He cued the clip. There she was in the black dress from the rooftop night, laughing at someone just out of frame. A shape leaned in. Not dramatic. too familiar for strangers. They went in close together. Thanks, I said. You good? Ricardo asked. I'm done guessing, I said. I didn't deliver a speech. I made dinner. She came home late, takeout bag in hand like a treaty. I got sushi, she said. Keep it, I said. You'll want comfort. What's that supposed to mean? It means I'm out. Over what? Over the way you treat the person who funds your comfort, I said. Discount rack respect with full price expectations. You don't know anything. I know enough, I said. I'm not asking for a confession. I'm finished. She followed me down the hall, the floor ticking under our feet. You can't just walk. I can't, I said. Tomorrow I move what's mine. When the renewal hits, I'm off. I'll cover my share through the end date. After that, you handle yours. You're being cruel. No, I said. I'm being clear. My new place was a furnished one-bedroom 3 miles away, 5th floor, window over a parking lot, and a tree that insisted on staying green. The hall smelled like cleaner and old carpet. First night, I slept like someone who finally put down a heavy bag. In the morning, the radiator ticked, coffee hissed, and the quiet felt earned. Damon sat across from me at lunch and set his phone face down. You okay? Better than okay. Good. He nodded at my hands. You're not shaking. Why would I be shaking? Exactly, he said. She tried again 2 days later, a new version of soft. Waited outside my building with 2 paper bags from a sandwich place. Hair tucked behind one ear, smile turned down just right. Please, she said. Let's talk. I took you for granted. You liked freedom with comfort, I said. They don't live together. I'll fix it. No, I said. You can adjust your budget and your schedule. That's fixing your life. Mine's already fixed. You won't even try? I tried, I said. I set rules. You ignored them. I left. That's trying. So that's it. That's it. She looked at the door behind me like it might answer for me. You'll be back. No, I said. I won't. Paperwork moves slow by design. I checked boxes, made lists, sent notices. No big words. No threats. Just the steps. When I picked up the last of my things from the old place, Mike was there because I asked him to be. Not as muscle, just as a witness that I took what was mine and nothing else. He grabbed the heavy side of the maple desk my grandfather built. The legs squeaked a little on tile. Solid wood, he said, testing the weight. Old stubborn kind, I said. Old steady kind, he corrected, and we both smiled at the same time. Neighbors asked in the hallway and by the mail slots. I gave them the one sentence I could stand behind. We grew in different directions, I said. I like roofs. She likes rooftops. People understand more than they say. The cookout came a week later. Mike's dad turned 70. 2 folding tables, paper plates flattening in the breeze, kids on scooters tracing the same loop around the patch of grass. I stacked buns, flipped burgers, nodded at a neighbor I only ever see in baseball caps. Halfway through, she showed up with Kelsey in step, like commentary brought a friend. Really? She said, voice lifted so it carried. You're out here doing the Pour Me tour? I'm grilling and saying happy birthday, I said. Kelsey folded her arms. You're leaving because she has a life. I'm leaving a setup that treats me like furniture, I said. My wife made sure the circle heard. He wants a maid and a cheerleader. I'm not built for that. I wiped my hands and stepped into the open space where the talk had drifted. The grill hissed behind me. Short and final, I said. From this minute, I won't discuss us in public. People who want to live like they're single should live like they're single. People who build a home should share it with someone who respects it. I'm the second kind. I'm not funding the first. Kelsey scoffed. Who do you think you are? A man who's done, I said. I handed my wife a plain white envelope. It held dates, items I'd claim, a line about a clean handoff. What is this? She asked. Next steps, I said. Her mouth tightened. You're serious. Dead serious, I said. You wanted freedom with comfort. Pick one. The days after were quiet because I kept them that way. I set fence posts in my calendar. Mornings for runs. Evenings for simple dinners. Weekends for something useful. I patched Mike's loose latch, fixed Sarah's cabinet hinge, cleaned the vents in my own place with a vacuum I borrowed from a neighbor who swears it's older than me. I answered only the calls that mattered. The rest timed out. A message came late one night. You never loved me. I typed. Love without respect is a hallway to nowhere. Reply. You'll come back. Me, no. She tried a third soft turn once more. Handwritten note slid under my door. The paper smelled faintly like her perfume. 3 lines, careful letters. I miss our mornings. I can do better. Coffee on me. I set the note on the counter, made my own coffee, and left it there till the corners curled. There's a difference between regret and a plan. The note asked me to supply both. On Tuesday, she waited outside my building near the planter by the steps, one heel digging a crescent in the mulch. You could at least help with the deposit on my new place, she said. You have a job and a circle, I said. Use them. This is petty. No, I said. Taking care of your own life is adulthood. You'll be lonely. I'll be peaceful. She looked up at the windows like there might be a crowd taking notes. This is your loss, she said. That's the beauty of choices, I said. We find out whose loss it was. I took the last box to my storage unit and clicked the lock. The aisle smelled like rubber and dust. On the way home, I stopped at the lake road. The water looked like a sheet of dark glass with dents where fish surfaced. A line of geese crossed the sky in the kind of arrow you only notice when you stop demanding signs. Back at the apartment, the radiator ticked, the grill hissed on the balcony, and I called my father. He asked how the week was. I said quiet. He said quiet sounded like a plan. I said it was. Work settled into a better shape. Damon and I grabbed dinner on Fridays at the same spot with plastic menus and waiters who know our orders by our faces. You good? He asked one night, stirring his drink with the straw like it gave him time to frame his words. Better than good. You going to date? When I want to, I said. Under my rules. Standards, he said. Standards, I said. Some mornings I cross paths with the old guy on the next block who waters his shrubs like each leaf is a paycheck. He nods, I nod. No words. Agreement doesn't need them. I keep the habit of locking my door at 11 even though no one is out testing the hinges. The corkboard above my desk has a shorter list now. Roof. Food. Respect. If anyone leaks, I fix it or I move. No drama. No audience. Just maintenance. A month later, Sarah texted me. Saw her moving out today. Looked different. Take care. Me, you too. Thanks. I put the phone face down and made a grocery list that fit on one sticky note. Eggs, bread, coffee, a new filter for the air return. Life shrinks to fit what you can carry. It also expands to fit what you can build. Both truths belong in the same room. I think back to that first morning sometimes. The handout, the stare, the line I drew with a quiet no. It wasn't heroic. It was a kitchen table, a budget, a door at 11. But that was the first honest move I'd made in months. People romanticize second chances. Here's what I learned. You can rename the same chance 100 times, and it still buys you the same result. What changes a life isn't the promise. It's the action that says no more. So here's the action that closed it. I stopped funding a life that didn't include me. I didn't shout. I didn't bargain. I put down the bag, moved the money, moved my feet, and set the lock. She wanted freedom with comfort. I kept the comfort I built and handed her the freedom she kept asking for. If you want both, earn both. If you try to hold one in my house while borrowing the other from my pocket, the math won't stand. The door won't either. That's the whole story. No fireworks. No storm. Just a man who chose a quiet room and a solid roof. A man who learned that respect is a line you draw once and enforce every time. And a final sentence I don't raise my voice to say. You wanted freedom with comfort. Pick one. If you pick wrong, the door stays closed. Help me reach 5,000 subscribers. Support the video with a like and leave your thoughts in the comments. I read everyone. Thank you. She brushed past me in the kitchen like I was part of the appliance row. I set a plate down, reached a hand to her shoulder. She stiffened like a board. Don't, Kara muttered, lifting the fridge door. I'm not in the mood. You hungry? I kept my tone even. I made salmon. You asked for it last week. Schedule changed. She grabbed a yogurt. I have a call with Madison. Don't wait up. It's 8. We plan to walk. She slid the yogurt back in as if the fridge offended her. I don't want to walk. I want quiet. Do you want to join me tomorrow at Jake's? He's doing ribs. I'm not going to your neighbor's backyard show, she said, already tapping her phone. You go? You like that stuff? I watched her head down the hall with her earbuds, the door closing behind her like punctuation. If I'd known where it was headed, I would have cut the rope that night and saved us both a couple of ugly weeks. I rinsed my plate, took out the trash, and checked my calendar. I keep one for work and one for the house. It's not complicated. I run an auto shop, I like regular hours, and I keep my promises. Kara used to like that about me. Lately, she treated consistency like a weakness. The next morning, she floated through the kitchen in an oversized shirt, hair in a loose knot, eyes on her phone. I poured coffee and slid a mug toward her. "You're up early," I said. "Meetings." She clipped the lid onto her travel mug. "Do not call me today unless the house is on fire. I don't call you during work." "Then we're aligned." She glanced at the counter. "Is that my lunch?" "It was," I said. "You didn't answer last night. I wasn't sure if you'd be home." "Then don't make it," she said, tossing a granola bar into her bag. "I'm not a child. I let that one pass." She left without a goodbye. The front door clicked like a stopwatch lap. By noon, Andrea, the service writer at the shop, leaned on my office door with a stack of invoices. Andrea is blunt, which I respect. "You look like you slept in a toolbox, Mark," she said. "You want me to push the Henderson brake job to tomorrow?" "I'm good," I said, spinning a pen between my fingers. "Drop it at bay 2. She watched me for a beat. "Don't bring the house into the shop. That's my only sermon." "Noted." I stood, rolled my shoulders. "What's next?" "Customer who thinks his truck drinks gas because of a conspiracy," she said. "You or Nate?" "Give me the conspiracy." "Nate takes the ones who want to chat." Andrea shifted the invoices to her hip. "You know the only person you're allowed to fix here is the person who pays the invoice." "I know." "Good." She tapped the doorframe. "Then put the wrench down at home. Or don't go home." That night at Jake's backyard, the grill threw steady heat. A game murmured from the living room, and Kara was absent by choice. Jake handed me a plate heavy with ribs. Megan passed a bowl of coleslaw, and their kid zigzagged through the yard like a wind-up toy. "Where's Kara?" Megan asked, rinsing her hands at the hose. Megan is polite in a way that says she sees more than she says. "Busy," I answered. "Long calls." Jake smirked. "Big account." She didn't say. Megan dried her hands on a towel. "You two okay?" I stabbed a rib with my fork. "We're recalibrating." Jake raised an eyebrow. "That a shop word or a marriage word?" "It's both," I said. "Either it runs, or I swap parts." An hour in, Kara texted a photo of a salad from someplace across town. No caption, just the plate. I pocketed my phone. Megan caught the move. "You don't want to answer?" "She's not asking anything," I said, and took a bite. The next morning, Kara sat at the bar with her laptop open and 2 empty seltzer cans to her left. "I need you to drive my dry cleaning at lunch," she said, eyes still on the screen. "I've got 4 cars lined up. You can take a lunch, Mark. You're not a machine. You said not to call you at work." I replied, stirring my oatmeal. "Same applies here. Text me requests a day ahead. I'll see what fits." She looked up. "Is this a new rule?" "It is," I said. "It keeps confusion low. I'm your wife, not a customer. You get priority," I said, "when we treat each other like partners." She shut the laptop. "You're making this difficult on purpose." "No," I said. "I'm making it clear on purpose." She scoffed and stood. "You're being dramatic." "No drama. Just schedule." That was initiative number 1. New lanes, new rules. I posted my weekly hours on the fridge, including what nights I'd be at the gym and which weekends I'd be working on the truck. I added Sundays. No obligations before noon. It wasn't a threat. It was a plan. The first softening came 2 days later. I got home at 7 to find the table set and a pot of chili simmering. Kara stirred the pot like she was auditioning for a commercial. "I thought you might like something warm," she said. "Long day." "Standard," I answered, setting my keys in the bowl. "Smells good." "I was short with you," she said, not quite meeting my eyes. "Work's heavy. I don't mean to take it out on you." "I hear you," I said, taking bowls out of the cabinet. "But the rules stick." Text ahead. No last-minute errands. "Of course." She set 2 bowls on the table. "I can do that." We ate. She told me a story about her boss. At one point, she reached for my hand. I let it sit there, and it was fine. It lasted a minute. I cleaned up the dishes and went for a run. I didn't announce it. I didn't stay to make it feel like a scene. 2 days later, the softening evaporated. Kara leaned in the doorway while I packed a tool bag for the weekend. Jake had invited me to help frame a shed, and I said yes, because a man should use his hands for something that pays respect back. "You're going to his again?" she asked. "For a couple hours." "What about brunch with Madison and Tyler?" She poured a seltzer into a glass like she was hosting a talk show. "You forgot. You told me about it yesterday, I said. That's not enough notice. I'm out. She laughed through her nose. Your little fridge memo is cute, but the world doesn't care about your bullet points. I zipped the bag. I do. So I'll live by it. Whatever. She took a sip. Try not to embarrass yourself with Jake and his Instagram projects. At Jake's, the shed went up in clean lines. Jake's brother, Cole, cracked jokes. Cole has the kind of grin that invites trouble. He pointed at a mismeasured board in the pile. You cut that, he asked. I did, I said, wiping sawdust from my forearm. Off by a ½ inch, Cole announced. Kara would roast you for that. I set the board aside. She's warmed up already. Jake stepped in, tapping the board with his boot. It's wood, not a wedding cake, he said. We cut another. You want a beer, Mark? I'm driving, I said. Water's fine. Megan appeared with a pitcher. She looked between me and Jake. You two good? We're good, I said. You know, Cole said, aiming for a laugh. Some guys just need a leash. Jake shot him a look. Drop it. I carried the board to the saw. Public boundary, delivered with a saw hum. I'm not a punchline. I kept cutting boards and stopped showing up to her group events. That was initiative number 2. In the mandatory togetherness, where I'm the background prop. I wrote it out once, in plain language, on a sticky note on the fridge. I'll attend events that respect both of us. If not, I'm out. She left it there 2 days, then tossed it without a word. Message received on both sides. At work the following week, Kara called at 11:30. Andrea glanced at my buzzing phone and slid it toward me with a pin resting across it like a baton. You taking that? Andrea asked. Lunch rush, I said. She can text. Andrea nodded, approving of the policy more than the marriage. Your 9 o'clock is late. Want me to bump him? Give him 10 minutes. Kara texted, pick me up at the salon. My ride fell through. I texted back, can't. At work. You'll need another plan. Her reply, you're unbelievable. Me, I'm at my job. Use a ride app or reschedule. She didn't text again. She arrived home at 3 with a shopping bag and a cold front. You left me stranded, she announced, setting the bag on the counter like evidence. You had options, I answered, cleaning a ratchet with a rag. You chose a bad one. Normal husbands pick up the phone. Normal partners give notice and don't drop their day on someone else. You're not a partner. You're a machine with a calendar. I wiped the ratchet and put it away. Better than a foghorn with a wish list. She let out a laugh that wasn't amusement. You think you're funny. I think I'm clear. Friday night, we went to a restaurant for Megan's birthday because Megan asked me directly, and I respect her. Kara decided to come 15 minutes before we left. At the table, conversations braided around us. Kara leaned close to Megan and spoke just loud enough to carry. Mark is very process, she said, waving a hand. He needs an instruction manual to load a dishwasher. A couple of people chuckled out of reflex. I set my fork down. Kara, I said, voice steady. If you talk about me, do it with respect. Or don't include me. She blinked as if surprised by pushback. It's a joke. It's a message, I said. I heard it. Here's mine back. Keep me out of your material. Jake reached for his water, trying to change the subject. So football. Kara interrupted, leaning in as if offering a secret. He labels the shelves in the garage. I'm not exaggerating. I turned to the server standing by with a pad. Split my check, I told him, and pointed to my plate. This, the starter, and the iced tea. I'll wrap it to go. The table went quiet in a hurry. The server nodded, professional and quick. Kara stared at me as if I'd broken an oath. You're leaving? She asked. I'm not staying for another round of your commentary, I said, reaching for my jacket. Megan, happy birthday. I'll drop a gift tomorrow. Megan swallowed, choosing careful words. Thank you for coming, Mark. Sure. I nodded to the table and headed out. That was initiative number 3 on foreign territory, the public boundary with a consequence attached. No lecture, just a bill split and exit. Kara came home late and loud. She rattled the bedroom drawers, clacked her heels on the hardwood, then stood in the doorway with her arms crossed like an umpire. You embarrassed me, she said. You did that, I replied, closing my book. You made me look like I nag you. You performed. I set a limit. She laughed without humor. You're overcorrecting. It's exhausting. Then rest, I said, turned off the light, and slept. The second softening hit on Sunday morning. I came back from a run to find the bathroom spotless and a new towel folded on the rack. Kara stood at the sink with a printed schedule of my week. She'd highlighted the gym and added little check boxes. I want to get on your rhythm, she said. Maybe we can lift together on Tuesdays. Or we can do meal prep Sundays. I'm trying. I leaned in the doorway, shoes untying themselves as I stepped. Tuesdays I lift with Nate, I said. Sundays before noon are mine. She kept her face open like a storefront. I can fit your rules. I want harmony. That starts with respect, I said. Not choreography. She dropped the paper slightly. You're not giving me anything. I'm giving you a clear man, I said, hung the towel straight, and walked out. If the bathroom sparkled to lure me back into the old arrangement, it missed. Clean tile is nice. Clean boundaries beat it. 2 more days of frost, a few snipes about my schedule religion, and then the fuse reached the powder. It happened on a Wednesday night. I set 2 plates on the counter. She scrolled her phone and didn't look up. Eat? I asked. Already did, she said. I cooked. I'm not hungry. Then stop inviting me to read your mind, I said, sliding 1 plate into the fridge. She looked up, finally. You know what, Mark? She set her phone down with deliberate precision. You're easy to replace. The words didn't come with heat. They came flat, like a policy memo. She watched me like I was a test subject who might validate her theory. I put my keys in my pocket. No speech, no noise. I walked to the garage, hit the door, and backed out. 10 minutes down the road. My phone buzzed. A text from Kara. When you're coming back, get me sweets. I pulled into a big box store lot, parked, and sat for a minute. Then I went in and bought a large suitcase. Not candy, a suitcase. On the way home, I stopped by my storage unit, the one I rented 2 weeks ago when I started posting rules on the fridge, and grabbed 2 empty bins. Logistics don't argue. They just work. I carried the suitcase into the living room and set it upright against the wall. Kara looked up from the couch. A show flickered silently in the background. She raised an eyebrow. What's that? She asked. I unzipped the suitcase, extended the handle, and parked it by the hallway. Pack your things. It's time to move out. She sat up like she hadn't heard right. Excuse me. You were clear, I said. I listened. You're not serious, she said, voice pitching up. Over 1 comment. It's the invoice for the last month, I replied. Cold, mockery, demands, public digs. Tonight you submitted the final line item. I'm closing the account. You can't just. I can. I pointed toward the bedroom. You'll pack your clothes and essentials tonight. I booked a short-term rental for 2 weeks. After that, you'll sort a longer plan. I'll cover the first week. You'll handle the second. Her mouth opened, searching for the lever that used to move me. You're throwing me out? I'm ending a setup that doesn't respect me, I said. You told me I'm easy to replace. I agree. Replace me. Somewhere else. Kara stood, palms flat on her thighs. This is ridiculous. We're married. We were supposed to be partners, I said. You pivoted to manager. I don't work for you. She tried a different approach, softer now. You're overreacting. I was frustrated. You were practicing, I said. The rehearsal is over. She laughed, but it cracked in the middle. Fine. Fine. You want me gone? I'll go. But you'll call tomorrow and you'll say this was a mistake. I won't, I said. I'll send you a list of what's yours that I packed in bins. If I miss something, you'll send a note. We'll schedule a pickup. No drop-ins. What about my things? She gestured toward the house like a tour guide. The rug, the dishes, the chair. You can take what you bought. We'll keep it simple. You'll text me links to statements or orders if we disagree. Until then, you take clothes and personal items. The rest we inventory on Saturday at 10. Andrea will be here to witness. She takes notes like a court reporter, but charges less. You're bringing your work people into our home? She asked, scandal wrapped in the word work. I'm bringing a note taker, I said. It keeps the noise low. This is insane. It's adult, I said. We skipped that step. I'm adding it back in. She didn't move. So I rolled the suitcase into the bedroom and set it open on the bed. I pulled 2 empty bins to the doorway. Kara, I said, meeting her eyes. Pack. She came down the hall, furious in silence. She yanked open drawers and started tossing clothes in jagged folds. I stayed in the doorway, arms crossed, a quiet guard. She spun on me. You don't get to stand there like a security guard, she said. Leave. I'm here to keep it clean, I said. This process gets loud quick. I'm keeping it quiet. She resumed packing with dramatic zippers and hangers clacking like cymbals. After a while, she stopped, hands on her hips. Where am I even supposed to go? The edge dulled for a second. I don't have, I don't. Short-term rental, I said. I booked it. It's 2 miles away. It has a kitchen. You'll be fine. She blinked. You plan everything, don't you? I plan what matters, I said. Respect matters. You're not generous, she said. You're cold. I'm precise, I said. You misread it as weakness for a while. That ends tonight. She zipped the suitcase closed in a long rip and rolled it to the hall. I picked up the bins and followed. In the living room, she paused by the coffee table and looked around like the room owed her an apology. You really think you can replace me? You replaced me, I said. With noise. You'll find a listener. Good luck with that. She hauled the suitcase to the front door and stopped again, different strategy loading. Wait, she said, voice lower. Let's talk. You're tired. I said a thing I shouldn't. We can fix it. I'm not a project, I said. No adjustments. We're done. Her eyes flashed. So you're proud of yourself? You win. No one wins here, I said. I just stopped losing. She looked at the suitcase, at me, at the suitcase again. You'll call, she repeated, less sure now. You'll miss me. I'll miss what we were supposed to be, I said. Not what we became. I rolled the suitcase out to the porch. The evening air held the kind of quiet you don't hear until you cut the TV. Jake across the street glanced our way, then looked back at his grill. Kara stepped outside, stopped halfway down the steps, and turned back. I hope your schedule can hug you, she said, trying for a dagger. It already does, I said. It keeps me from hugging the wrong thing. She shook her head, half laugh, half scoff. You'll regret this, Mark. Not my style. I held the door. The code changes at 9. Pick up the rest Saturday at 10. Bring a list. No extra commentary. She stood there a second longer, then rolled the suitcase down the walk, heels loud on the concrete. I closed the door with no slam, just the click that belongs to a decision. Saturday at 10, Andrea sat at the table with a clipboard and a travel mug. Kara arrived 5 minutes late with sunglasses and a brittle smile. Jake hovered on his porch like a reluctant referee, but stayed out of it. I kept the rooms open and the bins sorted. We were efficient. Kara tried small shots. You're very proud of that chair, huh? And I ignored them. Andrea wrote everything down like it was a parts list. In an hour, we were done. At the threshold, Kara paused. You built this place with me, she said, softer than I expected. You're just going to. I'm not erasing history, I said. I'm ending a bad present. That's enough work for one weekend. She nodded once, sharp, then left without another word. Andrea handed me the list. You handled that like you handle a seized bolt, Andrea said. Steady pressure. No heat. Heat burns the threads, I said. Yeah. She tossed the pen into her bag. You free next Saturday? Some friends are coming by for a fish fry. They're normal. They won't ask for parts at a party. I'll come, I said. I'll bring something that doesn't argue. After that, the house felt twice as big and quieter than a shop at closing. I rekeyed the lock and organized the pantry because order is my peace. I moved my clothes to the hall closet and left the bedroom as a bed and a lamp. Simple. I stopped checking my phone for incoming weather reports disguised as texts. Kara sent a short message 2 days later. I left my navy blazer. Can I grab it tonight? I replied, bagged on the porch at 6. I'll be out. She tried again. Can we talk? We already did. There was an attempt at charm a week later. She sent a photo of a steak on a skillet with the caption, thought you'd like this. I didn't respond. When a system fails, you don't praise its theme music. A month later, I signed papers on a small place across town with a yard that needed a man's hands and a garage that would fit my tools, the bike, and a workbench. Not a mansion, just mine. Saturdays, I'd drive the pickup to the hardware store and buy lumber that didn't talk back. Sundays, I'd sit on the back steps with coffee and a list, crossing off items as I built them. I swapped the heavy couch for 2 solid chairs and a table that won't wobble. Work picked up. Word gets around when you treat people straight. Nate took over more diagnostics. Andrea wrangled the front like a boss, and I added 2 lifts in the back bay. On Wednesdays, I ran at the park with a group that didn't care what you did for a living as long as you kept pace. I slept, not like a hero, just like a man who ended a loud machine. I met Claire at Andrea's fish fry. Claire teaches high school math. She talks like she's thinking 3 steps ahead and laughs with her whole face. We talked about engines and geometry and why people ignore warning lights. I walked her to her car, and she said something simple. "You seem steady," she said. "I am," I answered. "Took some work." She didn't fill silence with noise. That was new and good. Word drifted back about Kara in the months after. Not from snooping. Life tells on itself. Megan mentioned in passing that Kara rented a room with 2 other women near downtown. Jake heard she changed jobs twice, then started consulting, whatever that means. She posted a quote about strong women on her social page and tagged no one. She bought a rug that looked like the old one. The effect was a copy that didn't stick. None of that made me smile. It wasn't my scoreboard anymore. It was a weather report from another state. One afternoon, I saw her in the grocery store. She held a basket and stared at a shelf like it could fix something. She spotted me and lifted a hand halfway, then lowered it. I nodded once, polite and distant, like you do with an old coworker at a gas pump. She walked past. No scene, no speech. Clean break. Claire came by that evening with a bag of apples and a straightforward question. "You good?" she asked, setting the bag on the counter. "Good," I said, and meant it. We baked a pie that didn't look like a magazine picture, but tasted like a Saturday done right. Claire teased me for measuring the cinnamon like I planned break jobs. I grinned and let the comment land. It was a joke, not a dig. Respect makes the same words feel different. People think the win is the speech. It isn't. The win is the standard you enforce when no one's clapping. It's the suitcase at the door instead of the candy on the list. It's the clear rule on a fridge and the clear lock on a door. When Kara said, "You're easy to replace," she gave me the last piece I needed. I believed her for once. I made it true, not out of spite, but out of respect for the man I answer to in the mirror. Sometimes at the shop, Andrea will glance at me over a stack of work orders and smirk. "You ever miss the chaos?" she asks. I like the quiet. I answer and get back to the wrench. The night we finished the workbench in my new garage, Jake came by with a 6-pack of soda and a grin. "This is clean," he said, running a hand along the tabletop. "You going to label the drawers?" "Yeah," I said, catching the joke and letting it stay a joke. "So I can find things I care about." Jake nodded, serious for once. "You did right," he said. "Hard and right usually show up together." "Hard is fine," I said. "I've got time." We stood a while in a garage that didn't judge anyone. The radio hummed low. The bench light made a clear pool on the wood. My phone stayed on the shelf, quiet. The last thing Kara ever heard from me was at the door the night of the suitcase. I didn't raise my voice or ask for understanding. I didn't repeat myself. I opened the door, made space for the suitcase to roll through, and gave her the line I reserve for the moments when a man draws the line and doesn't step back. "Respect is the ticket," I told her. "Keep it, or travel alone." She chose. I followed up with action. And life, which respects people who respect themselves, made room. Help me reach 5,000 subscribers. Support the video with a like and leave your thoughts in the comments. I read everyone. Thank you. She turned her shoulder when I reached for her. Not a fight, not a speech. Just a quick shrug in our own kitchen like my hand was a fly. I stood there with a dish towel and a pan on the stove, and Brooke flicked through her phone as if the room was empty. "Movie tonight." I tried again. "I booked off early." "I'm exhausted," she answered without looking up. "Don't start planning things I didn't agree to." "Walk after dinner?" "Don't feel like it." I set the towel down. "You've been tired 6 nights in a row." "You keeping a log?" Her mouth twitched. "That's cute." "I'm keeping a marriage," I told her. "You handle the dishes," she said, tapping her screen. "I have my Pilates thing." She took her bottle, brushed past me, and left the kitchen. No kiss. No touch. Just the smell of her lotion and the door clicking. If I'd known where it was headed, I would have taken a different road that night. But I didn't. Not yet. I still did the pan, wiped the counter, and told myself people go through phases. I've run crews in the shop for 20 years. Motors stall. You diagnose. You fix. You test. That's how I treated us. A system that needed work, not a sinking boat. Only systems don't look you in the eye and tell you you're the problem. The first week I chased. The second week I listened. The third week I started taking notes in my head. Saturday morning I put coffee on the table. I'd added cinnamon the way she used to like it. Brooke scrolled again. "Morning," I started. "We haven't had time together. Tonight, I'll make that pasta you like." We sit, phones down, we talk. She slid the mug away with a finger like it might spill. I'm going out. Nora's birthday. Good, I nodded. We can do tomorrow. You hear me? Tonight. And I'll need the car because parking's a nightmare. I already grabbed a reservation. I'll drive you, pick you up. She finally met my eyes. Mark, I don't need a chauffeur. Never offered that job, I replied. I offered dinner and a ride. Why do you make everything heavy? She stood, tied her hair back. I don't want a big talk. You're turning into that guy. What guy? The guy who can't take a hint. I leaned back in the chair. Which hint are we talking about? The hint where I want my space, she said. The hint where I don't have to entertain you every night. Space, I repeated. Got it. What's the measure? Hours. Days. Don't be weird, she snapped. Just don't cling. Handle your stuff. Already do, I told her. I took my mug, dumped my coffee in the sink, and rinsed it. All right. New plan. I'll take myself off the calendar. No more guessing games. You want time, you ask. Until then, I'm using my weekends for my own things. She squinted. What things? The shop, the gym, my brother's place, fishing with Mike. It's a long list. I took my keys from the hook. I'll text you before I'm home. Helps with your space. So that's it. You pout because I have a life. No pouting, I said. Boundary. I didn't ask for a boundary, she muttered. You didn't need to, I countered. You asked for space. I'm giving you room to breathe and me room to stop chasing. Everybody wins. She laughed once. You're really going to act tough now? Not tough. Clear. I opened the garage door. We'll test it a week. Fine, she said, settling back on the stool. Just don't be dramatic. Brooke, I replied. If I ever get dramatic, you'll know. Today is quiet. I left it there. At the shop, Jenna was under a Tahoe with a socket wrench, yelling for the air hose. You look like you swallowed a lemon, she called out. Everything all right, boss? Fine, I answered, pulling the work order stack. Just updating a policy at home. Policy, she repeated. Sounds romantic. Even romance runs better with rules, I said. By lunch, I'd moved my weekend to-do list into the shop schedule. I canceled 2 dinner attempts I'd lined up in advance. I texted, got your space note. I'm on late. Back after 10. She read it. No reply. At 6, I headed to Mike's garage to help him with his porch lights because he wired them backwards and was pretending it was intentional. Mike wiped his hands. Brooke not with you. She's got a birthday thing, I told him. We're on new rules for a bit. He whistled. Didn't know you two ran on rules. We do now. You good with that? I'm good with a clean line, I said, twisting the wire nut. Worst thing you can do to a circuit is short it with indecision. He grinned. Only you would make marriage a wiring diagram. It's cheaper than therapy, I said. Around 9, my phone pinged. Brooke, can you pick me up at 11? I texted back. Already home across town by then. You set the space terms. Use a ride service. Stay safe. She wrote. You're useless. I didn't answer. That was the first time she wrote it. Not the last. Monday, she drifted past me again, perfume and cold air. I put my hand on her back as she reached for the fridge. Don't, she said. Even a hello is too much now. I'm not in the mood. Noted. I pulled out the whiteboard from the pantry. We had used it once to plan a barbecue. New update. She frowned. You're kidding. No. We split house logistics. Groceries, bills, errands. Half and half. If you can't make time, you can make lists. You're making lists for me? I'm making lists for us, I corrected. Also moving the budget. I'm separating discretionary spending. My account covers my life. Yours covers yours. We split the essentials. I'll email it. You're so controlling, she said, staring at the whiteboard like it insulted her. I'm the exact opposite, I replied. I'm giving you total control of your half. No more nagging either way. She crossed her arms. You can't just switch up how we do things. You switched it. I'm catching up. She rolled her eyes. So I have to go get my own oil change now. You're capable, I said. If you ask, I'll help. But I'm not volunteering where I'm not wanted. She opened her mouth, then closed it. At noon, a message arrived on my phone. Sorry I was short earlier. Work stress. Coffee later. At 3, she showed up at the shop with a cardboard tray. Truce, she said, handing me a cup with my name spelled wrong and a smile I hadn't seen in weeks. You work too hard. Jenna watched from the lift. Brooke glanced at the grease stains and wrinkled her nose. Come out back, I told Brooke. We stepped by the alignment rack. I was snappy, she said, touching my sleeve. It wasn't fair. Thanks for saying it, I replied. She leaned in half a step. Let's do dinner tonight. My treat. Tonight, I'm working late. I tapped the clipboard. Finished the civic, closed the books. Her voice softened. I'd like to see you. An old instinct told me to say yes. The coffee was warm in my hand. The apology sounded correct. The timing was neat. Too neat. Text me a day this week, I said. Phone's down. We'll do it right. Her smile thinned. You really need a calendar invite to see your wife? No, I told her. I need agreement. 2 people. That's all. She adjusted the strap on her bag. Fine. Wednesday. Done. She looked past me at Jenna. Hi, she offered. Jenna saluted with the wrench. Hi. On her way out, Brooke paused. One more thing. My mom's coming Saturday. I told her you'd fix the closet door. Saturday, I'm helping Mike with his deck. You can move that. I'm not moving it. I didn't raise my voice. I'll look at your mom's door another time. Or call a handyman. So you're busy now, she said, head tilted. Full schedule suddenly. I've always been busy, I replied. I just stopped pretending I wasn't. She stared at me like I'd spoken a foreign language. At closing, I locked up, and Jenna flicked off the bay lights. She brings coffee, then orders you around, Jenna noted. Classic. It's not a war, I said. You sure? She wiped her hands. Sounds like you're drawing lines. I'm drawing mine, I answered. She can draw hers. Wednesday, Brooke texted an hour before dinner. Emergency at work. Rain check. I replied, understood. Reschedule when convenient. Don't be passive-aggressive, she wrote. Not being anything, I sent. Just confirming the new rule. Whoever cancels reschedules. Your turn. 2 hours later, she sent a photo of a salad and a caption. Thinking of you. First soft move. Looked like care, read like bait. I didn't bite. Thursday, she peeked into the garage as I cleaned a carb. You're quiet, she said. I'm relaxing. With a carb. It's honest work. You could relax with me, she added, resting against the doorway. I wiped my hands. You mean sit in the same room while you scroll? Her jaw tightened. Forget it. I didn't forget anything, I said. I remember exactly how we got here. She didn't answer. There was a pattern forming. Test, soften, ask for something. Every ask had a price tag. Every softening had a timer. I set mine too. Mike's backyard on Sunday was full of guys in ball caps and kids chasing each other with water guns. He'd called it a cookout, even though he'd bought half the food pre-cooked. Brooke insisted on coming, then spent the first 20 minutes checking her reflection in her phone. I made a plate and handed it to her. I'm not hungry, she said, pushing it back. Eat later then. Lisa, our neighbor, waved from the patio. There's the power couple. Brooke laughed. Power's a stretch. Lisa raised an eyebrow. You okay? We're great, I answered. Sure, Brooke added, voice light. As long as Mark stays out of the way. A couple of heads turned. I set my beer down on the railing. Want to run that back? I asked. She gave me a sunny smile for the audience. It's a joke. Then here's mine, I told her. If you call me useless in front of people again, I'm heading out. You can ride with Lisa or a ride service. Mike glanced over, sensing weather. Oh, relax, Brooke waved a hand. He's sensitive lately. I'm specific, I answered. It's a big difference. She clinked her plastic cup against Lisa's. You know how men get when they age. A couple of the guys looked at their shoes. I nodded once. Mike, I called. Thanks for the invite. I'm heading out. You just got here, he protested. I'm a man of my word, I told him, and to Brooke, I added, you have a ride. Don't be ridiculous, she scoffed. You're my ride. Not today, I replied. Boundary applies in public too. She blinked. You're seriously leaving me here. I'm seriously leaving, I said, and I was already walking to the gate. It's not the same thing. Mike caught up to me at the curb. You all right? I'll be better tomorrow, I answered. Hold your grill steady. She'll need a lift. He shook his head. This is going to blow up. Probably, I said, unlocking my truck. Let it. At home, I sat on the back steps with a bottle of water and thought about every small cut from the past 2 months. If all you do is bleed, eventually you stop moving. I decided to stop bleeding. I pulled a duffel from the closet and carried it to the guest room. I moved half my clothes. I slept with the door locked. At midnight, Brooke came in, flipping lights. Mark, what was that? A consequence, I replied, propped on an elbow. You embarrassed me. No, I said. You did that yourself. I just declined to play along. So you're punishing me now? I'm living in the rules you wrote, I told her. Space. Independence. Separate logistics. You think this makes you look strong? Her voice went harsh. It makes you look petty. It makes me look done with disrespect, I answered. Different word. Different meaning. She stood at the foot of the bed. You like your guest room? Keep it. I don't want you in mine. Perfect alignment, I replied. Sleep well. She slammed the door. In the morning, I brewed my coffee and packed my lunch. Brooke walked in, hair tied, face set. You're not taking the car, she announced. I have a thing after work. We have 2 vehicles, I reminded her. Use the other. I don't like driving that one, she said. It's old. It's in better shape than most new ones, I said, taking my keys. But you don't have to like it. You just have to drive it. She stared at the keys in my hand. Switch with me. No. You're being impossible. I'm being consistent, I said. You're getting space and responsibility in a bundle. She grabbed her purse. Fine. By Thursday, the silence in the house had teeth. We moved around each other like co-workers who share a cubicle they both hate. That night, she stood in the hallway. You done with your little show? She asked. What show? The one where you act like you have standards. I put down the tape measure I'd used to fix a loose hinge. I've always had standards. I'm just enforcing them. She stepped closer. Or you're afraid to stand next to a woman who isn't impressed by you anymore. Is that the story? I asked. You want a man you can belittle until he begs? Her smile sharpened. I want a man who knows his place. I nodded slowly. There it was. Not even coded. I waited 1 heartbeat, 2. She watched for a flare, a snap, a scene. Thanks for saying it clear, I told her. It saves me time. She rolled her eyes. You're dramatic again. I'm precise again, I answered, and I brushed past her in the hallway, grazing the edge of the picture frame on the wall with my shoulder. The frame tilted and hung crooked. I left it that way. A small truth in wood and glass. Not everything gets fixed. Friday night the fuse blew. We were in the kitchen. She took another jab about how I'd be lost without her reminders. I poured a glass of water and set it down. You finished? I asked. She laughed into her phone. I could do this all day. I nodded. I know. Then she put the phone down, planted both palms on the island, and looked me dead in the eye. You're easy to replace. There it was. Clean shot. No drift. My hands didn't shake. I didn't argue. I took my keys from the bowl and walked to the garage. The engine turned over, steady and calm, because I take care of my machines. I backed out, pulled onto the street, and let the line go taut between us until it snapped on its own. 10 minutes later, my phone buzzed on the passenger seat. A text from Brooke. When you're coming back, buy me something sweet. I laughed once. Not happy. Not sad. A sound like a door latch clicking. I swung into the big box store lot, parked, and walked to luggage. I bought the biggest suitcase they had. Red. Hard shell. Wheels that turned like they were auditioning for a dance show. I put it in the back, drove home, and rolled it into the kitchen. She looked up from her phone. You bought candy? I set the suitcase upright. Pack everything you own in here. It's time for you to move out. Her mouth opened, closed, opened again. You're not serious. Dead serious. You can't tell me to leave my home. It's my house, I replied. I owned it before we met. I paid for every brick. You've had comfort and my patience. Both ran out. She rounded the island. You're trying to scare me. I'm trying to be efficient. I spun the suitcase lid open. The empty space inside looked considerate. I'll give you 2 weeks. I'll be in the guest room. We'll handle essentials and keep it clean. No scenes. Handshakes on exit. She stared at the suitcase like it was a weapon. You're not doing this, she said, voice low. I am. The next morning she switched tactics. She made pancakes, the kind she learned from my sister, and set a plate at my spot like we were on a sitcom. Truce, she asked as I came in. I'm good, I answered, pouring coffee. Don't do that. Her voice turned soft. Don't throw us out over 1 sentence. It wasn't 1 sentence, I told her. It was a thesis. You've been writing it for months. She reached out, brushing my sleeve. I was out of line. I agree. I'm saying I'll try. I don't want you to try, I replied. I want you to respect me. You either do or you don't. Trying is for diets and golf. Her hand stayed in the air, empty. I don't want to move, she said. This is my life. You wanted power, I said quietly. You got it. You get to choose. Pack or keep disrespecting me and see how fast the timeline shrinks. You're cruel, she whispered. No, I answered, pushing the plate back toward her. I'm firm. Work was a relief. Machines don't lie. Midday, Brooke walked into the shop, hair done, smile bright, a box of cupcakes in her arms. Brought treats for the team, she sang. Jenna whispered near the compressor. Oh boy. Brooke put the box on the counter. Mark, can we talk in your office? Out here is fine, I told her. She adjusted a cupcake so the frosting swirl pointed straight up. I've been thinking. I overreacted. I pushed. I made you feel small. That wasn't fair. Thanks for finally naming it, I replied. I want to fix it. Okay. So put the suitcase away, she said. We'll reset. There's no reset button, I told her. There's a calendar. It has 2 weeks on it. Her smile didn't move. Only her eyes tightened. You'd really throw away our marriage over a bad month? You threw it away with steady contempt, I answered. I'm just opening the trash bag. Jenna choked on a laugh and pretended it was a cough. Brooke shot her a look, then turned back to me. We can go to a counselor. I'm not paying someone to translate basic respect, I said. I speak English. You do too. She leaned in, voice lower. You're making me look bad in public. You did that at Mike's, I replied. And at Lisa's driveway. And right here, when you brought a box of icing to pretend things are sweet. Her jaw clenched. You're mean. I'm clean, I said. Pack. She straightened. You'll regret this. I regret waiting this long, I answered. That night, she turned the charm up to a level I hadn't seen since our first summer. A candle on the table. A playlist that used to be ours. She walked around me in the kitchen like a dancer, accidental touches, soft questions. I listened, kept distance, kept my voice even. Let me make it up to you, she said. No, I replied, folding a dish towel. Let you make it right. Different job. So I have to grovel? You have to move. She knocked a spoon into the sink, metal against steel. You're cold. I'm awake. Her next move was pressure through friends. Sunday afternoon, she showed up at Mike's with a store-bought pie and a rehearsed look. Can we sit? She asked, gesturing to the porch where Mike was sanding. Say it here, I told her. If it's honest, it can survive fresh air. She turned to Mike. He's throwing me out. Mike looked at me. True. I gave her 2 weeks, I said. Clean exit. Because I hurt his feelings, she added. Because you killed my respect, I corrected. Mike set the sander down. Not my circus, but I'll say this once. Mark's the most stubborn man I know. When he says he's done, he's done. Brooke's tone sharpened. So everyone's on his side now. Not sides, Mike answered. Consequences. She faced me again. If you put me out, people will talk. People are already talking, I replied. Here's the announcement. We're not a good fit. We're handling it like adults. You're punishing me for being honest, she snapped. I told you I wasn't impressed, and instead of improving, you're quitting. I'm not a product, I said. I'm a person. Mike lifted his hands. I'm heading inside. Stay, I told him. I want a witness. Brooke's eyes flashed. That's low. No, I said. It's clear. She crossed her arms. Fine. I need a place. You have your mom, I answered. Or Nora. You have options. I have standards, she shot back. I don't sleep on couches. Then get a lease, I said. You have 2 weeks and a job. She inhaled like a diver ready to jump. You want to see how fast I can replace you? There it is again, I replied. Your favorite line. Save it for your new audience. You want me to beg, she accused. I want you gone, I said. Not because I hate you. Because I like myself. She shook her head, turned, and walked down the steps. Halfway to the street, she spun back. You'll regret this. You said that already, I replied. I'm still waiting. The next days were logistics. I boxed her off-season clothes and put them by the door. I set a shelf aside in the garage. I moved our wedding photos into a drawer without ceremony. I switched our streaming accounts to separate emails because it was cleaner, not because I cared what she watched. I told Lisa in 2 lines over the fence. We're separating. I'm all right. She nodded like she'd seen it coming, because she had. Brooke came home late Tuesday. Perfume loud, eyes brighter than usual, smile fixed. I found a place, she announced. Short term. I moved the 28th. Good. I need help with the truck. I'll load the heavy things, I said. Then I'm done. She stepped closer, voice softening again. You sure you don't want to talk one more time? We've been talking, I answered. What you mean is negotiate. I'm not negotiating my self-respect. So this is final, she said. This is final. She searched my face for something to grip. When she didn't find it, she nodded like we'd closed a business deal. Maybe we had. That night, she stood in my doorway. Mark, yeah, I never meant to hurt you. You meant to control me, I replied. You just misjudged the controls. You could have tried harder. I could have tried longer, I corrected. Harder isn't the point. She opened her mouth. I raised a hand. Save it, I said. Use the energy to pack. She moved on a Thursday, sun high, heat mean. I carried the heavy boxes, didn't say a lot, and signed for the elevator key at her new building because someone needed to hold a pen. When the last box was in, I handed her the red suitcase by the handle. Keep it, I told her. You'll need it. She smiled without humor. You think you won. I think I learned, I said. You'll be lonely, she offered. I'll be free, I replied. Same thing. Not for me. I took the elevator down, stepped into the glare, and felt the kind of quiet you only get when a machine you've been trying to diagnose finally stops making noise. Back home, I changed the key code. Not out of spite. Out of order. I texted her. Utilities split ends today. Mail forwarded. Be well. Then I called my brother and told him to bring his grill because we were breaking in my own backyard for the first time in months without walking on eggshells. A month later, my garage was my church again. I'd picked up a used pickup with good bones and spent Saturdays bringing it back. I put a bench in the yard that actually faced the sunset, not the fence. I took a promotion from a chain shop that wanted our team to manage 2 more locations. Jenna deserved a raise. She got one. I switched to a different gym at 6 in the morning and stopped pretending I liked late night anything. I met Claire because she needed air in her tires and didn't want to be patronized. She wasn't a girl. She was a grown woman with a job and a laugh that didn't sound like performance. We kept it simple. She asked questions like she wanted answers, not leverage. We took a drive upstate one Sunday, and she didn't once tell me how to merge. That's more romantic than any playlist. I heard through Lisa that Brooke was staying with Nora for a bit after the short-term lease expired. Something about a job cutback and deposit issues. I didn't cheer. I didn't gloat. I fixed a neighbor's mower, grilled on my patio, and slept through the night without waiting for a door to slam. If you're hoping for fireworks or some grand speech where I list her wrongs, I don't have it. I had a suitcase and a sentence. Pack everything you own in here. It's time for you to move out. That was enough. In the end, it wasn't about punishing her. It was about taking my place back, my own place, with my name on the deed and my standards written in the way I live. When I see couples now at the grocery store, the ones snapping at each other like there's a prize in it, I grab my milk and my coffee and remember one truth that saved me a lot of years. If someone treats you like you're easy to replace, make their prediction come true. Not by shouting, by opening the door and letting them test it elsewhere. Then go build a life that doesn't need their approval to feel real. I did, and it's quieter, cleaner, and mine. Help me reach 5,000 subscribers. Support the video with a like and leave your thoughts in the comments. I read everyone. Thank you. She brushed past me in the kitchen like I was furniture. I reached for her waist. She pulled an inch back, opened the fridge, and stared inside like it held a better conversation than I did. Long day, she said. Don't. I'm exhausted. I don't need that right now. No joke, it was gentle on the surface, clinical underneath. Not new the last few weeks, but the tone changed. Before, she'd lean on me and breathe. Hold on, babe. That night, it was a door closing without the slam. I set the mug down. You don't need your husband hugging you. Can we not start? Please, she said, already scrolling her phone one-handed. I'm wiped. We had back-to-back meetings. My boss is pushing a rollout. I'm carrying everything. Then let me carry you for 20 seconds. Not tonight, Mark, she said, eyes still on the screen. Seriously, it's not about you. If I'd known where it was headed, I would have cut the engine right there. I kept it practical. I rinsed the mug, loaded the dishwasher, and watched her sit at the table with a salad she didn't touch. I kept my voice level. What time are you home tomorrow? She shrugged. Depends. Might be late. How late? Don't know. 8. 9. She locked her phone and pushed the salad away. Don't plan on me. I usually pick you up on Thursdays. We can skip the traffic. She exhaled like I'd offered a chore. You don't have to show for me. Copy that. She stood. Can we talk about anything except my schedule? We can talk about your tone. She gave me a dead stare. I'm tired, Mark. That's the tone. Your tone says you're optional. Don't make this a thing. I leaned on the counter. I'm not making anything. I'm noticing. She rolled her eyes. Fine. I'm sorry you feel neglected. The famous non-apology. She grabbed her tote. You're picking a fight, and I'm not doing this. I'm gonna shower. Hold up, I said. New rule for me. If you're late, text a window. I don't wait by the door like a Labrador. I'll be at the shop or with Troy. If you need a ride, ask the rideshare app. If you need dinner, we cook together or we don't. I'm not doing the solo waiter gig. She blinked. So now you're punishing me? It's not punishment. It's logistics. You're telling me with your actions that this is a solo schedule. I hear you. I'll run mine accordingly. That's dramatic. It's adult. She laughed once, not kindly. You're overreacting to a hug. I'm reacting to weeks of shrug. Okay, she said. Whatever makes you feel in control. I am in control of my time, yes. She lifted a hand in that dusting off gesture. You do you, Mark. That part we agree on. She headed down the hall. The shower came on. Her phone buzzed on the table, screen lighting red with a name I didn't recognize. Just an initial and a last name. Formal. She'd started saving numbers that way lately. I didn't touch it. Didn't have to. The pattern was obvious. Private notifications, late nights, a sudden allergy to basic affection, and constant mentions of this boss like he discovered fire. She came back out in a robe, hair wet, cool as a hotel lobby. Saturday, dinner at Emily's, she said. Don't be. I'll be on time. One more thing, I added. I'm moving my check to my personal account tomorrow. We can split bills cleanly. Don't worry, rent's covered this month. After that, we track shares. I'll send a sheet. She stared, robe cinched tight. Where is this coming from? From not guessing where my money goes. And because I don't think partners should feel like strangers. So your solution is to make us roommates. Roommates at least say hey when they walk in. Wow, she said softly. Petty. Specific, I corrected. Starting tomorrow, I don't float your work late night rides. I don't wait up, and I stop covering discretionary stuff. If we're team, we act like team. If we're not, then you get your lane, I get mine. She studied me like I was a spreadsheet that wouldn't load. You'll be sorry you turned this into a scorecard. Maybe. Or maybe this saves us time. Go ahead, she said. Pretend you're above feelings. I'm just done renting hope. She walked past me again, careful not to touch, and closed the bedroom door. I slept on the couch, not out of drama, but because I don't chase someone who's busy proving a point. Around 11:30, I heard the door open and close. The quiet kind of close people do when they want you to think they're being considerate. A car started outside. I pictured rideshare taillights. I set an alarm for 5, laced up for the gym, and penciled in my day without her. If she could make me optional, I could return the courtesy. The micro-cliff was simple. At 1 a.m., my phone buzzed with a bank alert I forgot I'd set months ago. New charge. Rooftop lounge on the other side of town. 2 covers. Not a crime. Not proof. But part of a pattern I'd be an idiot to ignore. I didn't react. I made a note. Stop being the only adult in the room and start acting like one. Troy's body shop smells like dust, rubber, and straight talk. He's mid-40s, old friend, the kind of guy who answers with a nod first and words later. He was patching a bumper when I walked in Saturday morning. You look like someone canceled Christmas, he grunted. I canceled Uber husband, I said, hanging my jacket on a nail. He smirked. About time. I slid under the Tacoma and started on the oil. We keep missing each other at home. Or she misses me on purpose. Hard to tell. You still doing that Thursday commute chauffeur thing? Not anymore, I said. New rules. Troy tapped the wrench against his palm. You looking for permission or applause? Neither. Just stating facts. Finances separated yesterday. My deposit into my account only. Shared bills only from that. Everything else, she handles. Good, he said. If someone's making you beg for basics, you cut the freebies. That's not mean. That's math. We worked in silence for a few minutes. My phone buzzed. A text from her. Sorry about the other night. Work has been crazy. Can I bring you lunch? Troy glanced over. There it is. The warm front. I didn't reply immediately. I wiped my hands and answered, Sure. I'm at the shop. An hour later, she walked in with paper bags and that smile she used to wear on Sundays. Jeans, hair pulled back, fresh face. The version of her I liked before the spreadsheet attitude took over. Hey, she said, setting the bags down. I made turkey sandwiches. Your favorite. Troy lifted his chin. Morning. Hi, Troy, she said sweetly. How's the shoulder? Still attached. She turned to me. Can we talk for a minute? We're talking, I said, pulling out a sandwich. I mean privately. Here's fine, I said. He's like a wall with ears. She swallowed. Okay. I was off the other night. I'm sorry. I'm stretched thin. I know I've been distant. True. I didn't mean to hurt you. Aim doesn't change impact. She winced a little. Can you not do the one-liners? I'm trying. I heard. I'm trying for 3 weeks. Show me the version where you actually try. I'm here, aren't I? She lifted the second bag. I brought apple slices because you pretend you'll eat better and then you don't. Cute. Troy muttered to himself, but he smiled. She looked around the shop. I miss us. I do. Define us, I said. You and me. Not this distance. Then stop building it. She nodded, eyes soft. I will. I'll be home early tonight. We can make dinner together. Watch something. I'll put the phone away. All right, I said. Let's test that. She reached across and touched my wrist. Thank you. Troy turned to Bolt. You two want me to step outside and write poetry? Don't flatter yourself, I told him. She laughed, relief in it. Okay. Also, Mom called. Emily wants us at dinner tonight. She's inviting some people from her gym. One of them knows my boss from a committee, small world. Everyone's coming. There it was. The boss cameo, woven in like an accident. I kept my face blank. Right, I said. Before we go, I'm setting a boundary. We don't do comparisons. Not with siblings, not with your boss, not with anyone. If someone starts it, I end it. That's a little much, she said. Non-negotiable. Her smile strained. Fine, but maybe don't be so tense. It's family. Troy, I asked. How long have you known me? Do I get tense or do I get specific? You get surgical, he said. She looked at him. Helpful. And then back to me. I'll see you at 6. Text me if you'll actually be home by 5. That was the plan, right? Dinner at 7 at Emily's. I will, she said quickly. I swear. I watched her leave. She bent to tie her shoe, and the tote slid off her shoulder. A second phone slid to the concrete and spun like a coin. Not her main one. Sleeker, with a case I'd never seen. She scooped it fast, laughed, too breezy. New work phone, she said. The company's testing something. Cool, I said, and didn't move. She kissed the air near my cheek. See you. When she was gone, Troy let out a low whistle. Second phone. Yup. Work phone my butt. Maybe, I said. Maybe not. I'm not Sherlock. But I'm not stupid. So what's your move? Same move. Rules don't change because she brought apples. I don't chase. I don't carry. I watch and adjust. He nodded. Right call. At 4:45, a text, running behind. 15 minutes. At 5:15, ugh. 20 more. Promise. At 5:40, go without me. I'll meet you there. I sent back. We walk in together. Or we don't go. No response for 10 minutes. Then, fine. I'm leaving now. See you at Emily's. I wiped my hands, grabbed my jacket, and told Troy, if my phone dies tonight, assume it wasn't an accident. Want backup, he asked. Nah. Family arena. I can handle a little home field heckling. He tossed me the rag. You need an exit line, you call me. I'll make up a tire emergency. Save that for when I like her again. The microcliff moved with me. The dinner promised warmth and family, with a side of the boss floating in the air like a thrift store cologne. The rule was set. I'd see if she could keep it, or if I'd have to enforce it. Emily's place is tidy, suburban, trying hard. Her husband, Mike, is a firefighter with a sarcastic streak and a good memory. Their kids were at grandma's for the night, which meant adults pretending to enjoy salad while counting down to dessert. In the kitchen, Emily hugged me. You look tired. I'm hydrated and present, I said. That's my peak performance. She swatted my arm. Still a smart mouth. Carol, my mother-in-law, poured wine like it was medicine. Where's my daughter? On her way, I said. She said she's leaving now. Carol sniffed. Her job is killing her. Mike leaned against the counter. Or she likes being important. Mike, Emily warned. He shrugged. I'm just saying. Some bosses love people who never say no. Some wives do too, I said. Carol narrowed her eyes. Don't start. I'm not starting, I said. I brought a pie. It's neutral. 10 minutes later, my wife rushed in with wind on her hair and that flurry she wears when she wants a pass. Sorry, she said, hugging her mother. Traffic. Emily hugged her. You look nice. She set her tote by the chair, kissed my cheek like a handshake, and slid into the current of small talk. For 20 minutes, it was harmless. Salad, weather, Mike's singed eyebrows from a training burn. I almost relaxed. Then Emily's friend Gia arrived with her husband, Nate, both gym people, both buzzing. Nate had the kind of handshake that tries to crush bones like it's a party trick. He launched into a story about a civic breakfast where he'd met a certain local leader, a name I'd heard too many times at home. My wife's face lit by reflex. That event, she said. My boss chaired it. He's everywhere. The man is a machine. Nate nodded, impressed. Yeah, he's on like 9 boards. He walked in, and the whole room stood up. Wow, Emily said. Power. My wife smiled to herself, that private smile. He's different. Carol perked up. He appreciates hard workers like my daughter. Mike forked potatoes. Or he appreciates attention. Hard to tell. My wife rolled her eyes at him and turned to Gia. Anyway, the point is, he gets things done. He's decisive. Doesn't hem and haw. When he says 6, it's 6. He doesn't sit around with feelings. I let it hang for 2 beats. Then I set down my fork. Reminder, I said calmly, addressing the table. We're not doing comparisons tonight. That's my line. We keep it clean. My wife's head tilted. Take it easy. It's just conversation. Keep it clean, I repeated. I'm not a fan of third-party yardsticks. We are not measuring spouses tonight. Mike snorted. Thank you. Emily shot him a look, then looked at me. Okay, noted. No comparing. We ate. The room settled. For 5 whole minutes, the conversation drifted to a new gym, to someone's backyard project, to the price of lumber. Then Nate chuckled and raised his glass. I saw your boss at the rooftop on Thursday, he said to my wife, oblivious. He held court like a senator. People lined up to shake his hand. The guy's a magnet. There it was again. The room turned its face toward the magnet. My wife looked down at her plate, then up at me, eyes bright, a little defiant. Now that's a man, she said, tapping her glass. Not what I have at home. The table went very still in that messy, human way. Emily froze. Mike's eyebrows climbed. Carol made a small sound like a squeak. Gia opened her mouth and then closed it. The fork in my hand kept its place like it had a job to do. I didn't get loud. I didn't throw anything. I didn't lecture. I let the quiet do the work first. Then I turned my head to her, took my time, and answered like I'd rehearsed it all day. I'd also like to see your sister in my house instead of you. Mike choked. Emily gasped, half scandalized, half trying not to laugh. Nate went pale. Carol's hand flew to her chest. My wife stared at me like she'd just seen a stranger sit down in my chair. Excuse me. You heard me, I said. You're auditioning other men out loud in front of family. I returned the courtesy. Don't like the feeling? Me neither. That's why I drew the line 10 minutes ago. She shoved her chair back an inch. You're cruel. No, I said. I'm exact. You wanted to poke? I tapped back. Emily found her voice. Okay, everyone, let's not. My wife cut her off. This is why nothing gets done. Because he sits there and makes jokes and acts above it all while I carry. My phone buzzed on the table, ridiculous timing. I ignored it. Then her tote vibrated. A second phone lit up with a banner that read, Rooftop later? Same corner. Gee. She flinched. Not much, but enough. Mike saw it too. He looked at me. He looked at the phone. His eyes did that math men do when they've watched too many house fires start from one spark. Emily, he said quietly, you seeing that? Emily's gaze dropped, read the banner, then shot to her sister's face. Carol's head turned slow, like a clock hand. My wife grabbed the tote and slid the phone deeper inside. Work, she said flat, buying time with a word. Sure, I said. Work that texts you same corner. Sounds efficient. You don't know anything, she snapped. True, I said. I don't know what floor. I don't know the wine. I don't know how many times. I just know what I've been feeling in my own house. Carol tried to stand. Emily pressed her back down gently. Nobody rescued anyone. We all sat in that honest air. I pushed my chair back, slow, steady. I'm done being the only one without options, I said. As of right now, I stopped pretending we share a life. You keep your schedule with your boss and your second phone and your little rooftop corners. I'm moving out of our apartment this week. I'm ending the auto pays. We split the bills we signed for, nothing outside that. You talk to me by text about logistics only. You don't come by my place without an invite. If you try to test that, you'll find out I'm not as nice as I look. She laughed. Mean, brittle. You'll run? That's your big move. I'm not running, I said. I'm exiting a deal that changed terms without telling me. Mike nodded once, like a man at a line he respected. You need help moving? I'm there, he said quietly. Emily shot him a look. Mike, but her voice was softer now, the kind you use when you understand a cost. My wife stood. You can't do this at my sister's table. You did, I said, when you compared me to your boss and called him a man in front of your mother. That's a public hit. Here's a public line. We're done playing house. She reached for drama she couldn't quite pull off. You're overreacting to a text and my phone buzzed again. It was Troy. Need you to call me when you get a second. Not an emergency. Just have a thought. I looked at my wife. I'll swing by the apartment tonight for a bag. You don't have to be there. You're kicking me out of my home? I said I'm moving out. You can keep the place for now. The lease flips in October. We can revisit. Until then, you handle your half. Carol finally found her breath. You two will ruin your marriage over pride. No, Carol, I said without heat. It was ruined over disrespect. Pride is what you touch when you forgot what respect is. My wife's jaw tightened. You think walking away makes you strong? I think staying for this makes me weak. I looked at Emily. Thank you for dinner. I meant what I said about comparisons. They ruin tables. I picked up my jacket. My wife stared at me, still waiting for a lecture, a plea, a scene. I didn't give it. I left my pie. I left with my spine. The kill turn didn't require me to find them in a corner. It sat on the table and blinked in plain sight, a second phone lighting up with a plan that didn't include me. On the drive home, I called Troy. Thought. 2, he said. 1. Proud of you. 2. When you leave, don't take half a step. Take the full step. Rent a place tonight. Don't do the hotel wobble. And take your tools. No symbolic stuff. The things you use, the things that make you you. Already on it, I said. And I have one more move. What's that? I'm sending her a text with the rules. Not a paragraph. A bullet list. No arguments. If she wants to talk, Saturday, public place, 1 hour. That's it. Good, he said. Make it boring. Boring kills drama. The microcliff. Her reaction wouldn't be the blow up. It would be the counteroffer. She'd try sugar next. I needed to be ready and not hungry for it. I rented a small townhouse that night on a month-to-month. It wasn't fancy. It was mine. I texted her the terms like I'd promised. Rules starting now. We split rent and utilities we both signed for. I'm ending extras I created. Communication by text only, logistics only. Saturdays 10 to 11 a.m. at Greenpoint if needed. My time is my time. Don't show up at my job or my place. No public comparisons. Ever again. If you slip, I leave the room. She didn't answer for 2 hours. Then, you're being dramatic. We can fix this. Can I come over and talk? No. Text only. Saturday if you need voice. You really want to throw away years over a bad dinner joke? Not a joke. Reread your words. You humiliated me. You opened the door. I closed it. Silence. Then, I'm cooking. Come home. We'll eat and reset. I was tempted. Not because of food. Because what I wanted for months was a simple evening where we sat close and breathed the same air without agenda. I almost said yes. Then I remembered her toad on the floor of Emily's dining room. I remembered the banner and the letter G. I remembered the silence that followed. No, I'm out tonight. We'll talk Saturday. The next morning, she arrived at my new place at 8 a.m. anyway. She called. She texted. I didn't buzz her in. She finally sat on the front stoop and waited. I let her wait. At 9, I stepped outside with coffee, held the door behind me, and sat on the opposite end of the step. This is childish, she started. This is me honoring the rule I sent, I said. She wore a soft sweater, minimal makeup, and the voice she saved for getting her way. I made a mistake at dinner. I was trying to be funny. It came out wrong. It came out perfect, I said. It showed me exactly what I needed to hear without guessing. Can you not be cruel about it? I'm not being cruel. I'm being finished. She swallowed. I miss you. You miss the version of me who filled every gap. I miss my husband. You had him. Stop talking in past tense, she said sharply, then softened. Stop. Please. I said I'm sorry. I heard it, I said. It doesn't change my move. She looked away, then back. Okay, we'll do your Saturday coffee. We'll do your texts. But I want you to come home tonight so we can sleep in our bed and… No. And we can reset physically and… Stop. I said, palm up. You don't get access because you flipped a switch today. Access comes after respect, not the other way around. Her eyes flashed. So you're punishing me. Vocabulary lesson, I said. Consequences. You can respect them or not. But they're not going away because you wore a soft sweater and said please. She stared at the street. This is so cold. It's measured. I brought you keys, she said, reaching into her tote. In case you lost the spares. I have mine, I said. She held them anyway. Take them. I didn't. You can hand them to me at the coffee place Saturday. 10 o'clock. 1 hour. She stood fast. You're not moving me around like a calendar invite. Then don't show, I said, and checked my watch. I have to go. Troy needs me at the shop. A truck came in with a bent frame. So you just go fix things for everyone but me? Because trucks don't lie, I said. They're bent or they're not. People? You included? You like to pretend corners or curves. She didn't follow that. She didn't have to. She reached for the last lever. Your mother's going to hear you walked out over one sentence. My mother raised me not to stay where I'm disrespected. She tried one more shot of sugar. Come home tonight. I'll make your favorite. We'll watch that dumb show you like. I'll turn off my phone. Phone's off is permanent, I said. Or irrelevant. She smirked, thin. You think you're a prize. I know I am, I said, not smiling. A husband is a prize if he keeps his word and his hands steady. If you don't treat him like one, you don't get him. She blinked, almost laughed, then didn't. You're serious. All the way. I walked past her to my truck. She watched me go. I didn't look back. At the shop, Troy tossed me a water. How'd sugar taste? Like syrup poured on concrete, I said. Sticky, didn't fix the cracks. Good line for a country song, he muttered. At noon, Mike stopped by the shop accidentally. He stared at a fender and said, for what it's worth, I saw that text too. I know. I teased you a lot before, he said. I was wrong about some things. I thought you were the guy who'd eat anything to keep the peace. Turns out you've got teeth. Late, but sharp, I said. You need a hand hauling boxes? He asked. Tomorrow, I said. If you can spare an hour. Done, he said. And for dessert, I'll bring earplugs in case someone tries to sing on the sidewalk. Save them, I said. I'm not listening. The microcliff arrived that night. She sent a photo of the dining table at home, candles lit, steak, 2 plates, her handwritten note in my chair. Come back. I'll stop comparing. I'll respect your rules. We're better than this. It would have melted lesser men. It used to melt me. I left it on read. I booked the small moving van for morning. Saturday, 10 a.m., Greenpoint. Bright place, black coffee. Owners who don't ask about your soul. I sat at a corner table. She arrived at 10:05, hugged her tote like a life raft, and tried the same smile that worked in our 20s. Hi, she said softly. Hi. We didn't order. We already knew the taste of this talk. I set my phone on the table, screen down. She set hers beside it. Just one phone. The second was out of sight or gone. I don't want to lose you, she said. I don't want to be lost in my own marriage. We can fix this. You keep saying that. Show me the plan. I'll quit the late nights. Good start. I'll set my phone to do not disturb after 7. Louder, I said. She blinked. I'm not worshiping you in a coffee shop if that's what you want. I want accountability, not worship. There's a difference. She folded her hands. Fine. I'll draw some lines with my boss. I'll stop the rooftop events unless it's mandatory. You're not hearing yourself, I said. Lines don't include exceptions that swallow the rule. You're impossible. I'm precise. You tell me what you'll do and when. Names. Dates. She stared a long time. Okay. Monday, I'll ask to shift my workload. I'll decline evening socials. I'll hand off the committee dinners to Jenna. Good, I said. And the phone goes in a drawer at 7. Always. And the second one? She went still. There is no second one. Then this is over, I said, standing slowly. Sit down, she hissed. Don't make a scene. You made one at your sister's table. That was a mistake. This is a choice, I said. I'm not playing detective in my own life. Keep your secrets if you need them. Just keep them outside my house. She fumbled in her tote and slapped keys onto the table. Take them. I don't care. I pocketed them. Thank you. You're smug, she said, voice shaking just a little. I'm finished, I corrected. Let's clean the rest. I pulled a printout from my folder. Simple list. Dates, amounts, cutoffs. Today by 4 p.m. I'll pick up my clothes, tools, documents. Mike will help. I'll leave the furniture for now. You can keep the place through September. October, I'm not renewing. You can talk to the landlord if you want it alone. Auto pays for your apps and extras. Cancelled. Shared utilities. Split on the shared account. If a bill falls, it's yours. Car insurance. I removed you from my plan this morning. You can set up your own. You're a grown woman. Family dinners. I'm out until there's respect. If someone asks, tell them I needed air. If you twist it, I'll correct it. Once, in a polite group text with dates and facts, and then go quiet. If you show up at my place, I won't let you in. Text only. She read it with that tight mouth she uses when she can't spin something. You wrote a contract. I wrote a boundary. You're punishing me because I embarrassed you. I'm protecting me because you did. You're not perfect, Mark. I didn't say I was. I said I'm done being a prop. She leaned in. This is because you can't stand the idea that other men could be. Stop. I cut her off. Before you say something you can't walk back. Every time you stack some man on a pedestal, you shrink yourself. I can't help you keep him balanced up there. You'll just compare us both to that statue and then wonder why I won't kneel. She stared, eyes shiny, but no tears fell. She doesn't cry when she's cornered. She hardens. You're throwing us away. No, I said. You did that. I'm taking the trash out. She sat back. You'll come crawling back in a month. No, I said calmly. In a month, I'll be stronger. In 6, I'll be happy. In a year, I won't remember the taste of this coffee. She exhaled through her nose. You think you're scary. I think I'm clear. The owner wiped the next table. The espresso machine hissed. Life didn't pause for our drama. Good sign. I finished the coffee. Time's up. Logistics only from here. Good luck with your late nights. Don't do that, she said, desperate now. Don't you dare throw that line at me like I'm. Like you're what? I asked. She swallowed the word I knew she wanted to use. She sat small, which wasn't her, and it almost triggered a softness. Then I pictured the banner from G, and the way she looked when she said, now that's a man. I stood. I won't be your plan B while you play with plan A, I said. I'm not a placeholder. I'm a whole man. If you forget that, you lose me. I tapped the paper. 4 o'clock. I'll be in and out. She lifted her chin. I won't be there. I prefer it. At 4, Mike met me at the apartment with boxes and that firefighter efficiency. Let's make it boring, he said. No speeches. Boring is my favorite word today, I said. We moved with quiet speed. Clothes, tools, passport, photos I actually cared about. The rest was just stuff. There was a gift bag on the dresser with a tie inside I'd never wear and a card that said, we're okay. It felt like an apology written by committee. I set it back down and closed the drawer. On the way out, I took the mailbox key off the ring and placed it on the counter. I didn't change the lock. I didn't need to. My lock was my absence. In the parking lot, Mike rubbed his neck. You sure? Yeah, I said. He nodded. Emily's mad at me for helping you. She'll get over it, I said. Or she won't. That's her schedule. He chuckled. You always were a calm storm. Storm's over, I said. We shut the truck. I drove to my place. I hung 2 shirts in a new closet, folded the rest, put the drill on a shelf, and sat on the floor with takeout in the silence I'd earned. My phone buzzed once. A long text. I didn't read it. I turned the phone face down and finished my food. The point of no return isn't loud. It's the quiet you choose and keep. I didn't go back. Not for a sweater, not for a plate, not for a last talk. I answered logistics with logistics. I left emotion alone until it stopped banging on the door. Work sharpened. I stopped wasting time waiting for a ghost to show up for dinner and used those hours on bids and training. Money got simple. Sleep got deep. The house felt empty for a week, then it felt honest. 2 months later, I signed a lease on a small place with a backyard and a detached garage I could turn into a workspace. I bought a used Ford with cash, not because I needed a toy, but because I was done renting rides from people who didn't value my time. Saturdays, I smoked ribs with Troy and Mike and let the dogs run. I joined a community basketball run and remembered what it felt like to laugh for no reason. I met Claire at a neighborhood cleanup. 38, sharp wit, steady job, eyes that noticed things and didn't weaponize them. We took it slow because pace matters more than fireworks. I didn't compare her to anyone because that's how adults live. I heard about my wife from a distance. She kept the apartment through September and then moved to a smaller one closer to work. The gym couple stopped inviting her to group nights after a few awkward dinners. The big boss stayed a big boss, and his orbit kept spinning without saving anybody. Office gossip did what it always does, turns hot, then cold, then quiet. She posted a lot of sunrises for a while, then less. Not my business anymore. I ran into Carol at the grocery store in December. She looked tired around the eyes. "You look good," she said, grudging and real. "Healthy. I'm doing well," I said. "I hope you are too." She nodded at the floor. "She thought you'd come back." "I don't circle," I said. "I see that now." I pushed my cart on. I didn't feel like a hero. I felt like a man who'd learned to stop bargaining with disrespect. "That's enough. You want a last line? Here it is." When I handed over the last utility split and cleared the ledger, she texted, "Are we really done?" I typed back, "We were done the night you said." Now that's a man, not what I have at home. I just made it official. Then I put the phone down, walked out to my backyard, and turned on the lights over the grill. My life wasn't louder. It was cleaner. I wasn't angrier. I was awake. And when Claire pulled into the driveway with that easy wave, I didn't feel like someone who'd lost a wife. I felt like a man who'd kept himself. Help me reach 5,000 subscribers. Support the video with a like and leave your thoughts in the comments. I read everyone. Thank you. She texted at 7:12 p.m., girls' night, don't wait up, and walked out in a sundress like she was late for a flight. She came back at 4:43 a.m., humming, shoes in her hand, a cup of gas station coffee in mine, because I was up already packing my gym bag. She kissed the air near my cheek. "Seriously?" I asked, tightening the strap. "You shut the town down or what?" "Relax," Lauren laughed, tossing her keys into the bowl so hard they rattled. "You're being jealous again. It's a cafe. Tara wouldn't let me leave. Cafes keep the lights on till dawn now." She rolled her eyes, breezed past me to the shower, and left her phone face down on the counter. We both pretended that wasn't a choice. If I'd known where that cup of coffee would take us, I'd have poured it down the sink and gone back to bed. But that's the thing about patterns. You only see them once they've played you twice. By dinner, the house had the careful quiet of a place where one person is acting like nothing happened. She set plates. I set limits. "Tomorrow I'm rolling out at 5, I told her, wiping down the counter. "If you decide to get home late again, use the guest room. I'm not resetting my life around night shifts I didn't sign up for." "Guest room?" She laughed into her wine, that light, dismissive sound. "Wow, dad rules. You want to stay out, you own the noise. That's all. Listen to yourself. You're spiraling because I had dessert with friends. I'm not spiraling. I'm scheduling." She forked at her salad. "You've always been a little intense. I keep telling you, go out with the guys, get a hobby that isn't spreadsheets. You're choking this place with order. Right? The house being paid and the lights turning on is suffocating. Don't twist it." I leaned on the island, not raising my voice. "Thursday's our usual date night. I'm moving it. I'll be at the shop late finishing the truck. No point in pretending we're doing dinner if you're going to lose track of time. So now you're punishing me? Call it alignment. You do late nights. I do early mornings. We stopped stepping on each other." She took a breath, long and theatrical. "Fine. Do what you want. This is what I mean. You always need control. The word you're looking for is standards. Same difference." I picked up her keys and set them gently closer to the door. "If you're out past midnight, text me when you're safe. Not to report in. To be adult. Jealous, plus patronizing. The full package. Pick one story, Lauren. I can't be both." Her phone buzzed. She glanced, smiled at the screen, then flipped it again. "Girls want to try that new espresso place by the river. We'll probably do that Thursday. Then the guest room is your runway. That's it." She laid her fork down like that was the real offense. "You know what? Keep your guest room. I'll keep my social life. Keep both. Just don't park them on my sleep." She stood, collected plates. "You'll get over this." "No," I said, calm as a floor level. "I won't." She paused, met my eyes like she was measuring whether I meant it, and shrugged. We'll see. We did. That night she was in bed early, almost performative. The cliff wasn't the quiet. It was the group text popping on my laptop. Tara asking, same place tomorrow? After 11? And Lauren's reply, you know it. She forgot our calendars still mirrored to my account from when we actually cooperated. At 7 the next morning, I made coffee and pulled a yellow pad. I drew 3 columns: house, essentials, extras. Under house I wrote mortgage, utilities, maintenance. Under essentials, groceries, insurance. Under extras, her salon, her yoga pass, her girls' nights. Lauren patted and wearing my sweatshirt, hair up, the picture of contrition. Hey. She slid a plate in front of me. Pancakes. About last night. I was tired. Didn't mean to make you feel whatever. Hungry. I cut a pancake. You covered that. She washed my pen. What's the list? Budgets. Oh good, romance. From Monday, I'm splitting the accounts. House and essentials stay on my autopay. Extras are yours. That way you can run your schedule without asking me about money, and I don't fund what I don't see. Are you serious right now? Very. So the man who hates drama is inventing it. I'm removing it. You want freedom? Here's freedom. No lectures about receipts. No discussions. You're spending your rules. You're punishing me for having friends. I'm protecting me from surprises. She stared at the pancakes like they'd offended her. I already apologized. You cooked. That's not the same thing. You're unbelievable. Maybe, but I'm consistent. She set the spatula down with a click. If you split the money like that, don't expect me to plan vacations or anything. We're not doing the lake trip next month. That's off. Her head jerked. Since when? Since the basic isn't working. We can camp on weekends without the theater of pretending we're good. You can't just cancel things you used to do because you woke up moody. It's Thursday. Last Thursday, you didn't come home till dawn and called it coffee. This Thursday, you've already got a late plan. I'm opting out of being the chaperone who pretends this is cute. She folded her arms. You really think you can starve me of everything fun till I become your little soldier? I don't want a soldier. I want a partner who respects time. Wow. Machine talk. I slid the yellow pad across. House and essentials are covered. You do what you want with extras. Keeps things honest. She looked at it, then at me, then softened her voice like she'd practiced in a mirror. Dan, come on. I get it, okay? You're hurt. Her fingers brushed my forearm. Tonight, I'll make it up to you. Movie, whatever you want. I'll even turn my phone off. That was the first turn. Soft eyes. Pancakes. A promise wrapped in warmth. Movie's fine. I answered neutral. 10 o'clock. We're done. I'm up at 5. 10. She smiled too quickly. I can do 10. We watched something forgettable. At 9:40 she was cuddled in, the image of domestic. By 10:06, Tara messaged, leaving now. Her phone lit her cheek. She mouthed bathroom, slid up, came back in jeans and lipstick. 10 was just a number to you, I said, not moving. I told them I'd pop in. 30 minutes. It's Tara's thing. Then take the guest room when you return. Don't be petty. Don't be late. She left without answering. At 1:43 a.m., I got a bank alert from the old joint card I'd forgotten to delete. 2 cocktails, River District. At 3:18, another charge, rideshare. At 4:12, a photo notification lit the corner of my laptop. Tara's story. A table at the back of a lounge. I don't need fine print to read a hand around a waist that isn't mine. I shut the laptop, put the alert in a folder, and set my alarm. The cliff was quiet. The way I added file new accounts to the corner of my yellow pad and circled it twice. Friday, the shop smelled like oil and summer rain. Ethan, my lead tech, is 30 going on 60, the kind of calm that makes carburetors behave. He handed me a wrench. You look like you slept inside a coffee can. Just moving some furniture in my head. Uh-huh. That code for wife did something or truck did something. The truck is honest. He smirked. That bad. I turned the radio down and called Lauren on speaker. Reminder, I started. Your SUV needs an oil change. If you need a ride, use the app. I won't be your driver tonight. My driver. Her voice had that unamused tilt. Since when? Since I'm not hanging by the phone at midnight anymore. Dan, you're exhausting. I told you, we hang out. You hang out? Ethan muttered under his breath. I waved him off. She kept going. And I told you, you need to get over this. You're making me want to stay out later just to prove a point. That's on you. My point stands. I'm not on call. Fine. I'll get a ride. Happy. I'm not taking happiness surveys. I'm letting you know my boundary. Ooh, boundary, she mocked. Did you Google that this morning? Ethan pretended to rifle a drawer he'd already organized. I didn't rise. One more, I added. Tara's birthday thing? I'm skipping. Don't save me a seat. You can't decide that for me. I didn't. I decided it for me. So I go alone and everyone thinks we're fighting? Tell them we're adults with separate calendars. She huffed. Unbelievable. I'll text you the oil change schedule, I said, and hung up. Ethan wiped his hands. You good? I'm finished being polite about nonsense. He nodded. About time, boss. At lunch, I scrolled the feed I never check. Tara had posted a set from last night. Lauren angled toward a man in a gray jacket whose face was out of frame, but his hand wasn't. There's a difference between a friendly arm and a claim. I didn't take screenshots to obsess. I saved one in a folder named Clarity, closed the app, and stood up. Ethan watched me grab my jacket. Where you headed? To move things before they fall on me. Want me to cover the bay? Thanks. Lock up at 6. The bank was 2 blocks from the shop. I opened a new account, transferred my pay, moved the auto pays for house and essentials, and canceled the last joint card. No speeches, no paranoia, just arithmetic. On the way back, I stopped at the storage unit I had from before we married, half full of tools and holiday stuff. I cleared a section, labeled bins with her name. Clothes later, documents first. At 4, Mrs. Alvarez from next door called. She's retired, grows tomatoes like a profession, and notices the neighborhood like it's her garden. Danny, she said, voice polite but firm. I wouldn't meddle, but last night I saw your wife's car parked behind the riverfront. I was visiting my sister and... It's fine, Mrs. A. Thank you. Is it? It will be. Good. A pause. You're a good man. Don't let somebody talk you out of your own eyes. Noted. On my way home, I stopped by a print shop. 2 envelopes weighted by 6. One with account changes, the other with a set of papers I didn't announce. They fit in the glove box like they were made for it. Lauren was already dressed when I walked in. Jeans, heeled boots. A spray of perfume she uses when she wants the world's attention. You look nice, I said, hanging my keys. She spun. Going out with the girls. Again. Try not to make a hobby out of it. Don't worry about me. Door code changes at midnight. I'll text you the new one in the morning. Her eyes narrowed. Excuse me. You'll use the guest room tonight. I don't want you walking into the bedroom at 2 and flipping lights. New code goes into effect at midnight. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous is pretending we live the same day. She stared like she didn't recognize me. Who are you right now? The guy who owns a toolbox and finally used it. She laughed, but it didn't reach her eyes. You wish you were that tough. Not tough, I said, heading to the garage. Tired. She grabbed her purse. Maybe I won't come back. That's a choice. Make it like an adult. She left. I finished changing the oil in her SUV, logged the mileage, and set the keys on the hook. At 1:12 a.m., my phone buzzed with a message not meant for me. Tara again. She posted a boomerang of a cheers. In the corner, Lauren's face was close to a man's ear, talking in a way that isn't for friends. I didn't save it. I didn't need to. At 9:03 a.m., I stopped at the clerk's office and filed the papers I prepped. I didn't tell Lauren about it. That was the point. The cliff wasn't the form. It was how steady my hand was when I signed. The neighborhood barbecue was Saturday afternoon. The yard was full of folding chairs and women in floppy hats. The men rotated between the grill and the game on a portable TV. I didn't want to go. I went anyway because you don't hide if you've got nothing to hide. Lauren arrived 15 minutes after me, loud and sunny. There he is, she announced to anyone within earshot. My favorite detective. Heads turned. I took a sip of iced tea. New jokes. You finally ran out of last year's. Don't be sensitive. She leaned into a circle of neighbors. He's been in such a mood because I like to go out. Tell him it's normal. Tara, always ready to be loyally inconvenient, chimed in. Girl nights save marriages, Dan. Learn that. Girl nights don't need a sunrise. I answered, still not raising my voice. Maybe your bedtime is the problem, Tara shot back. I fix engines. I like early. Lauren grinned at the group. That grin that says I'm the problem she's bravely enduring. See? Control. I set my cup down and faced them, not confronting, just simple. New rule, I said to Lauren. No jokes about our home in public. If you want to talk about us, talk to me. She blinked, surprised I'd drawn the line out loud. Oh, so now I'm not allowed to speak? You can speak. You just can be respectful. A neighbor, Mike from 2 doors down, nodded into his beer. Fair. Tara rolled her eyes. Wow, Dan laying down the law. It's not law. I met Lauren's gaze. It's a boundary. Keep our stuff private, and I'll keep mine. Or keep performing, and I'll exit early. She tried to laugh, but a thread of irritation pulled tight. You gonna storm off from a barbecue? No storms. I'll thank the host and go home to my porch. She took a beat, then put on the second layer of sweetness I was meant to swallow whole. Okay, okay, she said, stepping into my space, arm around my waist for everyone to see. He's right. I've been teasing too much. She turned to the circle. We're good. Aren't we, babe? We're civil, I answered. That's better than good. She kept the hand at my back longer than necessary, then spent the next hour playing supportive partner, laughing at my jokes, praising my grill work, asking if I needed anything. People noticed. Ethan even swung by, clapped my shoulder. She's laying it on thick, he murmured. I'm not buying, I told him. By sunset, she was locked in. The performance had to land. Let's go home early, she suggested, bright. Movie, board game, whatever you want. The very picture of compromise. Sounds fine, I said, and grabbed my jacket. We made it to the driveway. Her phone buzzed. She looked down, expression changing the way weather changes on the water, clean to storm in a blink. Tara again. A quick exchange flashed. Lauren's hands went fast on the keyboard. What's up? I asked, unlocking the truck. She waved me off. Nothing. Then leave it. She didn't. We sat through 40 minutes of a movie before she checked her screen every 2 minutes like the couch had turned into a charging station. I thought we were doing a night in, I said. Her smile was brittle. You're still doing your control thing. I'm watching a movie in my own house. She stood, annoyance revealed. I told them I might stop by. If that's a crime, call an officer. No need. The guest room is made. She grabbed her purse and keys. You're unbelievable. Consistent, I corrected. She left without turning off the lamp. I did it for her. At 2:27 a.m., I slept. At 8:12, I carried boxes to the storage unit. Not her clothes yet. Photo albums, spare dishes, the things that start wars if you move them during one. I labeled each box. Not angry, just efficient. On the way back, I changed the code on the side door and removed her card from the grocery account. Essentials stayed. Extras were now hers to plan and pay. Sunday night, she swung by the shop with coffee and a pout. The halo of supportive wife assembled again. I brought you something, she said, setting the cup down like a peace treaty. And you were a hit yesterday. People like you more when you're not so stiff. I'm not here for votes. Then why show up at all? To show myself I'm not hiding. She traced the rim of the lid. Can we not fight tonight? We're not fighting. You're rehearsing. I'm done being the audience. Her fingers tightened, then released. You're really going to punish me by being boring, aren't you? I'm going to be busy. That's different. I pulled a folder from my cabinet and checked a list. She watched like a cat watches a closed door. What is that? She asked. Organizing the week. For what? For me. She exhaled, frustrated, then softened one more time. I bought steaks for tomorrow, she said, playing the angle again. We'll grill. I'll be home by 8. Great. 8 is on time. She leaned in and kissed my cheek, too sweet, too loud, because Ethan was in earshot. Then she left. Ethan whistled slowly. That's a long play. I'm not playing, I said. He tilted his head. You got a look on your face like a man with a plan. I am a man with a plan. And I'm seeing it through. The cliff came Monday at 9:40 p.m. The steaks were cold. The door was closed. The text said, running late, don't be mad, followed by a photo of cocktails with no people in frame. She walked in at 1:06 a.m., all apologies and perfume. It got crazy, she said, dropping her bag. I told you 8, but we lost track of time. You always lose track of time when you want to. You make everything ugly. You make everything vague. Tuesday, I asked her to meet me at home at 6. No yelling, no declarations. Just be home at 6. I left work early, lined the kitchen counter with the facts I was willing to put on the table, The charges from the River District. The repeated 3 a.m. ride shares. The framed still from Tara's story with that hand. And Mrs. Alvarez's note about seeing her car in a back lot. Not a case file. A picture you could see from across the room. Lauren walked in late. Of course she did. 6:22. No apology. She saw the papers and adopted indignation like a coat. What is this? She flicked a receipt like it might burn her. Are you spying on me? I don't need to spy. I gestured at the counter. You spend in public. Your friends post in public. You come home at dawn like it's a time zone. So you're tracking me. Lauren, stop playing stupid. I didn't install anything. I didn't follow anyone. I looked at what you left on the table. You went through my life. It's our life. And you've been doing it outside. She laughed, high and hard. You're insane. You're jealous of air. You read into everything. I read the clock. You don't trust me, she shot, pointing toward the hallway like it held proof. Trust isn't blind. It sees and chooses. I'm choosing to see. She stepped closer, voice rising. So what? You get to decide what nights I have. You get to decide what my friends post. You get to decide that a hand in a photo is some conspiracy against your pride. I'm deciding what I live with. She scoffed. You want control of me. I want control of me. Same thing. It isn't. I tapped the folder. I know enough. I'm not doing this. That struck something. Panic flickered under the outrage. Oh, you know enough? You know what? You've always been like this. Clinging. Keeping score. Watching. You call it watching. I call it noticing when my house is starting to smell like someone else's schedule. That's disgusting, she snapped. What's disgusting is disrespect with a smile. Her voice cracked into a shout. You put trackers on my phone. No. I put locks on my doors. Then what are these papers? She grabbed the envelope I wasn't planning to show yet. She recognized the typeface and froze. What did you do? I filed. You filed what? You know. She stared at the envelope, then at me, fury building like pressure in a closed room. You went behind my back. I went in front of my self-respect. You didn't even talk to me. I've talked for months. I just stopped auditioning. She slammed the envelope down and jabbed a finger in my chest. You don't get to do that. You don't get to ruin my life because you're threatened. My voice stayed flat. I'm not threatened. I'm finished. She laughed without humor. You think you're so noble. Fast with rules. Slow with fun. You want a quiet, obedient life. Then she said the line she didn't mean to say out loud, the one she'd been acting out since the nights got long. I want to live for myself, without you. I nodded once. Live. But not in my house. Not on my dime. Excuse me. She stepped back like I'd shoved her. I opened the hall closet and pulled 2 rolling suitcases I'd packed that morning with essentials, clothes, toiletries, the basics. I set them near her feet. Your clothes are packed for the week. The rest is in storage with your name on the boxes. The side door code changed Sunday. Your bank card no longer pulls from my account. Your car is fueled. The key's on the hook. You can use the guest room tonight. Tomorrow, you'll pick up your things from the unit. I've added your name to the temporary gate code. You'll get an email with the time. You can't be serious. I'm practical. You're kicking me out of my home. The deed has my name, I said evenly. You didn't want hours when it came to nights. You don't get hours when the bill shows up. She reached for a script that had worked before. You're overreacting. This is a phase. No, it's a conclusion. She looked around, as if the walls would argue for her. You can't do this, she repeated, softer. Where am I supposed to go? Your cousin offered the spare room last Christmas when you joked about needing space. Pretend you meant it. Or stay at Terrace. Or get a short-term place. You're resourceful. She tried tears. They came fast, neat, like she'd been preparing them. So that's it. You're closing the door. I'm closing the door to disrespect. There's a difference. She dropped onto a stool, then sprang up again, the panic now too large to hide. You're really throwing me away because I like to go out. I'm letting you go out without dragging me along. Everyone's going to think. Everyone's going to think what you tell them. I won't be offering a tour. She grabbed the handle of a suitcase, then let it drop. You're cruel. I'm clear. You're not who I married. Neither are you. She spun, picked up the envelope, and threw it at me. It slid off my chest onto the counter. You're going to regret this. I don't regret standards. Her jaw worked, then set. Fine, she hissed. I'll go. But you'll call me in 2 weeks. You always do. I shook my head. No. I won't. She stormed down the hall to the guest room. I took my keys and walked outside for air that didn't argue. Mrs. Alvarez was trimming her roses along the shared fence. Evening, she said, not looking up. Evening. You did a hard thing, she asked, as if she'd heard the storm through the drywall. I did a final thing. She clipped a stem, handed me the bloom over the fence. Good. Final is clean. Inside, Lauren moved around the guest room, drawers opening, closing, drama without action. At 10:12, she dragged the suitcases to the door. She stopped with her hand on the handle, turned, and delivered one last line. You'll regret giving up a woman like me. I put the rose in a glass of water and set it on the counter. That line only works on men without mirrors. She left. I changed the locks at 10:30. At 10:45, I sent a single email that said, proceed, and slept like a man who had shut a valve that had been hissing for a year. It's been 8 months. The house is quiet the way it's supposed to be. I rebuilt the porch swing. The shop is running better than ever. I took on 2 more mechanics and stopped working Saturdays. On Sunday mornings, I walk down to the park with a coffee and sit where I can see both the river and the path. It's not poetic. It's practical. You sit where you can see what's coming. I changed some other furniture in my life. The living room has fewer pieces, better ones. The photos are current. There's a silver sedan in the driveway that isn't mine. Hannah's. She's a nurse who doesn't think my bedtime is a personal insult. We met when I was buying wood screws, and she couldn't reach a box on a top shelf. She speaks in clear sentences and goes home when she says she'll go home. When we go out, we go out. When we stay in, we stay in. Novel concept. The guys at the shop dragged me to a ball game a few weeks back. I didn't check my phone once. I didn't need to manage anything that wasn't mine. On the way out, Ethan elbowed me. You look lighter, he said. I set something down, I told him. Good trade. I don't keep tabs on Lauren. I hear things the way you hear weather through a window. Faint, impersonal. Tara's group splintered. Cousin's spare room wasn't spare for long. Lauren's still in town, from what people mention. She posts fewer late-night photos because late nights cost more when you're paying them yourself. Her car shows up in the shop now and then. She schedules online. I don't take those appointments. It's not rude. It's a boundary. John handles them. He says she's polite, and that's fine. Polite is cheap when you're not living together. I kept the house. I kept the truck. I kept the shop. None of that matters as much as keeping my skin. When the last envelope came and the paperwork wasn't a possibility anymore, I poured myself 1 beer, sat on my porch, and didn't make a speech. I didn't gloat. I didn't send a text. I just watched the street, quiet, simple mine. If you're waiting for me to say I hope she learned something, you'll wait a long time. That's not my business. My business is waking up at 5 because I like it, not because I have to guard the door. My business is a life that doesn't apologize for being clear. Hannah asked me once if I'd do anything differently. I told her no. I listened too long, but I ended exactly when I should have, when the words came out clear enough to print. I want to live for myself, without you, she said. Live, I answered. But not in my house. Not on my dime. That was the last time we needed to talk about it. The rest has been quiet. And quiet, as it turns out, is not control. It's peace. Help me reach 5,000 subscribers. Support the video with a like and leave your thoughts in the comments. I read everyone. Thank you. She looked over the rim of her mug, didn't even sit down. Better I spend those 5 minutes on something useful. No warm-up. No grin to soften it. Just that line, tossed across our kitchen like a paper towel. I had a hand on the pan, eggs halfway to the plate. That useful, huh? She moved past me, put her phone face down on the counter. Don't start. I'm late. Late for what? Work things. She slid a neat smile on, the one she uses for neighbors. Don't wait up. That was the first morning I stopped pretending the chill was about weather. It had been slow for 2 weeks. Short answers, screen turned away, 10-minute showers right when I'd reach out to hug her. Every night the same script. I tried patience. I cooked. I asked once, then backed off. I figured life hits weird stretches. But patience without respect is just silence with extra steps. If I'd known where it was headed, I would have put a clock on it sooner. The second Saturday, she came home at 11 with a to-go cup and perfume she never wore around me. I was in the garage organizing sockets. That's how domesticated I'd gotten, lining up wrenches to calm my head. She leaned into the doorway. You're still at that? I flipped a ratchet. 5 minutes is all it takes. Don't be dramatic. You used that line this morning. And she shrugged out of her coat without looking at me. Don't make a thing. I'm tired. I'm not making a thing. I'm marking it. Mark it on your calendar if it helps. She brushed past, phone against her hip. I followed to the kitchen, not to fight, just to stop pretending. What's going on, Aaron? Work, stress, life. She opened the fridge like it owed her money. We don't need to do a meeting every time I'm not in the mood. That's not what I said. You asked twice this week. I'm not obligated, Tyler. Stop pushing. That word sat on the counter between the condiments. Not obligated. Like I was a bill past due. I kept my voice even. No one's obligated. I'm asking for respect. I just said I'm tired. And I heard you. I set the ratchet down. Here's mine. I'm not going to carry this like a secret. If you want distance, say distance. We'll live like roommates until this ends, or doesn't. She gave a dry laugh. You're being sensitive. I'm being clear. I reached for my wallet. I'm also changing a couple things. I've been covering most of the bills because I wanted you comfortable while you were starting the new project. That was then. As of today, we split. Half the mortgage, half the utilities. Your car insurance, your phone, your stuff, your cost. Her head snapped up. What is that? An adult adjustment. I held a folded page I printed. I made a list. Auto pays come off my account tonight. We settle up first of each month. You want a different split? Bring numbers. I'll listen. She stared like I'd spoken in code. You're punishing me. No. I'm making sure I'm not rewarding disrespect. Two different things. You can't just. I can. I just did. Her mouth clicked shut. She looked past me at the garage door, the line of my boots. Is this because I didn't jump when you snapped? I loaded the list onto the table. It's because you looked me in the eye and said I was an obligation. I'm not. I'm a man. Men set terms. She rolled her eyes. You love talking like that. It helps me remember. She turned the phone screen up for once, glanced, flipped it down again. I'm going to shower. Take your time. She made it 3 steps, then threw it over her shoulder. Stop asking, Tyler. I'm not a vending machine. And I'm not an ATM. We're aligned. She walked off humming. I stood in the quiet and felt the line drop between us like a rope cut clean. Initiative. That's where men make or lose a week. I opened my laptop and killed for autopays. I texted our friend Nate to cancel our double date next Thursday. Then I pulled a bin from the closet and moved my clothes to the guest room. Not slamming doors. Just facts. Roommates require separate space. At work Monday, Frank from the yard watched me load boards into the truck. Frank's 58, divorced twice, speaks in weather reports. You look like the barometer dropped, he said. House got drafty. Start with weather stripping, he said, deadpan. If that fails, change the window. I'm trying step 1. I slid the last board in. Also change the budget. Half each. Frank gave a low whistle. That'll smoke out priorities. That's the idea. He nodded toward my phone. You're about to get a text. Why? Because men don't move quietly without stirring birds. He wasn't wrong. When I got back to the office, a message blinked from Aaron. What is all this with the accounts? You're making things tense. I typed back. We live the level of respect we give. This is my level. Dinner tonight, if you want to talk like adults. If not, no problem. She didn't answer. That night she came home late. Tight smile, no bag. We ate in parallel. She pushed peas around like a lawyer grading essays. Your list was cute, she said, not looking up. It wasn't a list. It's a budget. You always need to be in control. I need to be respected. Same thing with you. She stood. I'm going to bed. I leaned back. I'll be in the guest room. She snorted. Don't be dramatic. Not dramatic. Boundaries. She left her plate. I washed both. When I wiped the table, her phone lit with a preview. Name I'd never seen. Coach. Message, same time, smiley face. I didn't touch it. I didn't need to. You don't need to read the book to know the plot when you've seen the cover 100 times. I went to sleep without noise and woke before my alarm. The feeling was simple, not rage, not hurt. Just a click. A hinge turned. The next evening I told Aaron I'd be at Nate's garage after work, helping with a shelving project. I didn't ask if she had plans. Roommates don't coordinate beyond courtesy. She looked up from her phone. Since when do you spend nights in garages? Since now. You're doing this to get a reaction. No. I'm doing this so I stop reacting. She lifted her chin. That tiny smirk people use when they think they've already won. Try not to scratch your truck. I try not to scratch what's mine. At Nate's, we measured twice and cut once. Nate's a high school wrestling coach with a low tolerance for nonsense. You okay? He asked, lining up a stud. I'm pruning. Spring came early. He held the bracket while I drilled. You know I'm on your side. I know. I'm on my side, too. We finished close to 10. On the drive home, I thought about Frank's window line. Sometimes you try caulk. Sometimes you call the installer. As I turned onto our street, Aaron sent a text. Don't wake me. I'm up early. I smiled. Roommates it is. I walked in on quiet floors, put my gear down. Another preview flashed on her phone from Coach. Short. Late. Confident. I didn't pick it up. Respect isn't a contest I run with anonymous men. Respect is whether I respect myself in my own house. I turned the phone face down and kept my hands to myself. In the morning, I'd open the next bracket. Day 10, I laid the new ground rule at breakfast. I was frying eggs. She tapped her screen with both thumbs. I'm moving my check to a separate account, I told her. Direct deposit changes tomorrow. I'll transfer your half of the mortgage the day before it's due. Send your half by the 1st. She didn't look up. This is ridiculous. It's necessary. You're punishing me because I won't play house on your schedule. Stop that, I said, setting a plate between us. There's no schedule. There's respect. You're free to be distant. I'm free to adjust. We each carry what we choose. She finally met my eyes. What happened to us? We stopped treating each other like partners. I'm correcting my part. You're overreacting. Maybe. It's still the correction. I nodded at her phone. You have plans tonight? Book club. What book? She blinked once. Why are you going to quiz me? I'm not in high school. I'm asking because I'm moving my gym time to nights. I won't be around for errand calls after 5. Don't start that. It started 2 weeks ago. I'm catching up. She stood, scraped her plate into the trash. You're exhausting. That's one opinion. Mine is that I'm done being easy. She went upstairs without finishing her coffee. 10 minutes later, the tone changed like someone flipped a switch. She came back down, crisp, hair pulled back, wearing the soft sweater I like. She set her palm on my shoulder. Listen, I snapped earlier. I've been stressed. It's not you. I heard that. I kept my posture. What do you want to change? I'll make dinner tonight. Your favorite. She squeezed. I'm sorry. That's a start. I moved her hand gently and reached for my jacket. Text me the menu. I'll grab groceries on my way back. I'll do it. You've done enough. I'll still pick them up. We're not pretending things are fine. We're doing steps. She smiled like she'd made a sale. Steps. Okay. The first illusion showed up looking like kindness. She cleaned the kitchen, lit a candle, sent me a picture of a recipe like a peace offering. I came home to the smell of garlic and an open window. Her voice was lighter. Wine? She asked, already pouring herself a splash. No, thanks. She set the bottle down. You're still mad. I'm not mad. Saturday, I'm measuring. She plated the food with a flourish. You could try not being a statue for 5 minutes. You could try not insulting me while calling it dinner. We ate. Between bites, she kept it warm. Asked about the job, the garage project, even Frank. Her phone vibrated twice. She didn't check it. That effort would have worked on me 2 years ago. Back then, I'd have believed the warmth and forgotten the chill. That night, I appreciated the cooking and watched her pattern. That's all. We watched a show without touching. At 10, she stood, yawned, and wrapped herself in the throw. Headache, she said. Rain's coming. Go rest. You could rub my neck. I could. I stacked plates. I think we'll skip it. Something flickered behind her eyes. You're really doing this roommates thing. You introduced it. I'm just following the house rules you've been enforcing for 2 weeks. She tut-tutted, as if I'd failed a quiz. You hold a grudge like a bulldog. No grudge. Policy. She nearly laughed. Then she reached for another lever. Over the next 3 days, she was helpful and soft in flashes. Brought me a coffee to the garage. Left a sticky note on my lunch. Good luck on the bid. Answered a call on speaker so I could hear it was a coworker. It all looked like change, felt like tactic. I acknowledged it, didn't melt. Tuesday night, she leaned on the kitchen island. My car needs service Friday, she said lightly. Can I take your truck to my appointment? I'll be across town. What time? 11. I'll need it. Seriously? It's one day. I'm moving our inventory. And Fridays when I work the late shift. Take a rental. Expense it to your project if that's how you've been running things. Her mouth tightened. You're not flexible at all anymore. I'm done being the default solution. You always loved helping me. I still like helping a partner. I'm not loaning my truck to someone who talks to me like a utility. She put both hands on the counter, pressed her ring into the wood. This is getting ugly. It's getting accurate. Stop pushing me. You told me to. Tyler, I'll be home late. I grabbed my bag and moved around her. I left you the number for a rental place. She exhaled hard. Forget it. I'll handle it myself. That's the point. That night, I went to Nate's again. He handed me a soda. How's the weather stripping? Didn't stick, I said. But the draft makes the smoke go the right way. Tells me which window is cracked. You're not chasing wind, then? Nope. You want me around if you push a harder boundary? Yeah, I said. Saturday. Friend thing. Backyard. She likes an audience. I'm not doing whispers anymore. Nate nodded. Good. Put it on record. When I got home, Erin was asleep in the main bedroom, or pretending. I showered in the guest bath. Dried off with a towel I'd put there myself. Her phone on the dresser blinked with another preview. Same name as before. Coach. The message was a simple, smug balloon. No words, just a thumbs up. I didn't need to see more. Pattern recognized. I lay down, set my alarm, and decided the next scene would be public. Nate's barbecue drew the usual mix. His assistant coaches, a couple of moms with kids in team shirts, neighbors banging the screen door like they own the place. Burgers smoking, coolers open, college ball on the TV in the garage. Erin came in 30 minutes late. Perfect hair, that light sweater again. She air-kissed my cheek without touching it. You didn't tell me it was this many people. You know his parties. They're always like this. She laughed to someone behind me. I try to forget. Jenna arrived with her, a friend from her office. Jenna collects gossip like coins. She hugged me. Tyler, you look thin. I'm lifting plywood. It's slimming. Jenna smirked. Maybe Erin's keeping you on your toes. Maybe I switched to a better shoe. They peeled off to the patio with the women, the half circle where opinions get traded. I hung by the grill. Nate handed me tongs. Ready, he asked. For what? For your boundary. Yep. 20 minutes in, Erin joined a group where we could hear each other over the music. She did the thing she does, talking just louder than normal, so her laughs carry. Jenna asked, so how are you two? Erin lifted a brow. He's needy lately. Like, I can't get a minute without him hovering. I turned a burger. That's one version. She kept going, voice light. Every night, same request. I'm like, no, enough. I'm not a subscription service. A few heads turned. Nate's eyes flicked to me once, then back to the grill. I set the tongs down. Erin. What? She took a sip of soda. I wiped my hands. We don't do that. Do what? Trade slaps in public. If you've got a complaint, bring it to me direct. Oh my God, it was a joke. It wasn't. She rolled her eyes. You're so sensitive lately. Respect isn't a mood, babe. It's a rule. Here's mine, so we're clear. If you talk about our private life like that again, I'll leave you standing wherever you're standing. You can Uber home or not. Your choice. The circle quieted. Nate didn't smile, didn't frown. He just kept the grill lid open like he was checking temperature. Jenna looked amused, like she'd just gotten her weekend's entertainment. Erin's mouth flattened. You're embarrassing me. You did that yourself. I corrected it. You can't threaten me in front of my friends. It's not a threat if the condition is obvious. Respect me or enjoy your solo ride. I picked up the tongs. Burgers are ready. The conversation shifted to football, but the air got clean. That's what public boundaries do. Strip the game pieces off the table. Erin sulked for 5 minutes, then changed costume. She slid up to me by the grill with a soft smile. Hey, she said low. Hey, I went too far. I'm sorry. She put a hand on my chest like we were posing for a picture. You look good today. Thanks. You want a plate? She asked. I'll bring you one. I'll get it. She fell in step. I can stay tonight. We'll talk. Just you and me. We live in the same house. That's fully possible. I mean talk. Good. That was her second pivot. After I set the condition in front of witnesses, she pivoted sweet. She stood too close, laughed at lines that weren't jokes, brushed my sleeve like we were newlyweds for the neighbors. Her thumb tapped her phone behind her back twice. She didn't look at it. She wanted this crowd to see a version where she was the warm wife and I was the difficult one who finally relaxed. I played the part that served me. calm, precise, not biting when she nibbled. We left before dessert. In the truck, she turned toward me with the same well-practiced tone. Can we start over? Define start. No lists. No guest room. Just us. I'll try. You stop keeping score. I'm not keeping score. I'm keeping standards. Her jaw ticked. You'll never let anything go. I let go of a lot. I just don't let go of the baseline. She folded her arms. Whatever. We got home. She headed for the shower. I cleaned the grill I'd brought back, stacked plates, answered a work text. When she came out, hair damp, she stood in the hall with a robe tied, so tight it looked like a uniform. Tomorrow, she said, casual, I'm going to need some cash. I'm short this month. Just a couple hundred for a workshop. Professional development. What kind? Why do you need to know? You're asking for my money. Our money. I shook my head. We split. What's the workshop? Does it matter? It's for work. A couple hundred is not a coffee. It matters. She sighed like a teenager. It's a weekend retreat. Skills, networking, all that. I'll pay you back. When? Next month. What changed since yesterday when you posted a picture of new shoes? She stiffened. Are you policing my purchases now? I'm asking what I'm funding. You're impossible, she snapped. It's $200. Where is it? A lodge out by the river, she said. Why are you converting this into an interrogation? You're acting like I'm doing something wrong. I watched her face. She wasn't even hiding the contempt, just the logistics. She wanted me to plug a hole so she could keep her routine intact. Comfort, preserved. That was the plan from the beginning. Distance at home, warmth where she wanted it, and my resources smoothing the edges. She upped the volume. Just give me the money, Tyler. Don't make it a thing. I set the dish towel down. No. Her eyes went sharp. No. Better I spend it on something more useful. For a full second, she didn't breathe. Then she laughed without humor. You think you're clever. I think I'm consistent. You're petty. Do you hear yourself? I hear a woman who's told me for 2 weeks that she's not available and not obligated and that I'm an annoyance. And now she wants cash for a weekend away. No. She took a step toward me. Unbelievable. So this is the game now? You deny me because you can't handle not getting what you want. This isn't a game. It's a line. She reached for her phone to call someone, and the screen lit in her hand. A preview flashed before her thumb covered it. Not Coach this time. A different name, a different casual emoji that doesn't belong in married calendars. I didn't comment. I didn't need to. Everything I'd suspected crystallized without a word said out loud. You're controlling, she spat. You're trying to trap me. I'm stepping out of your trap. She slammed a drawer. I need this for work. You're sabotaging me. You need comfort without accountability. You want to say no at home and yes wherever you please and keep the lights paid. I'm not the sponsor for that lifestyle. You're disgusting. You're entitled. We stood in that narrow kitchen with the fridge humming like it wanted us to stop. I'd thought the kill shot would feel like fireworks. It didn't. It felt like checking a box labeled already obvious. I'm done, I said, picking up my keys. We're finished doing us, but on your terms. Oh, really? You're leaving? No. I'm going to the guest room. You can have the primary. I don't want excuses about sleep. You think that scares me? It's not meant to scare you. It's meant to make space for me to act. She put her hands on her hips. Act how? You'll see. I went to the guest room and texted 3 people, a locksmith for the morning, my realtor friend Casey, and a family law attorney I'd used years ago for a prenup consult but never hired. 1 sentence to each. Not a manifesto. The decision was quiet and complete. At dawn, I loaded my tools into the truck, then took every item I'd bought with my own money over the last 5 years and set them into neat piles. Camera, speakers, a cedar chest my grandfather had built that I'd refinished. I photographed serial numbers and receipts. Not to start a war, to end a list. Erin came downstairs in a robe. She saw what I was doing and went immediately soft. That's her second gear when direct push fails. What are you doing? She asked, light, almost amused. This is silly. It's inventory. You don't need to make piles. You sound like an accountant. I am, for this morning. She moved closer, lowered her voice. Can we not escalate? Last night got heated. I said ugly things. You did too. Let's reset. No reset. Reset is what you ask for when the scoreboard is ugly. I'm not your opponent. You've been acting like one. We're going to run this cleanly. She reached for my arm. Tyler. I stepped back. Stop touching me to steer. I'm trying to connect. Then answer a question. Why did you say those things at Nate's? I was joking. Why did you ask for money for a weekend you couldn't name? I did name it. A retreat. You can't even say the lodge's name without blinking like the lights hurt. She stiffened. I don't have to explain every detail to you. Exactly. You don't. And I don't have to fund any of it. She exhaled through her nose, then switched to sugar. I made coffee. Thanks. You're not going to have any? I'm good. She swallowed. Then I'll make breakfast. I already ate. Her voice thinned. You're being cruel. No. I'm being finished. She stood there, stranded in her own kitchen. The locksmith arrived at 9. I changed the code to the smart lock, the one I bought and installed, and handed her a new 4-digit code on a sticky note. We're done with the shared app, I told her. Use the code. I'll change it again Friday. You can't do that, she said. It's my house. Check the deed. I didn't crow. I didn't need to. Facts are enough. She looked at the sticky like it burned. Where am I supposed to go? You have options. Jenna loves hosting. Your sister, too. I'm not throwing you on the street. I'm changing the terms. You have to plan your schedule with mine if you want to be here. That ends this week. You're a monster. I'm a man who knows what he owns. At lunch, I met Casey at a sandwich place. He's a realtor, born with a baseball cap on backward no matter the dress code. You ready to list? He asked, biting into a pickle. Not list. Sell fast. I don't care if we leave money on the table. I want a clean break and a new roof. You're done with that address. Done. We'll stage it. No, it's fine as it is. I'll get a cleaner to run through, touch up paint, and we go live. I pay you full commission. You bring me something by next week. Casey whistled. You're not scared of speed. I'm scared of rot. Speed is the cure. He leaned back, nodded once. I've got a buyer who keeps cash called property hungry. He flips, but pays fair. I'll call him tonight. Do it. After lunch, I drove to the yard. Erin showed up at the office unannounced around 3, in a fitted blazer, hair immaculate, carrying a bag of muffins. She laughed with the receptionist like she owned the place. Then she breezed into the hallway. Hi, she chirped. Brought treats for the team. Frank looked up from his paperwork, saw the bag, and said, barometer's spinning. I stepped into the hall. You didn't need to come here. I wanted to. She held out the bag. Blueberry. Your favorite. Give them to the guys, I said. I'm not hungry. Her smile trembled a little at the corners. Can we talk in private? No need. I leaned on the door frame. Say what you need. She lowered the bag slowly. This is a lot. The locks, it's humiliating. You threatened me in front of our friends, then asked for money like I was a donor. Humiliation is a long road that started in our kitchen. I'm just paving the exit. You think you're righteous. I think I'm finished financing my replacement. Her eyes flashed. Replacement? Don't worry. I won't say another word about it. I don't need a story. I saw enough. I'm not playing detective. I'm making moves. She swallowed. You're serious. Very. She glanced around at the framed safety posters like they were judges. You're going to blow up our life because you got your feelings hurt. I'm going to end a setup where I fund your comfort while you ice me out. That's not life. That's a contract I never signed. She hugged the muffin bag like a prop. If you do this, you'll regret it. I regret letting it slide this long. You're going to be alone. I'm going to be respected. She stepped in close, voice dropping into that syrup she uses when she wants an answer she can bend. Tyler, listen. I can try. I'll be better. Tonight. Let's start over. Come home early. We'll have dinner. No phones. I've heard that song. This time I mean it. Maybe you do. I still won't dance. Her jaw set. You're making a mistake. Maybe, but it's mine. She looked past me at Frank, at the guys moving pallets, at the forklifts, like she could pull the world back to a version where I bent before it broke. When she saw it wasn't happening, the kindness mask fell. Her face went flat, efficient. Have it your way, she snapped. Don't cry to me later. Won't cry. Won't call. She walked out, heels loud on the concrete, like noise could put me back in line. It didn't. I booked the cleaning crew and sent Casey a picture of the living room. Then I called Drew, the attorney I'd saved in my phone years ago. We can meet tomorrow morning? I asked. You want a consultation? I want a signature. The next morning, another gray Wednesday, I laid my keys on the kitchen table. Erin came in wearing gym clothes that looked more runway than workout. She had a suitcase by the door. What's that? I asked. Weekend. The retreat. I'm leaving Friday morning. No, you're not. I don't need your permission. You do if you're using my house as a depot, my car as your shuttle, and my money to cover your absence. I told you, I'll pay you back. And I told you no. She scowled. You don't control me. I don't want to. I'm informing you. Friday is your last day here. Her laugh came out too loud. Excuse me. Friday. End of day? You can pack your clothes, your cosmetics, your personal things. I'll box the rest of your items and label them. They'll go to storage for 30 days. After that, I donate or toss. Your choice where you land. You can't just throw me out. I'm not throwing. I'm delivering your freedom to your hands. She moved around the table, trying to get into my space. This is my home too. You don't act like it. You're insane. I'm orderly. She jabbed a finger at the deed drawer like that would change physics. I'm not leaving. You are. I'll call. No need to finish that sentence. I picked up my keys. This is the last round of you threatening to gather an audience. I already had mine. They saw enough. I'm done. She pulled the suitcase handle up and slammed it down. You think you're tough. No. I'm clear. What if I say no? Then you'll meet a moving crew. Her voice shook, not from sadness, from losing grip. You're going to regret this. There it was again. Future fangs. The promise that I'd come crawling. I checked the clock. I have a meeting in 40 minutes. What meeting? Someone who handles endings for a living. Her face went pale in a way I hadn't seen. The bluff got called. You can't file without talking to me. I can. I'm doing that now. You're not even going to try? I tried. You spent 2 weeks telling me I'm not owed the most basic relationship currency while my resources stayed on tap. You mock me in public, then ask for grace in private. You run your phone like a second life and expect me to be your first line of payment. I'm not trying anymore. I'm terminating the job. She stood perfectly still, then did the thing I always found the most revealing. She reached for logistics. Where am I supposed to go? With your friend. With your supportive coworkers. With anyone whose messages make you smile at midnight. That's your map. Here's mine. I slid a paper across the table. Inventory of what's mine. It's leaving this house with me today. She stared at the list. At the clean lines and serial numbers. She hated it because it was irrefutable. She couldn't talk that list into feelings. You're cruel, she said again, quieter this time. No. I'm exact. I picked up my bag. You wanted comfort without respect. Comfort's gone. She followed me to the door. I'll fight you. I'm not fighting you. I'm walking out. You'll come back. I won't. She reached for that last lever, the crocodile tear, the catch in her voice that had long made me hesitate. Tyler, please. Please. We can fix it. I'll do better. I promise. I looked at her for a long moment. 2 weeks ago, that would have hooked me for a day. Now it read like a sign for a sale that ended last season. You really should have said that on day 2. I answered. I opened the door. She grabbed my sleeve. Say something nice, at least. Don't be this. I turned. You wanted useful, Aaron? Here's useful. You lost me. I stepped out. The door closed behind me with a simple click. Drew slid the papers across the desk. I signed my name where he marked. No speeches. No melodrama. Just ink. I left his office lighter than I'd felt in months. By noon, a crew had moved my things to a storage unit in the cedar chest to Nate's garage. Casey's buyer made a cash offer that afternoon. It was below what we could have wrung out if I staged it and waited, but it was fair and clean. I took it. Aaron texted 3 times in rapid succession, each message a different tone, sweet, furious, practical, like throwing darts to see which one stuck. Can we talk? Then, you're overreacting. Then you can't sell without me. I didn't respond. There are conversations you owe to decency. I'd had those. This wasn't one of them. Friday, I changed the lock code and left her a note on the kitchen island with a box of her essentials, exactly as promised. You have till 6, it read. After that, the code changes. At 5:30, her car pulled out. She left 2 hangers and a bottle of conditioner. I boxed both and slid them into storage. 2 weeks later, the house closed. I wired the proceeds into my account, moved into a place 12 miles west, near a trail and a small lake with a dock that catches the morning light. The new house has a shop out back big enough for a bench and a row of tools, and a kitchen that doesn't hold ghosts. I didn't buy a bigger TV or anything dumb. I bought peace. Work got simpler. Frank looked at me one Tuesday and said, Pressure dropped. Storm passed, I said. Nate came by the new place the second weekend. We built a shelf and didn't talk about anything heavier than whether the studs were true. Later, at a cookout on my own deck, I met Claire, a friend of a neighbor. She teaches accounting at the community college and laughs without checking who's listening. We talked about concrete things, how to store lumber so it doesn't bow, whether gas grills are lazy or smart, how she walked away from a job that chewed people up and called it opportunity. You seem steady, she said, sipping lemonade. I am, I said. I prefer boring to chaotic. Boring gets a bad rap. It pays the mortgage. Steady is underrated, she said. People think fireworks mean love. Fireworks mean you're too close to explosives. I smiled at that. I like streetlights, I said. They're always there when you need them. We didn't rush anything. We met for coffee on a Saturday morning, walked a hardware aisle just because, stood on my deck and watched the water turn gold near dusk. She didn't make everything a test. I didn't make everything a rule. We both made it respectful. As for Erin, I heard she moved into an apartment near her work with a girlfriend who likes noise. Jenna told Nate, who told me, that Erin's retreats didn't pan out the way she'd expected once my name stopped appearing on her accounts. Her weekends got shorter. Her posts got less glossy. That's not schadenfreude. That's a footnote. She built a life powered by comfort and backup plans. When the backup plan walked, the battery died. One morning, months after the papers were final, I found a padded envelope in my mailbox with no return address. Inside was a key to my old house and a note on a torn sheet. You didn't have to be cruel. I stood at my workbench for a long second. Then I dropped the key into the scrap metal bin. It made the smallest sound on the copper and screws. Sometimes people ask me if I'd do anything different. I would have drawn the line on day 3. That's all. The rest followed naturally. You can't argue someone into respecting you. You can only respect yourself and act accordingly. The night I walked out and told her I'd spend my energy on something more useful, I did exactly that. Now I wake up in a house that feels like mine. There's a black truck in the driveway and a toolbox where it belongs. Claire's toothbrush sits next to mine some weekends, and my phone sits face up on the counter because there's nothing to hide and nothing to chase. I drink my coffee on the back steps. The air is quiet. Useful. Exactly what I signed up for. Help me reach 5,000 subscribers. Support the video with a like and leave your thoughts in the comments. I read everyone. Thank you. When I reached for her after a long day, just to pull her in and breathe for a second, she slapped my hand away like I was some stray dog at the door. Don't touch me. Go find your entertainment somewhere else. I stood there with my lunchbox and the smell of machine oil still in my shirt. I didn't say anything for a beat. The faucet dripped. She scrolled her phone. It was a small scene, but small scenes tell the truth. If I'd known where it was headed that night, I would have cleaned out a drawer and saved us both a month. Rough day, I said eventually, setting the lunchbox in the sink. I'm going to shower. You do that, she tossed back, eyes still down. And wipe the grease off the door handle next time. I took the shower. Hot water, no thinking. Rule I learned long ago, don't react in the first minute. When I came out, she'd moved to the kitchen island, laptop open, watching a video, volume low. I poured water and took a seat across from her. Jenna, I started. I'm not a porch light you flick on and off. If something's wrong, let's be grown-ups. Something is wrong, she said without looking up. You take up space. That's how bodies work. You can joke, she clicked her tongue. It's dull. All day with your guys. Then you come in here and look for a cuddle like a teenager. Try husband coming home, I answered. Different species. She sniffed. You want a medal for clocking hours? I carry this house, Mark. I plan, I schedule, I manage. You do whatever. Okay. I swiveled the water glass in place. Then let's not waste time. If touching me is now a crime, say it like an adult. We can adjust. Adjust? She finally looked up. You're not listening. I'm telling you to stop hovering and start following the plan. What plan? My plan. There it was. Clean, as if a window had opened and cold air moved in. I kept my voice even. I'll give you this, I said. You're not vague. She made a face that I'd seen at restaurants when the waiter mixed up an order next to us. The face meant, this is beneath me. Don't be dramatic, she said. You're tired, clearly. Go to bed. I have a webinar. I stood up, put the glass in the sink, and let it sit. I tried the soft landing. It didn't exist. New rule, then. I leave the airplane and build my own walk home. If you don't want me close, I told her, then don't ask me to pretend. I'm done guessing. Whatever that means, she murmured. You'll see, I said. If I'd seen the finish line, I might have spared her the benefit of doubt. I gave it anyway. That was on me. Next morning, I was up before dawn. The house was quiet except for the hum of the fridge. I brewed coffee in a chipped mug, ate eggs over the sink, and wrote down my week on a sticky note. Shop Monday through Friday, gym Tuesday/Thursday, Jake's garage on Wednesday, my Saturday morning to myself. The rest could fight over scraps. I taped the note to the inside of the pantry door. She came in wearing athletic tights and a big sweatshirt, hair tied up, that don't talk to me posture. She took one look at the pan and sighed. We said no eggs in that pan. No, I replied. You said it while I was on a call. I'm washing it. Next time listen. Next time speak when I'm in the room. She tugged the sweatshirt tighter. Lovely tone. Jenna, since you like plans, here's mine. I'm not skipping the gym to watch mystery shows I didn't choose. Wednesdays I'm at Jake's. Saturdays I'm out early. Sunday dinner stays, but it's an hour, not a hostage situation. She laughed once, quick and humorless. You're adorable when you pretend to be decisive. Pretend. I reach for my lunchbox. Then you won't mind the reality. Are you threatening me? No. I'm taking control of my schedule. My schedule includes you. I noticed. Her gaze sharpened. You don't get it. When you run off to play with your pals, I'm left doing everything. You owe time here. And stop with your little boundaries. It's childish. You want childish? I closed the lunchbox. Childish is slapping your husband's hand for trying to hug you. So, no more acting class. If you need something done, ask in plain English. I'll say yes or no like a man. She planted a palm on the counter. Cancel Wednesday. I need you to pick up my sister from the airport. I'm not available Wednesday. You will be. I won't. You're making this difficult. I'm making it clear. She stared like we were playing chicken on a Tulane, and I wasn't blinking. She broke eye contact first and went to the coffee maker. Fine, she said. I'll call a ride. But don't be late Sunday. My mother's coming. I'll be there for an hour. After that, I'm leaving. Oh, you are you? Yes. She clamped her jaw. You're so stubborn. Consistent, I corrected. She poured coffee, missed the mug lip for a second, wiped the drops with a napkin like they insulted her. What happened to you? I stopped working for free. She snorted. Go. You're going to be late for your big important bolts and pipes. I make a living, I said. It's useful. Debatable. I picked up my lunchbox and went to the door. Wednesday, I'll be at Jake's. Don't schedule over me. Don't tell me what to do. She shot back. I opened the door. Not telling you anything. Informing you about me. The door clicked behind me. The garage smelled like gasoline and old cardboard. I sat in the truck for a second, checked my phone. Text from Jake. Garage open tomorrow night. Bring your stubborn face. I typed, wouldn't miss it. I drove to the shop thinking about how easy I'd made it for her for too long, just showing up when she whistled. That ends now. Not out of anger. Out of respect, for myself. The loop hanging in the air was simple. She'd try to pull me back in line. I'd set another rule. Let's see who sticks to theirs. Jake's garage is a rectangle of noise and sarcasm. Old fridge buzzing, country radio on low, socket wrenches clacking, smell of rubber. Wednesday night. The big door was open to the alley and a box fan pushed heat around like it was doing something. Look at Mr. Calendar. Jake grinned when I walked in. Broad-shouldered, beard, always a smear of something on his cheek. You came when you said. I try to keep my word, I said, dropping a six-pack on the workbench. You look like a collapsed lumber yard. Compliment accepted. He jerked a thumb to a woman kneeling by the wheel well of his project truck. Claire, this is Mark. Mark, Claire. She's saving me from myself. Claire straightened, pulled off gloves, and gave me a practical smile. Hair tucked into a cap, faded t-shirt, hands competent. Hi. Hi, I said. What's he got you doing? Convincing him that torque specs aren't a communist plot, she deadpanned. Heard that, Jake muttered. We all laughed. Claire tossed me a rag. Help me hold this caliper? He keeps lying to it. I braced, she aligned. Comfortable silence. Clean task. My phone buzzed on the bench. I ignored it, then buzzed again. Jenna. I glanced at the screen and put it face down. Everything okay? Claire asked. Message from my schedule manager. I said. It can wait. Jake snorted. You finally tell her no? I told her the truth, I replied. Same thing, he said. Claire glanced between us, not intruding. My advice. Don't negotiate with a person who loves moving goalposts. Noted, I said. My phone buzzed again and then rang. I picked it up, answered. What? I said. Your mother's chilly night is Saturday and you're going to be home, Jenna fired. Also, I told Tessa you would help with her move on Sunday. I won't be home Saturday morning, I answered. And I'm not available Sunday for moving. Excuse me. Not available, I repeated. How did you get to yes from no? Did you skip the part in the middle? You think you can just opt out? Her voice sharpened. You live with me. That comes with responsibilities. To you, or with you? I asked. She paused, taken aback by the wording. Don't be clever. I'm not being clever. I'm being precise. I'm not your assistant. Are you with those guys? She demanded. I'm at Jake's. And who else? Why? Because I need to know. You don't. I'll be home by 10. Make it 9. 10. Mark. 10. I repeated and hung up. Jake lifted his hands. You always that fun on the phone? New rules, I said. Claire was quiet, tightening a bolt. For what it's worth, she said, you sounded calm. I am calm. I wiped the rotor. I stopped arguing at the wrong level. I'm not haggling my time like a yard sale. I tell her my hours. She can plan around them. Jake looked pleased. Finally, Claire leaned against the fender. Happy early birthday, by the way. Jake said it's next week. Yep. Wednesday, I said. Not doing anything big. Grill in the backyard. Friends over. Whoever isn't trying to run my life. Jake barked a laugh. That last part cuts the guest list in half. Claire smirked. I make a mean coleslaw if you need sides. Noted, I told her. I'll let you know. We messed with the truck for another hour. Easy rhythm. When I left, the sky over the alley had that city orange and the air tasted like summer. I drove home with radio low. The porch light was on. Inside, the kitchen was tidy. On the counter, a plate wrapped in foil with a sticky note. Ate early. Sorry for snapping. J. Next to it, a glass of water and a fork placed at the top like I was a guest at a quiet diner. I stood looking at it for a moment. The first warm wind after a cold front, or the breeze from an open freezer. Hard to tell. I ate, washed the dish, and went to the spare room with a clean pair of sheets. I made the bed tight and set my alarm. Before I turned out the light, my phone pinged. Jenna, we should talk tomorrow. After work. No drama. Me. Tomorrow 7 to 7:30. In the kitchen. Then I'm heading to the gym. Jenna, half an hour? Cute. Me. What I have. Jenna, we'll see. Me, no. That's the time. There was no reply. I put the phone face down and slept well. Thursday at 7 I sat at the kitchen table. Jenna came in wearing a simple dress, hair brushed, light makeup, like she was about to record an apology video. She set a mug in front of me. I made coffee, she said, almost gentle. Thanks. I replied, not drinking yet. She took the chair opposite me and folded her hands. Last night was not my best, she began. I've got a lot on my plate. You walking in late and pawing at me like I'm a teddy bear. It wasn't helpful. Noted, I said. I want us to be solid, she continued. But I need partnership. Structure. Not this lone wolf routine. I'm fine with structure, I answered. Just not a leash. Her mouth tightened. I knew you'd turn it into a fight. I'm not fighting. I slid a small stack of papers across the table. I'm clarifying. She didn't touch the papers. What's this? Weekly schedule. My commitments. Gym Tuesday/Thursday, Jake's Wednesday, Saturday morning's mine. Sunday dinner is an hour. I'm moving to the guest room for now. It's not punitive. Just space until the temperature drops. She stared. Excuse me. I'm not sleeping in a room where I'm an unwelcome object. That ends now. You think punishing me gets you points? You're the one who took his ball and ran. I'm not punishing you. I'm taking responsibility for my behavior. This way we don't pretend. I'm also dividing our shared expenses. Here's my share. Due dates, autopay. I removed my card from your hobby subscriptions. If you want something, ask, I'll consider it. Otherwise, manage your own. She laughed sharp. So you're going to starve me for saying no to a hug. I'm going to stop financing disrespect. Her eyes flashed. Do you hear yourself? Clearly. She shoved the papers back. Here's my counter. You cancel the garage nonsense. You drop the childish separate room act. You give me access to your phone. You be where I can reach you when I need you. In return, I'll be warmer. Transaction noted, I said. Declined. You can't decline, she said, voice rising. I just did. We're married, she snapped. That means you don't get to play bachelor. We're married, I returned, calm. That means we hold respect first. When I reached for you, you told me to go find my entertainment elsewhere. That's a statement. I believed you. So I'm building elsewhere. Work, friends, gym. If you want to be included, act like you want to be included. You're so full of yourself, she hissed. You think you're some prize. I think I'm a man with options. She blinked. The word landed. Fine, she said after a moment, voice cooled. You want options? I'll give you one. I'll host your birthday next Wednesday. Big one. I'll invite everyone. You show up on time, be gracious, and stop this guest room nonsense. I'll make it worth your while. I don't do bribes, I replied. Not a bribe. A reset, she murmured. I'll make your favorite dinner. There'll be a cake. Your boss, your friends. We'll be a team again. I leaned back, not buying the brochure, but scanning the fine print. You host if you want, I said. But there are rules. No one gets mocked. No one gets told where to stand. It's my birthday, not your demonstration. And I choose my guest list. Who are you inviting that I'd object to? She asked too quickly. People who respect me. That's a dodge. It's a filter. Her eyes narrowed a fraction. I'm not having random shop rats in my house. Jake's not a random anything. You know what I mean. I do, I said. And you should hear what it sounds like. She rose from the chair and lifted her mug. I'll plan it. You can come or not. But if you embarrass me, you'll regret it. Noted, I said. She paused. We're done with the list thing. Sunday is non-negotiable. I'll be there for an hour. She started to argue, then stopped. A calculating pause. Fine. An hour. The faintest step back. A recalibration. She collected the papers, not because she accepted them, but because she wanted to hold what she planned to control later. At work, my boss Ria stopped by my station around noon. You look alert, she said. New vitamins. Boundaries, I answered. She smiled. Strong medicine. Before I clocked out, my phone buzzed. A text from Jake. Heads up. Jenna messaged me about your party. Wants me to keep the guest list small. Like, too. I called him. Of course she did. What do you want me to do? Nothing, I said. I'll handle it. You good? I'm clear, I told him. If the party turns into theater, I'll walk. I'm not negotiating on my own birthday like a contractor on a bad job. I hung up and looked at my calendar. Wednesday was a week away. That put a clock on the whole thing. Good. Deadlines are useful. That night, Jenna placed a container in the fridge labeled, for Mark, lunch. A tiny wave of consideration. I took it in the morning, ate it at the shop, and appreciated that it tasted like someone who still remembered who I was. Midday, she texted a photo of a clean dining table with a caption, Wednesday will be perfect. I'm fixing this. I almost let my shoulders drop a notch. Then Jake forwarded me a screenshot. Jenna had messaged him again. Make sure that woman from the garage isn't there. He hadn't told her Claire's name. She'd gone looking. I put my phone in my pocket and got back to work. The loop was clearer now. She'd softened just enough to lure me in, then clamp down. I'd stay steady. No drama. Just facts. Monday at noon, Jenna showed up at the shop with a white box. She never came by. The guys did a little theater, oohs and whistles, and then pretended to be busy. She handed me the box in the break room. Cupcakes, she smiled like a lifestyle ad. For your team. I thought I'd be nice. Thanks, I said, setting it on the table. They'll like that. She looked around the room, approving that it was clean enough not to insult her. I also wanted to tell you I booked a photographer for Wednesday. Candid shots. It'll be lovely. A photographer, I repeated. For my birthday. It's a milestone, she replied. We should document. Or we could enjoy it. We will, she said brightly. Also, I took care of the guest list. I trimmed the extras. Kept it intimate. Trimming my list isn't your job, I said. It's my house, she replied. It's our house, I corrected, and my birthday. I'm inviting who I want. If you have beef with someone, handle it with them, not through my day. Her smile thinned. You mean that garage person? Claire, I said on purpose. Claire, she echoed like it was a diagnosis. She doesn't need to be there. She's my friend, I replied. She got invited by me. It's my event. That's the end of it. You're bringing another woman to our home for your birthday? Her volume rose a notch. Friend, I repeated. Jake's friend. You can drop the performance. There's nothing to panic about except the part where you try to run everything. She crossed her arms. You want to hurt me. I want to live like a man, not an intern. A mechanic named Hal walked by and slowed, then sped up. Witnesses aren't always useful, but they clarify tone. Jenna noticed him too and lowered her voice. I'm giving you a nice night, she said tightly. Don't spit on it by turning it into some independence rally. The only way it turns into a rally is if you try to arrest someone, I answered. She held the eye contact a breath too long. Then the smile slid back on. Fine, she said with honey. Invite whoever. I'll make it work. You'll see. That was illusion number 2. Flood me with sweetness to get me to step back. 10 minutes later, she posted a story online tagging celebration vibes and loved and planned. She liked the optics of magnanimity. I sent a group text that afternoon, Wednesday, 6 p.m. Backyard. Casual. Bring yourselves. I added Claire and Jake. Claire responded with a thumbs up and then, want me to bring that slaw? I replied, yes. Thanks. Around 5, Jenna called. Tiny thing, she said casually. I moved dinner to 7. Our neighbor Mrs. Lopez is stopping by with a casserole at 6:30, and I don't want people in her way. I told people 6, I replied. Text them. No, I said. 6 stays. Mark. 6, I repeated. If Mrs. Lopez feels crowded, we'll carry the dish in. You're being stubborn. I'm being consistent, I said. She sighed theatrically. Whatever. Also, wear the blue shirt. I'll wear what I want. Your gray one makes you look tired. I am tired, I said and hung up. I wasn't just holding the line, I was tightening it. Before I left work, I stopped by the bank and separated the last shared auto pay I procrastinated on. Then I drove to a short-term rental I'd paid for that morning. Small place, month to month, clean and empty. I left a bag with 2 changes of clothes, a spare toothbrush, a set of tools, copies of my important papers, and an extra key hidden under the grill. Logistics aren't dramatic. They're decisive. On the way back, I called Rhea. I might need to leave early Thursday, I told her. Everything all right? I'll be fine, I said. I just need to be first in line when the office opens somewhere. I'll make up the hours. I don't need details, she replied. Just don't disappear. You clear? I'm clear, I said. Then good, she said. Strong medicine, remember. By the time I got home, Jenna had lit candles and moved the living room furniture like a home show. She had that overbright tone. Look at this, she said, sweeping a hand. It's going to be perfect. I'm so proud of you. For what? I asked. For finally focusing, she said. For letting me take the reins. I didn't, I told her. She laughed like it was a cute joke and kissed the air near my cheek. Blue shirt, she reminded me, and went to rearrange the coasters. I checked the backyard. String lights up, grill cleaned, chairs set in little conversation islands that could easily become social choke points. She stages things like a director. Good for theater, bad for a birthday. I moved 2 chairs, turned the grill 90 degrees so I could face the yard, and pulled a folding table from the garage to create a buffet path that didn't funnel people past her like a border checkpoint. Control your terrain, and you control the night. She noticed later, of course, and shifted a plant like it was a compromise. Wednesday came fast. I worked half a day, went home, showered, and put on a gray shirt out of principle. I set my phone to do not disturb except for 4 numbers. Jake, Rhea, my brother, and the rental manager. At 5:50, the first guest trickled in. Jake with a case of soda and a grin. Hal from the shop. Rhea, carrying a simple bouquet. Mrs. Lopez with her casserole and a running commentary about how traffic is worse every year. People spread out in the yard. Jenna, in a sleek black dress, floated like she was hosting donors. Nice setup, Jake said aside to me. You moved the grill? I moved the choke point, I replied. Claire arrived at 6:10 with a big bowl and a low-key smile. She wore jeans and a neat blue shirt, no drama. When she handed me the slaw, her hand brushed mine in the way friends do. A neutral, warm transfer of an object that meant she'd shown up because I asked, not to prove a point. Happy birthday, she said. Thanks for coming, I replied. Jenna noticed. She came over with a glass that had a lemon slice precisely cut. Hi, she sang. You must be Claire. Hi, Claire said, unruffled. I'm Jenna, she said, bright. So nice you could pop in. The smile didn't reach the eyes. Glad to be here. Claire answered. Mark loves coleslaw, Jenna added. You must have heard. She offered. I said, keeping it clean. I said yes. Of course you did, Jenna murmured. I turned to the grill. People lined up. They talked about normal things, kids, schedules, a broken fence. I made plates, passed them out, took mine last. The evening could have been easy. It almost was. The almost was deliberate. Around 7, Jenna clinked a fork against a glass. Everyone, 2 minutes, she called. I want to do a toast. People turned. She lifted her glass and smiled with a public smile. Mark, she began, is a handful. I tilted my head very slightly. Jake glanced at me. Ria's expression neutral. He works hard, Jenna continued, and sometimes remembers where he put his keys. Polite laughter. He's intense. He has these rules. Schedules. You know how men can be. The laughter thinned. Mrs. Lopez looked at her shoes. Claire set her glass down on the edge of a table with care, as if it might break. But, Jenna said, turning the dial up a notch, we love him anyway. Even when he disappears to grease and bolts, and, what is it you do, exactly? And leaves me to keep everything together. I heard the word I'd learned to watch for. Leaves me. The centerpiece of her story. Audience arranged. Cue the lines. So tonight, she smiled broadly, we celebrate my favorite project. Mark. She stepped forward a half step and patted my arm like I was a reluctant nephew. Don't wander off. Polite laughter again, thinner. She looked over at Claire. And thank you, everyone, for respecting the space. It's nice when guests know where they belong. Claire didn't flinch. She looked at me, not at Jenna, and then looked at the slaw bowl like it needed stirring. Jake took a breath. Rhea sipped water. The air had shifted from party to exam room. I set my plate down on the grill shelf. My turn, I said, loud enough for people to hear, but not theatrical. Jenna blinked. You don't need to. I'll keep it short, I said. Eyes were on me. Normally, I don't like speeches. But there are moments when silence is complicity. Thank you for coming, I said to the group. I appreciate you taking a Wednesday to stand in my backyard with paper plates. Some of you work with me. Some have known me since we were kids. I'm grateful. I looked at Jenna directly. And thank you for setting this up. The lights are nice. The food is good. She beamed. Now, I continued, a small thing. I held up a hand, just a palm. This house is ours. This birthday is mine. And respect is not optional. I won't be managed like a teenager or patted like a pet. If you love me, you let me be a man. If you don't, you're free to leave. A ripple moved through the group. Not a gasp. A shift. Jenna laughed, quick. Is this one of your speeches? She asked brightly. Can we not? People are eating. We are not doing anything, I replied. I am saying something, then going back to the grill. She leaned in, mask slipping. You're embarrassing me. You did that when you called me a project? I answered, quiet enough that only the near circle heard. I'm not your hobby. Her eyes sparked. And she nodded toward Claire, is what? A tool off your pegboard. Claire spoke for the first time. I'm a guest, she said simply. I brought food. That's all. Exactly, I said. And she was invited. By me. Which is enough. You bring her here, Jenna's voice rose. And expect me to smile while you parade some friend in my space. She's not a parade, I replied. She's a person. You're not a border agent. You're a host. Jenna's smile cracked for good. You want entertainment with her? Is that it? You told me you'd find it somewhere else. So here we are. On your birthday. With your entertainment in tow. People froze. This was the line from week 1, now aimed at a bystander. Jenna, Rhea said, voice flat. Enough. Jenna ignored her. She took the fork and tapped again. Everyone, she called, bright and sharp. Look at our man of the hour, who needs a cheering section to feel big. I looked at Jake. He tilted his head. Your call. He was ready to walk out with me or throw the fork into the bushes, whichever I signaled. I signaled with my back. I straightened, stepped forward a half step, and spoke so it carried to the fence. Thanks for coming, everyone, I said, clear. I have one more thing. Tomorrow morning, I'm filing for divorce. Silence, clean as a new sheet of paper. Then a neighbor's wind chime made a tired little sound. Jenna stared at me like I'd slapped her in front of a jury. What? I'm done, I said. I told you the rules. You broke them. I'm not living inside someone else's test. The rental is already set up. My things are ready. If you need me to pick a time to get the rest, Text me with 3 options. You're not serious, she whispered. You wouldn't. I would, I said. And I am. You can't say that in front of. She gestured, helpless for the first time in months. They'll think. They'll think I finally meant what I said, I answered. Which is correct. She changed tactics on a dime. The honey came back, syrupy. Sweetie, she said, stepping close, voice low and careful. We're tired. It's your birthday. You don't say things you'll regret on your birthday. Let's. I stepped back the exact same distance. Put the fork down, I told her. The show is over. You can't be this cruel, she hissed. After everything I did to plan. You planned a stage, I said. I'm not your actor. She threw the fork into a planter. It stuck in the soil like a little flag. Fine, she said. Go find your entertainment. See what you get. I already found what I'm keeping, I said, looking around at the faces I chose. Friends who show up. A boss who respects quiet strength. A neighbor who brings a casserole with no strings. A woman who kept her head when a storm blew at her for no reason. And it's not a woman or a slaw. It's my self-respect. She looked around, searching for allies. People stared at their plates, the string lights, the grass. When control leaves the room, it's loud. I picked up the tongs, clicked them twice, and set them down. Party's over, I told the group calm. Thank you for coming. There's food in the kitchen. Take a plate home. Lock the back door when you go. Rhea came up to me quietly. Need a ride? She asked. Jake's got me, I said. Jake nodded. Yep. Claire didn't move in to ask questions or offer speeches. She just said, if you need me to gather anything, tell me where it is. Spare room, I said. Suitcase by the dresser. Jenna stood in the center of the yard as people began to move. Not in a rush. Not in a panic. Just moving like the decision had been made and they respected it. The way a crowd leaves a stadium when the game's no longer in doubt. I walked through the house, into the spare room, grabbed the suitcase, and pulled the small folder from the drawer. The important papers, the list, the keys. Claire handed me the bowl wrapped in a towel. Jake took the suitcase. At the front door, I turned. Jenna stood in the hall, face hard, arms crossed like armor. You're walking out on your birthday, she said, disbelief turning into scorn. No, I said. I'm walking toward the rest of my life. She scoffed. You'll be back. I smiled without warmth. You can keep the last word, I told her, opening the door. I'll keep the life. The next morning, I went where I needed to go and did what I said I'd do. I texted Jenna 3 times I'd come back for the rest of my things. She chose one, then changed it, then tried to make me wait. I didn't haggle. I came with Jake at the time I'd set. He carried boxes. I carried the tools and a framed photo of my father that had no place left on a wall where I was a project. I moved into the rental and slept like a person who'd just taken off a heavy coat after wearing it in summer. 2 weeks later, I found a small house on the east side with a decent yard and a shed that needed fixing. I like fixing things that aren't people. Work got quieter in my head because there was nothing to defend at home. Rhea handed me a bigger project. I took it and delivered because focus is easy when you stop bleeding energy into battles you didn't pick. Saturdays, I wake up early and take the truck out before the traffic starts. Sometimes I meet Jake at the garage and we pretend we'll finish his project before we're old. Sometimes Claire meets us and brings coffee in a metal thermos that thumps when she sets it down. I asked her to dinner 2 weeks after the birthday, not as a test, not to fill a chair, just because she'd been solid when a storm wanted a mess. We started with a burger place and ended up walking around a quiet neighborhood, talking about work and family and how you can love people and still not live with them. I told her straight, I'm not a man who needs chaos. I need respect and space and small jokes that remove the weight from a Tuesday. She nodded and said, then we'll go slow and true. We did. We do. I don't talk to Jenna much. There isn't much to say. I hear things through the normal channels. The night of the birthday didn't play well. Control never looks good when the lights are on. People stopped volunteering for her committees. The neighbor waved but didn't linger. Even Tessa, who once ran messages like a courier, sent me a short text. You did the right thing. She won't say it, but she knows. If that's true or not doesn't matter. What matters is I got out without selling my dignity for a warm tone that wasn't real. This isn't a victory lap. It's a straight line. Sometimes I open the pantry in my place and laugh, because there's a sticky note inside with my schedule from that first week. I keep it as a relic. Not to remember the fight, but to remember the clarity that started the leaving. When people ask what happened, I don't give speeches. I say this. I tried to hug my wife after work. She told me to find entertainment elsewhere. So I did. I found my work, my friends, my time, and eventually a woman who talks like a person and listens for real. The rest sorted itself. And when someone pushes, wanting a dramatic story, I give them the only line that matters. You can keep the last word. I say, I'll keep the life. Help me reach 5,000 subscribers. Support the video with a like and leave your thoughts in the comments. I read everyone. Thank you. She brought it up over the sink, sleeves rolled, hair in a knot that meant she'd already decided something. What do you think about an open marriage? Jenna asked, like she was suggesting a new color for the guest room. I set my mug down. That's not a marriage. That's roommates with rings. It's growth, Mark. People do it. We could try. Why would I want a revolving door? I leaned against the counter. Hard pass. It's not about you, she said, rinsing a plate a little too long. It's about me not feeling trapped. You're not trapped. You're married. If you want dating, you should have stopped at the word open and kept walking. So you're shutting it down without a real conversation. We just had one. My answer is no. She didn't like the word no, not for me. She pursed her lips, nodded like she was above all this, and went quiet. I'd seen that look at her office parties when someone else got the praise. She filed it away. That night, she slept with her back to me, phone screen turned down on the nightstand, as if gravity suddenly worked differently. If I'd known where it was headed, I would have cut the conversation at the first syllable and saved us both a week of pretending. The signals started hitting the next day, a busy tone that moved into our house. Silence in the car. Work thing texts at odd hours. A casual laugh at my schedule like it was quaint. At breakfast, I slid oatmeal across the table. Thursday's the dinner with the Wilsons, I told her. She scrolled. I might be out. Networking. You mean drinks with that crew that thinks conflict is a personality? That was insulting. Truth doesn't check your calendar. Wow. So we're policing who I talk to now. I took my phone out and opened our shared calendar. I'm removing myself from anything labeled mandatory couple presence. If you want a +1 to lean on for image, pick someone who aligns with your new hobby. I'll see the Wilsons on my own time. You're throwing a fit. I'm drawing a map. Here's another line. After 10, I don't pick you up from bars. After midnight, I don't answer relationship essays. I sleep. That's controlling, Mark. It's the opposite. It's me not chasing. She clacked her spoon down. You don't get to withdraw because you're insecure about a concept. You floated a concept. I gave a boundary. That's adulting. Her eyes cut to the side. Fine. Be rigid. She pushed back from the table. I'll just do me. You always do. The next day, my buddy Mason stopped by my garage. He's a foreman I've worked with for years, calls it like he sees it. I was sorting drill bits when he stepped in, shaking off the early chill. You look like a man measuring lumber he doesn't plan to use, he said. House needs new rules, I replied. Jenna okay with that? She doesn't have to be. Boundaries aren't joint custody. She gonna test you? She's already testing. He watched me label a bin. So what's the play? Split budgets, I told him. Rent and utilities 50-50, discretionary separate. I'll stop underwriting her networking. And I'm not doing couple PR while she tries on a different life. You told her. Just did. I checked the weight on my words and found them steady. I'll also move my mornings earlier. Gym at 6. She can schedule her new version of freedom around it. That night, I printed a simple budget sheet and left it on the fridge. When Jenna came in, she read it while pretending she wasn't. What is this? She asked. Clarity. Joint. Mortgage. Utilities. Groceries. Yours. Nights out. Ride shares. Shopping. Mine. Garage. Golf with Mason. Whatever. If you want to do you, you get to fund you. That's only fair. She laughed without smiling. You're making spreadsheets now? Adorable. Adulthood looks boring from the outside. So you're punishing me for asking a question. I took breath, steady. I'm protecting what I value. If we disagree on the product, we don't mix budgets. You're ridiculous. Good men look ridiculous until the bill arrives. She folded the paper and tossed it back. I'm going out Thursday. Then you'll appreciate the new system. She tried to stare me down. I looked right back. After a beat, she rolled her eyes and walked off. On the way she muttered, just loud enough. The world moved on, Mark. Maybe, I answered. But my standards still have a spine. The scene closed on her door clicking shut and me moving my alarm to 5:40. I didn't ask permission. 2 days later, game night at Priya's loft. Priya is Jenna's friend from a previous job, sharp as a tack and always watching. I didn't want to go, but I didn't avoid public spaces. You learn more from how someone treats you with witnesses. As soon as we stepped in, Priya grinned, hugging Jenna sideways. You brought him. Bull. I needed a rules referee. Jenna said, loud enough for the room. I took a bottle of seltzer from the counter. I'm here for the snacks. People circled the table. Cards, small talk, those little digs dressed as jokes. 10 minutes in, Jenna started. So, she chirped, we're discussing modern relationships. Mark thinks if a woman wants options, she must be broken. I set my card down. No, I think if someone wants options, they should be single. Priya raised a brow. What's the difference? Honesty versus running a con. A guy across the table laughed. Spicy. Jenna rolled her eyes. He's threatened by evolution. Call it whatever you want, I replied. I don't split vows into bite-sized samples. See? She turned to the group. Rigid. Old school. He thinks marriage is a cage. It's a commitment, I answered. That's not a four-letter word. Oh, please. She fluttered a hand. You're afraid to loosen up. I'm allergic to disrespect. The table went quiet for a beat. Priya sipped her drink, evaluating. That's heavy for game night. Agreed, I said, standing. Jenna, I'm going to head out. I don't audition for roles I didn't apply for. So you're leaving? She shot back, triumphant. Classic. I'm choosing my environment. I slid my keys into my pocket. You have a rideshare app. Use it. That's petty. It's policy. I nodded to Priya. Thank you for the hospitality. As I reached the door, Priya called after me. You always this calm when someone pokes you in the eye? Only when I've already moved my chair, I said, and left. I drove home slow, windows cracked, let the night air cool off the part of me that wanted to argue more. I didn't. The soft glove showed up the next morning. She set a coffee by my elbow while I tightened a hinge at the kitchen pantry. About last night, she said, voice softer, sleeves loose. I was out of line. Agreed. She watched me work. I made you look bad. I shouldn't have. You didn't make me look anything. I'm saying I'm sorry, Mark. I wiped my hands. Accepted. She blinked, surprised I didn't milk it. So we're okay? We're civil. That's cold. It's accurate. I picked up my phone. By the way, I'll be using the guest room for a bit. Early mornings. That's ridiculous. It's sleep. I held her gaze. You want freedom? You get independence. Start to finish. She nodded slowly. Fine. Do what you want. I am. That afternoon, at my desk, a notification popped. Rideshare receipt, shared inbox. Jenna had never switched off the old account. I wasn't snooping. It pinged. Trip at 12:48 a.m. from a downtown lounge to an address across town I didn't recognize. No return ride. The note on the receipt said, drop at side entrance. I stared at it, then forwarded it to myself. I didn't confront. I let information stack. Later, I'd decide what each piece cost. Saturday morning, I met Mason at the supply yard. We were loading boards when he glanced at his phone. You free to hear something you won't like? He asked. Try me. He held up a photo someone had posted from a rooftop bar. The background was the skyline. Foreground, Jenna laughing, a man's hand on her waist like it belonged there. Her face was turned, angle perfect for pretending nothing. Except the fingers splayed, comfortable, the way you touch someone you've touched before. Where? I asked, voice dry. He gave me the name of the place. Same area as last night's receipt. You okay? He said. I'm clear. What are you going to do? I told her no. She heard maybe. That's not a misunderstanding. That's a choice. I slid the boards deeper into the truck bed. So I'll make mine. He watched me carefully. You're not the blow-up type. No, I locked the tailgate. I'm the change the locks type. He nodded. Need help with any logistics? Yeah, I said after a beat. I need a storage unit and a month-to-month place with a garage. Quiet. I'll cover it. He thumbed numbers. I got a guy. We spent the hour working details like we were building a deck. Square, level, solid. On the drive home, I stopped at my credit union. I separated the last joint card we'd been lazy about. No drama, just signatures. I moved a portion to an account with my name only, left exactly half of what was ours, printed a statement. At home, Jenna floated through the living room in leggings and a hoodie, phone glued to her hand, voice bright. Hey, she chirped. You free tonight? Pri is doing. No. She blinked. Excuse me. I'm moving some tools to a unit. Tomorrow I'm changing the house code. You'll get your code, I'll have mine. Personal spaces remain personal. You're serious. Very. She crossed her arms. I'm not a child. Then you'll appreciate clarity. I lifted a box. Also, stop using the shared ride account. You have your own. Her chin lifted. You check my rides? It came to my email. You didn't think that part through. You're keeping tabs. That's gross. I'm keeping records, I corrected. And I'm done explaining myself. She followed me to the door. Give me one reason I should accept this. Because the alternative is separation now instead of later. This buys you time to reflect. It buys me peace. You're unfair. I'm done being convenient. I spent the afternoon moving a few boxes, seasonal clothes, extra tools, the framed photos from my office that mattered to me. I wasn't sneaking. I wasn't churning. It was logistics. On my way back, I stopped for takeout. I ate in the garage with the door open, letting the quiet swallow the noise my house had turned into. Near sunset, Mason called. Found you a townhome by the Greenbelt. Garage, month to month, clean. You want to see it? Text me the address. I drove over. The landlord was a simple, straight man with rules I liked. No drama. I signed. As I was finishing paperwork, my phone lit up. Jenna, home late. Don't wait up. I put the phone face down, finished initialing, shook hands, got the keys. On my way back, I pulled into our driveway and sat there a minute. A neighbor, Walt, was walking his dog. You moving? He asked, nodding at the boxes. Staging, I said. He scratched the dog's head. I see lots of cars in your driveway lately. Not yours. So I wondered. Your eyes are good. I keep them open, he said. You all right, Mark? I've been better. I'll be fine. He nodded once, old school. You don't owe anyone your peace. Agreed. I slept in the guest room. At 1:30 a.m., our doorbell camera pinged. A rideshare pulled up. Jenna walked up the path, shoes in her hand, whispered laughter into her phone as she slipped inside. She didn't check the guest room. She didn't say goodnight. She didn't need to. The choice crystallized the next morning. She stretched into the kitchen in my tea like a performance. Morning, she said. Morning. Coffee. I've got mine. She leaned on the island. We should talk about last night. Name it whatever makes it easier, I replied. Don't start, she snapped. Then softened. Look, we're grown-ups. Maybe the initial idea was clumsy, but we can set rules. Like separate accounts, separate calendars, check-ins. We already set rules. I cut in. I said no. You said no to a word. We can define it. You defined it last night. I watched the car pull up. I was out with friends. Friends who hold your waist like that. I kept my tone even. I saw a photo. She froze for half a second, then shrugged it off. That's a reach. It's a pattern. She went for indignant. So you're ending a marriage over a picture and your insecurity. I'm ending a marriage because respect walked out with you at 12:48 a.m. I'm not chasing it. She opened her mouth, closed it, looked for a new angle. When's my birthday dinner? Kelly is planning. I'm aware. Promise me you won't be weird. I don't do weird. I do decisive. I finished my coffee. You'll see. Is that a threat? It's a courtesy. Kill turn acquired. Decision locked. I spent Monday on the phone. I arranged a sitter for the dog on party night, so I wouldn't worry about noise. I met with the notary to have papers organized and witnesses lined up for signatures later. No court, no circus, just a clean stack tied with a ribbon of calm. The second illusion came in 100 small gestures. She started making dinner 2 nights in a row. She slid a hand across my shoulders when I sat on the couch. We could take a getaway, she said, stirring a pan. Just us. Reset. We don't reset, I answered. We rebuild or we part. And you already started a different project. It was one photo. It was a thesis. She set the spoon down a little hard. I'm trying here. You're performing. I corrected, not unkind. I'm not the audience. She tried another approach. I can come to your Saturday open house, she said. I was showing a garage build I'd done for a client, small business marketing through word of mouth. Stand with you. Back you up. Appreciate the offer. I'm good. You don't want me there? I don't need PR. She flipped to sweetness. You're angry? No, I replied. I'm resolved. She blew out air. You're impossible. I'm consistent. Saturday at the client's place, she showed up anyway. She wore the smile that worked on my parents. She shook hands, complimented the work, carried waters to guests. Mason watched from the corner, amused. Your shadow's trying to be your son, he muttered. She's trying to preempt a weather report, I said. You gonna let her? I'm behind a glass wall. She can wave. She can't reach. Halfway through, a young couple asked about pricing. I explained options, timelines. Jenna slid in. He's the best, she told them, laying it on thick. Attention to detail. Won't find anyone like him. Thanks, I told her flat. I'll take it from here. The couple left with a brochure. Jenna slipped closer. Can we be okay at least until my birthday? She asked. We're civil, I repeated. That's cruel. It's adult. She adjusted her smile, looked at the crowd, then back at me. So you're going to embarrass me, is that it? I'm going to tell the truth cleanly. She stared. You wouldn't. You'll see. That night, she sat on the edge of the bed while I folded shirts into a box. Let's do this, she said, voice honeyed. Forget the label. You're my husband. I'm here. I choose you. For tonight's show, I said. And tomorrow? Tomorrow too. And Thursday at midnight. She hesitated. I can be better. You could have before it got easy elsewhere. She tried one last move. You'll regret ending us. I've never regretted choosing self-respect. I can fix this. You're trying to fix optics, I said, closing the box. Different job. Her face hardened and smoothed just as fast, the way you reset a mask. The room felt staged. I put the box by the door. A group text pinged on both phones. Kelly, her sister. Reminder, Jenna's big night Friday. Theme is Year of Freedom. We're something bold. Can't wait. Jenna smirked at me like she'd already won. See? People get me. I scrolled to the top, then typed back in the group. I'll be there at 7. I have a short toast. Jenna looked up. What toast? You'll hear it once. She laughed nervously. Don't be dramatic. I'm the opposite. The restaurant had a private room with a sliding door. Her friends filled it first, then her family. Laughter. Cameras. She worked the room like a politician. I shook hands with her father, a quiet man who always liked me because I fixed things before he noticed they broke. Good to see you, Mark, he said, eyes searching my face. You look tired. I sleep fine. Kelly came over with a bright grin. There he is, ready to celebrate our girl. I'm ready to be clear, I told her. She fake laughed, confused. She always thought she got the joke first. When everyone had a plate and a drink, Kelly tapped a glass. Speech time. Our theme is freedom. Of course it is, I murmured. And growth, Kelly added. And we honor Jenna for living boldly. Jenna took center, soaking it up. Thank you all, she said. This year taught me to choose myself. She glanced at me, holding the stare a beat. To be open to life. I caught the word, let it land, then stood. My turn, I announced. Short and simple. Jenna's smile tightened. Her father folded his hands. Priya watched like a hawk. I love directness, I started. So here it is. I was asked recently to change the terms of my marriage to include outsiders. I declined. I said no because I value exclusivity and respect. This week showed me we don't share that value. Someone coughed. The room twitched. Jenna lifted her palm. Mark, this isn't. I held a hand up, calm. 1 minute. Kelly stepped in. If this is a personal, it is. It's also truthful. I reached into my jacket and pulled out a plain envelope. Jenna, I told you I don't do revolving doors. I still don't. So I'm stepping out of the house with one door. She stared at the envelope like it was smoking. What is that? Documents, I said. Clean, organized. No theater. You can read them when the cake's cut. Sign or don't. I'm moving out Sunday either way. The accounts are split. The dog's with me 2 weeks each month. The schedule is attached. Her voice went thin. You're humiliating me. I'm telling the truth in the same room you used for performance. I set the envelope on the table beside her plate. This is the most respectful way I know to set you free to live your theme. Priya cleared her throat. Maybe we should. We should be honest, I said. Jenna, you wanted a new lifestyle. You started living it during ours. I won't share a table with that. But I won't scream in a parking lot either. I'll just exit. This is crazy, Kelly snapped. You can't do this here. I can. And I did. I looked at Jenna. Happy birthday. She reached for my sleeve. Mark, wait. We can talk later. Please. We talked when you floated the idea. I answered, stepping back. You chose to ignore my answer. I won't ignore myself. Her father stood, voice low. Son, is this necessary? It's overdue. I handed him my house key. Thank you for treating me like a man in this family. I'm still one. Jenna's eyes were wet, but steady. Don't go, she said, finally without performance. We can reset. No reset, I said, almost kindly. Rebuild or part. You chose door 3. The room held its breath. People stared at their plates, at their phones, at the ceiling. Anywhere but at the truth on the table. I turned to leave. Mark, Jenna called. If you walk out. I looked over my shoulder. I walk out with myself. That's the one thing I refuse to lose. I pushed the sliding door open and stepped into the regular noise of the restaurant. Clatter, laughter, a birthday song from another room. All of it blessedly ordinary. I paid my part at the front, tipped well, and walked into the night air. The first breath felt like distance, not running, just space. Sunday morning, I loaded the last boxes. Walt nodded from his porch. You did it clean, he said. Only way I know. He pointed at the dog riding shotgun, tongue out, clueless and happy. He looks excited. He loves car rides. You'll be all right, Mark. I already am. The townhome by the Greenbelt fit me. The garage held my tools like a handshake. Mornings were quiet. I ran the path, made coffee, fixed small things for neighbors who traded favors instead of drama. Work picked up. Word travels when you do what you say. Mason dragged me to golf more than I wanted, but the sun on a Saturday felt like medicine that didn't need a label. I met Laura at a cookout I didn't want to attend and was glad I did. She laughed with her whole face and asked questions that didn't feel like inspections. We took it slow. She respected my time and my boundaries. I returned the favor. It wasn't fireworks. It was competence. I'll take that over noise any day. Jenna moved into a condo closer to downtown. I heard it from Kelly, who called me once to unload and forgot I wasn't her friend. She's figuring it out, Kelly said, as if that meant stable. Priya sent a neutral text months later. Hope you're well. I was. I didn't answer. Every now and then, Jenna's name popped up on my phone with a short, careful message. How's the dog? We should talk. I kept replies brief. Schedules, vet updates, the logistics we'd agreed on. Nothing else. Boundaries aren't real until they cost you something. Mine cost me an old story. Worth it. One Saturday, I was packing the truck for a weekend by the lake when a text came in. It was a photo of Jenna at another rooftop with the same forced smile, new crowd, same theme. No caption. Probably a missend. I deleted it. Laura walked up then, sunglasses pushing her hair back. Ready? She asked, tossing a small cooler into the truck bed. Ready, I answered. She looked at my garage. You've built a good life here, she said. I built it once, I told her, locking the door. This time I read the blueprints before pouring concrete. We drove out of town, dog sprawled between us, tail thumping. The road opened. The sky was just a ceiling I could replace whenever I needed. If anyone asks why I left, I tell them the truth. A man who respects himself doesn't bargain with disrespect. I drew my lines, I kept my word, and when the house stopped matching the map, I packed a bag and found a better street. There's no anger left, just decisions. And a clean exit. The last time I saw Jenna's father, he stopped by the townhome with a wrench he'd borrowed months before. He looked around the garage, nodded. You landed on your feet, he said. I landed on my feet because I didn't wait to be pushed. He shook my hand. I wish it had been different. Me too, I told him. But different requires two. When he left, Laura texted that she was at the coffee shop, grabbing my usual. I walked over in the late light, past people who didn't know my story and didn't need to. Inside, she handed me a cup. Toast? She asked with a smirk. To what? To not being a revolving door. I raised the cup. To standards with a spine. And that was it. No speeches. No second act comeback. Just a man who chose clarity. And a life that answered back with respect.